You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your IQ will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary: Lin Moyu didn't dodge. He stood his ground and let the great meteorite crash into him. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the powerful explosion continuously rocked the secret realm. The great meteorite was sent flying, hurtling nearly 10,000 meters away. The force of the impact was astonishing, almost reaching the level of an 8th-tier super god. For an ordinary person, such a collision would likely result in shattered bones and certain death. Even if they survived, they would be severely injured. The gravitational pull of the great meteorite was immense, capable of locking onto one's soul, making it incredibly difficult to escape once targeted. Lin Moyu knew that many who reached the deepest part of the secret realm were repelled by this great meteorite. With his powerful defenses, the great meteorite wasn't a major concern for him, but the problem was that he had no way to deal with it. The great meteorite flew at him again, and another explosion shook the secret realm as he sent it flying once more. Suddenly, Lin Moyu realized something: the great meteorite didn't seem to be getting any stronger. From the first time he encountered it, until now, it had absorbed at least a dozen smaller meteorites, and had collided with him twice, yet its strength hadn't increased at all. It had reached its limit. Its law had reached its saturation point. Lin Moyu understood that the power a law could absorb was finite. A glint appeared in his eyes, as he thought of a possibility. If it couldn't be strengthened, maybe it could be weakened. Spell fusion. Skeleton godly generals. Accompanied by a chilling wind, the gray and white law of immortality surged forth. Hundreds of skeleton godly generals, fused with the law, instantly appeared. They flew up, intercepting the smaller meteorites in midair. The small meteorites vibrated violently in their grasp, absorbing a bit of power with each tremor, growing stronger. The skeleton godly generals held on tightly, not letting go until the meteorites had absorbed enough power. If one couldn't hold on, 2 or 3 would work together. In any case, he had plenty of skeleton godly generals. He could summon as many as he needed. The small meteorites in the final stage of the secret realm were much stronger than those at the beginning. Their laws could absorb power equivalent to a 5th-tier super god. In just a moment, Lin Moyu had created dozens of small meteorites that were at their limit. Then, the skeleton godly generals hurled the empowered small meteorites at the great meteorite. A continuous series of explosions erupted on the surface of the great meteorite. Lin Moyu observed that the laws of the two were canceling each other out, and devouring one another. After dozens of explosions, the great meteorite was clearly much weaker, and its size had shrunk considerably. It's working. Lin Moyu was overjoyed, knowing he had found the right method. Empower the small meteorites to their limit to damage the great meteorite, using small monsters to fight the boss. This secret realm was truly interesting. Once he found the method, everything became easier. Thousands of skeleton godly generals appeared, holding on to small meteorites. A game of small meteorites smashing the big meteorite began. The secret realm was filled with brilliant explosions, like a fireworks display. A few minutes later, the great meteorite completely shattered in a final, massive explosion. A notification sound rang out. Meteorite Secret Realm Mission No. 97 has been completed. You may return to the mission center to receive the corresponding reward. Note: please do not disclose the method for clearing this secret realm. Any form of leakage will be considered a violation of the rules, and will be punished by the Human Emperor Network. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that revealing the method was forbidden. No wonder there was a crowd of people standing around outside, clueless about what to do. Those who had cleared the realm before had kept their mouths completely shut. Instead of leaving immediately, Lin Moyu took a moment to reflect. This secret realm was a level 2 authority mission, a type of beginner's trial. It was entirely created by the Human Emperor Network in the virtual world, so there was no real danger. Even if one failed, it had no consequences, and they could try again and again. Initially, the secret realm tested one's observation skills to see if they could find the correct method. In the end, besides finding the method, one also needed enough strength to empower the small meteorites to their limit. Only then could they damage the great meteorite and clear the realm. If one's own strength was insufficient, and they couldn't empower the small meteorites to their limit, the damage dealt would be minimal, perhaps even ineffective, making it impossible to pass. Lin Moyu felt that the greatest purpose of the Human Emperor Network was to nurture the strongest individuals for the human race. After clearing the meteorite's secret realm, he was even more certain. The realm tested not only judgment and intelligence but also strength and control. One had to excel in all aspects to pass. After careful consideration, Lin Moyu left the secret realm and reappeared outside. The moment he emerged, he felt countless eyes fixed on him. The human emperor network was almost identical to the real world. The sensations were the same. The feeling of being surrounded was uncomfortable. Lin Moyu just wanted to leave. Brother Lin. But someone was faster, stepping in front of him, and greeting him enthusiastically. Lin Moyu's name wasn't displayed, and the people here were eager to see it. The person had a familiar, friendly smile. Brother Lin, don't mind us, we mean no harm. He didn't hide his identity, and Lin Moyu could see his basic information. Jian Feng, 5th tier super god. Lin Moyu replied politely. Senior Jin, is there something I can help you with? Jian Feng smiled. Brother Lin, we're very curious. How are you a 1st tier super god with 2nd level authority? Lin Moyu hesitated for a moment but didn't answer directly. He didn't plan on casually telling others about his potential assessment. Jian Feng seemed to realize he had asked something inappropriate, violating an unwritten rule of the human race about prying into others' affairs. He lightly slapped his own mouth with an apologetic look. Look at this mouth of mine. That's not what I meant. What we mean is, you're only a 1st tier super god, not strong enough to complete the Meteorite Secret Realm mission. Although you can enter multiple times, each person only has 10 chances. After 10 failed attempts, you can no longer get rewards. So, Brother Lin, you shouldn't waste any opportunities. Perhaps you could discuss with us how to clear this secret realm. Jian Feng spoke quickly and earnestly, and the expressions of the others were also very friendly. Lin Moyu could feel their sincerity. In the great world, the human race was very united. In fact, any race that wasn't united would find it difficult to survive. Over countless years, some disunified races had paid the price in blood. The human race itself had a similar history, having gone through a self-inflicted civil war. At that time, they were not weak and were considered a powerful race. But the civil war resulted in catastrophic losses, especially among the top experts, giving other races an opportunity to strike. During that period, the human race paid a bloody price and was nearly wiped out. The 4 great star domains were almost all crippled, and enemy forces reached the heart of the divine city. If the divine city had been breached, the path of divinity for the human race would have been cut off, and they would have been eliminated from the great world. It was there that Xiao Jiantian emerged, turning the tide. He quelled the internal strife and led the human forces to drive out and slaughter the alien races, reclaiming the 4 great star domains. Battle after battle, his undefeated record established his status as the god of war. From then on, the human race learned its bloody lesson and became extremely united. Personal feuds were allowed, but large-scale civil wars were forbidden. Any personal grudges were to be settled in the arena, either in the human emperor network or in the real world. But once outside the arena, the grudge was settled and could not be pursued further. The high-level members of the human race had clearly realized that disunity would lead to extinction. Lin Moyu liked this feeling. A similar situation had occurred in the small world. Seeing that Lin Moyu remained silent, Jian Feng continued with a smile. Brother Lin, don't worry, we really have no ill intentions. You should know, our human race is still very united. If we all discuss it together, there's no harm. Following his lead, others chimed in. That's right, come discuss with us. This meteorite secret realm is quite troublesome. 1 head is not as good as 3. With so many of us, we could definitely figure out a way. Lin Moyu revealed a smile. No need. They've already passed. Jian Feng was stunned. His eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Lin Moyu. Impossible. The others didn't quite believe it either. How could a 1st tier super god pass? Many felt Lin Moyu was bluffing, and a trace of contempt appeared in their eyes. In the perception of most, bluffers were incapable. Jian Feng's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Lin Moyu opened his palm, revealing a miniature meteorite. This was the proof of completing the mission. Seeing the small meteorite, Jian Feng was dumbfounded, his expression slightly exaggerated. Brother Lin, you really pass. Lin Moyu grunted in affirmation. Unfortunately, there are rules restricting me, so I can't tell you the method. Not only Jian Feng saw the meteorite in his palm, everyone else saw it too. The contemptuous gazes from before vanished in an instant. One by one, they lowered their heads, feeling a bit ashamed. Lin Moyu wasn't bluffing at all. He had really passed. Seeing his level, a 1st tier super god could pass the secret realm. Yet they couldn't. How shameful, utterly shameful. The super god level experts felt they had lost face and could only feel embarrassed. Jian Feng was not only familiar but also thick-skinned. Brother Lin, I know you can't say, but can you give us a little hint? To be honest, old Jin here has already entered 6 times. I don't have many chances left. Lin Moyu answered sincerely, Senior Jin's strength is sufficient. You just haven't found the right method. All I can say is, observe carefully, and strength is as important as the method. Just discussing it here won't do any good. It's better to go inside and take a good look. I said all I can. Jin Feng nodded. I understand. Thank you for understanding, Senior Jin. I'm going to submit my mission first. After speaking, Lin Moyu activated his teleportation and vanished. Jin Feng looked at the entrance to the secret realm, a thoughtful expression on his face. Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu. He repeated the name, committing it to memory. He felt that Lin Moyu was very unusual, a first-tier super god who could achieve second-level authority and complete the meteorite secret realm mission was something he had never seen before. The expressions of the others were also very complex, each with their own thoughts. Some were ashamed, some were admiring, and some had recovered. A few repeated the last words Lin Moyu had left behind. Strength is as important as the method. Observe carefully. Some seemed to understand something and rushed into the secret realm. Jin Feng also had an epiphany, and entered again. In a glance, the number of people outside the secret realm had decreased by a third. Teleporting back to the mission center of Living Planet No. 98, Lin Moyu smoothly submitted his mission and received 50 accumulation points. He originally had 1100 points. Completing the mission gave him 50, and the round-trip teleportation cost 2, leaving him with 1148 accumulation points. This was his entire fortune. Thinking about needing 10,000 points to upgrade to third-level authority, he had only taken the first step of a long march. Lin Moyu looked at the missions again. With second-level authority, he could operate within a 20 light-year radius. There weren't many missions he could accept within this range. After searching for a while, he once again chose a mission. Mission name, search for Starfire Gold. Reward, 100 points. Objective, Vermilion Bird Star System No. 128 non-life star system. Within the 20 light-year radius, besides living star systems, there were also several non-life star systems. A non-life star system wasn't devoid of life, but rather a system unsuitable for human survival. In fact, the current human-inhabited star systems were all transformed by the great power of human experts. In each living star system, besides the living planets, there were naturally resource planets. This helped ensure that the human race did not lack resources during their cultivation, making it more convenient. The reasons for the formation of non-life star systems were diverse. Some formed naturally, while others were formed later. During the Great War of the human race, many living star systems were shattered into ruins, eventually becoming non-life star systems with no value for transformation. Some even gave birth to many strange things from the remnants of the war. Human experts cleaned up a portion and left a portion. Gradually, these non-life star systems became training grounds for the younger generation. The mission Lin Moyu accepted this time was a real-world mission. It was a level 2 mission, but unlike those in the Human Emperor Network, which had no danger at most, mission failure, real-world missions had risks. Therefore, the rewards for real-world level 2 missions were higher, generally about double. Lin Moyu's mission this time, being a level 2 mission, had a reward of 100 accumulation points. Although there would be some danger, level 2 missions corresponded to below 6-tier super god, so the danger couldn't be that great. After accepting the mission, he first looked up information about Vermilion Bird non-life star system No. 128. In the Human Emperor Network, much of the information was free. Only a portion of confidential documents required a fee. Corresponding authority allowed one to view corresponding materials. Vermilion Bird Star System No. 128 was once a complete star system, with some life forms similar to fire elements. But in a great war, the system was shattered and completely destroyed. The star inside exploded into pieces, burning the entire system. The flames burned for tens of thousands of years before being extinguished, but not completely. In the flames, a material called Starfire Gold was born. Starfire Gold contained the power of the fire element law and was a decent material for forging. This mission was to obtain Starfire Gold, with a requirement of at least 10 caddies. 10 caddies of Starfire Gold was about the size of a fist. It wasn't very difficult to find, the difficulty lay in the Starfire beasts that accompanied it. Every piece of Starfire Gold would have a Starfire beast nearby. To get the gold, one had to kill the beast. The information also specifically stated to be careful of the Starfire in the system. The Starfire was a remnant from the star's explosion and had not been completely extinguished. It could cause immense damage to both the body and soul. One had to be particularly careful. Lin Moyu memorized the requirements, and left the Human Emperor Network. He found the nearest teleportation array and spent 1 accumulation point to teleport to Vermilion Bird Star System No. 128. In reality, and in the network, the teleportation fees were the same. Within 10 light years was 1 point. Billions of light years flashed before his eyes. Lin Muyu seemed to see countless stars receding. At a speed of 1 light year per second, it was extremely fast. His body felt the pressure from the teleportation, a considerable pressure that only a super god level expert could withstand. He now understood why one couldn't get first level authority without reaching the super god level. They couldn't even use the teleportation array. The immense pressure from interstellar teleportation was enough to crush anyone below super god into pieces. So the super god level was a reasonable threshold. Teleportation in reality was slightly different from in the network. In the network, there was no pressure from the array. After 5 seconds, the teleportation stopped. Lin Muyu walked out of the array. The human experts had set up a huge teleportation array outside the Nun Life star system. After exiting, he had to enter the system himself. The star system was right in front of him, looking close, but actually extremely far. Lin Muyu spread his wings of the undead and flew with all his soul power. After flying for a few minutes, he had to stop. The distance between him and the star system had only shortened by a tiny, negligible amount. At this rate, he would have to fly at full speed for at least 10 days to reach it. He thought of an ancient saying, looking at the mountain makes the horse run to death. Now he was looking at the star, wanting to fly himself to death. He stopped and summoned the Jushin fortress. It shrank into the shape of a tower, looking exactly like the ancient Thunder Tower. Lin Muyu entered it, his soul connecting with the core, and a continuous stream of soul power poured in. Layers of lightning appeared outside the fortress, and a second later, it vanished into the void with a whoosh. He saw the star system approaching rapidly. The speed was much faster than his wings of the undead. No wonder Antares wanted him to take the Jushin fortress. It was so good for travel. He roughly calculated that the fortress was about 100 times faster than his wings. At this rate, he could enter the star system in less than 2 hours. His soul power was continuously consumed. The talent tree in his soul flickered, its branches drooping down and gently touching him. A huge amount of soul power was continuously transmitted, replenishing his consumption. Although the consumption rate was fast, the talent tree's replenishment speed was faster, completely keeping up. With his current soul power, although not enough to fully unleash the fortress's combat power, it was more than enough for travel. The Jushin fortress turned into a flash of lightning, flying through the dark void. 2 hours later, it flew into Vermilion Bird Nun Life Star System No. 128. The fortress stopped. The moment Lin Muyu lifted, he felt an unusual heat. The temperature was too high, at least 10,000 degrees. It looked like a desolate star system, without even a star. Without light, it should be extremely cold, but this place was incredibly hot, filled with the fire element. In his sight were many shattered stars. He could clearly feel that inside these shattered stars, there was still a terrifyingly high temperature, completely inconsistent with their dark exterior. After the star exploded, the raging flames burned in the galaxy for tens of thousands of years, finally leaving behind a completely devastated star system. Lin Muyu chose the largest star fragment nearby and flew over. The star was shattered, with less than a third remaining, but it was still very large. He felt it was even larger than the small world he had been in before. One could imagine that it was once an extremely huge star. Such a huge star might have Starfire gold. He didn't care about the accompanying Starfire beasts. A super god level beast couldn't hurt him. Just as he was about to descend, a soul transmission came. Friend, wait a moment. Lin Muyu saw 3 people flying towards him. They seemed to have been behind the star fragment before, so he hadn't seen them. It was a man and a woman, and they didn't hide their basic information. Their strength was both 4th-tier super god. Because of the human emperor network, the current world could communicate to a certain extent on the network. Since the other party didn't hide their information, Lin Muyu could see their names. From their names, they seemed to be brother and sister. Both were 4th-tier super god, and their appearances were somewhat similar. They were indeed siblings. Although the human race was united, there were still some minor shady things that happened occasionally. Lin Muyu didn't take it lightly. The two stopped about 100 meters away from him. Jian Kewon used his soul to speak. Junior brother Lin, are you here to find Starfire gold? Lin Muyu nodded slightly. Senior brother Jian, is there something wrong? Jun Kewon seemed to kindly remind him. Junior brother Lin, you are only a 1st-tier super god. If you continue like this, you will be in danger. Both the Starfire and the Starfire beasts can kill you. From his tone, Lin Wu couldn't distinguish between good and evil. However, the other party was quite polite, and he didn't want to turn hostile. He said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Jiang. I can protect myself." Jiang left, trying to smile. There is indeed Starfire Gold below, but there is also a Starfire Beast. That beast is a 4th-tier super god, but a bit stronger than a normal one. My sister and I can only fight it to a draw. If you can help, we might be able to get the Starfire Gold. A light flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. I'm only a 1st-tier super god. What can I do? Dadun smiled. I have a formation here that requires 3 people to activate. They can gather our strength and, amplified by the formation, unleash an attack equivalent to a 5th-tier super god. It can definitely kill the Starfire Beast, or at least severely injure it. Then he quickly added, the Starfire Gold it is guarding is at least 50 caddies. We are also here to complete a mission, and only need 10 caddies. Lin Moyu looked at him, as if analyzing whether his words were true or false. Although his sister, Xian Gaiyu, was not as beautiful as Ge Qingjuan or his own lovely wives, she was still a beauty. She hadn't said a word from the beginning until now, when she suddenly spoke up, "Hey, are you a man or not?" Her tone was very aggressive, exactly like a pampered young lady. Don't be rude," Xian Gaiyu told her. She snorted. "What did I say wrong? With our Jian family status, how could we harm him? Brother, look at him. He doesn't trust us at all." Lin Moyu said softly, the Jian family. He had never heard of it. Jian Gaiyu puffed out her chest, her face arrogant. Vermilion Bird Star Domain. Living Planet No. 100, the Jian family of the God King. You can ask around. What is our Jian family's reputation in the dozens of nearby star systems? Jian Gaiwen glared at her and roared, Stop talking. Then, he hurriedly bowed to Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin, I'm so sorry. My sister has a bad temper. Please forgive her. If you don't want to, we won't force you. It wasn't that Lin Moyu was scared. His defense could even withstand a 2nd-tier true god without any problem. It was just that he was thinking about his own things. Now that Jian Gaiyu was so angry, he felt it was fine. Her brother's personality was relatively hard to guess, with no visible joy or anger, but she clearly had no schemes. What she said just now was from the heart. Lin Moyu said, I was just thinking about something else. I'm sorry. He agreed to Jian Gaiyuan's invitation. And after it's done, I only need 10 caddies of Starfire Gold. A hint of joy appeared in Jian Gaiyuan's eyes. My word. We will each take 10 caddies, and the rest is yours, junior brother Lin. I'm afraid there are some things you don't know yet. Besides completing the mission, Starfire Gold has other uses. Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. Can it be used for forging? Not just that. Let's go deal with the Starfire Beast first. After it's done, I'll tell you. He left him hanging, and Lin Moyu didn't press. Under his guidance, the 3 flew into the star fragment. The closer they got, the higher the temperature. Even super god level experts felt uncomfortable in this environment with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. In Jian Gaiyu's dark hair was a sparkling jade pin, isolating the heat. The law on her brother also isolated the heat. Lin Moyu made no move, as if he had no feeling for the high temperature. He was immune to all damage from the fire element. The high temperature only made him slightly uncomfortable. Other things had no effect. Jian Gaiyuan glanced at him, slightly surprised. What's wrong? Lin Moyu caught his gaze. He shook his head. Junior brother Lin is an extraordinary person. Lin Moyu asked curiously, how can you tell? A 1st-tier super god with 2nd-level authority, Jian Gaiyuan said simply. Lin Moyu thought of what Jin Fen had said. It seemed that his being only a 1st-tier super god but having 2nd-level authority was a bit abrupt. But there was no other way. Leveling up wasn't something he could do just because he wanted to. He needed to comprehend the law. He was still a little way from the 2nd tier. If nothing unexpected happened, it would take some time to level up. He smiled and didn't answer. Jian Gaiyuan didn't ask further. And said, Jian Gaiyu frowned. How did you do it? He didn't answer. Jian Gaiyuan scolded again. Don't act like you're interrogating someone. She snorted. What's wrong with asking? To become a super god, one can't be too young. Lin Moyu guessed she was at least over 100 years old, but her personality was like a teenager's. When he was 18, he was much more mature than her. Jian Gaiyuan said apologetically, I'm so sorry. My sister was spoiled by the family. She has been cultivating at home since she was born and hasn't had much contact with the outside world. Lin Moyu smiled, indicating he understood. This kind of personality, if not toned down, might offend someone in the future. But he wouldn't say it. After all, she wasn't his sister. What did it have to do with him? Under Jian Gaiwen's guidance, the three quickly found the Starfire gold. It was in a broken valley. From outside, they could faintly see the firelight. At the same time, Lin Moyu felt a strong fire element law. Jian Gaiwen said, "The Starfire gold is inside, and so is the beast. After we go in for a while, I will activate the formation. It will form a triangle. We just need to stand at the three corners, and it will automatically merge our power. Once completed, it can burst out with the attack power of a 5th-tier super god." After speaking, he took out a palm-sized jade plate. On it was a complex formation, which was the formation plate he mentioned. This was the first time Lin Moyu had seen a formation, and he was a bit curious. Country bumpkin, don't tell me you've never even seen a formation before. If you're like this again, I won't take you out next time, he roared, making her tremble in fear and stop talking. Then, he apologized to Lin Moyu again. Lin Moyu gave her a deep look. "Next time, I won't let it go so easily." His voice carried a hint of coldness. Although there was no killing intent yet, if this continued, he wouldn't mind teaching her a lesson. Jian Gaiyu wanted to retort defiantly but was glared back by her brother. She pouted, snorted, and entered the valley. After passing a curve, Lin Moyu saw the Starfire beast. It looked like a lion, a fire lion. Its body was a terrifying transparent color, like transparent crystal, covered with bright spots, like unextinguished embers. The Starfire gold was behind it, a piece of metal growing on the ground. The part exposed was already over 30 caddies. He didn't know how much was underground. Jian Gaiwen was not lying, this was enough for 3 people. The Starfire beast immediately became vigilant upon seeing the siblings. Its whole body lit up, then burst into brilliant flames. At this moment, it turned into a flame lion, roaring at them and taking a fighting stance. They had fought it before, so of course, it held a grudge. Jian Gaiwen stretched out his palm and activated the formation. "Junior brother Lin, get ready." The formation instantly grew larger, forming a great array. There were 3 empty positions. Just enough for 3 people. According to their previous agreement, the 3 stood in their respective positions. Soul power poured into the array, and the entire formation was immediately activated with a deafening roar. It concentrated the power of the 3, and then, through some method he didn't understand, amplified it. A sword appeared in the center of the formation, exuding a sharp aura, truly reaching the 5th-tier super god level. 2 4th-tier super gods and 1 1st-tier, using a portion of their soul power to drive the formation, could activate a 5th-tier super god's attack. Formations were magical, they could always accomplish some unimaginable things. Jian Gaiwen pointed at the Starfire beast more than 100 meters away and shouted, "Chop." The sword flew out, turning into a sword aura hundreds of meters long in midair, and then fiercely charged out. The world seemed to stop. The Starfire beast let out a scream in the sword aura. In the space, the sound of the soul vibrated madly. Lin Moyu saw with his own eyes that the beast was severely injured by the sword aura, its body almost cut in half. This one sword couldn't kill it, only severely injure it. The Starfire beast, with madness, its whole body on fire, charged at the 3. In the flames, the wound on its body was recovering rapidly. Jian Gaiwen's finger changed again. The sword aura returned, the second chop. The second sword aura appeared, stronger than before. Fear appeared in the beast's eyes. Its body quickly changed angles and fled in panic to one side. The sword aura was like the god of death to it. It chopped down on the ground, which shattered, forming a bottomless crack. Flames flew out from inside, like a volcanic eruption. The core inside the star fragment had not cooled, the temperature was still scorching. Although the beast dodged, it didn't completely avoid it. Its just recovered body was severely injured again. Being heavily injured, not only did it not retreat, but it became even more ferocious. It roared continuously, took a deep breath, and the flames erupting from the ground were sucked into its belly. Its wounds were covered quickly, and its aura became stronger. Jian Gaiwen didn't stop. His expression was serious, his movements changed again. The third chop. The third sword fell, the sword aura strengthening again, comparable to the previous 2. And the sword speed was faster. The beast couldn't avoid the sword. It was immediately swallowed by the sword aura. Lin Moyu watched it being chopped into nothingness by the sword aura, its figure disappearing. From beginning to end, the 3 swords, the beast couldn't rush in front of the 3. The short distance of 100 meters had become a heavenly chasm. The sword returned, and Jian Gaiwen recalled the formation. He was relieved. It was still easy to solve. If it had been a bit tougher, The fourth sword, I'm afraid I couldn't have chopped it out. His aura seemed faint. As the main person in charge of the formation, the three swords just now had consumed a lot of his power. If he wanted to chop out the fourth sword, he was afraid he would collapse. Xiangyu was a little better, but also a little consumed. Not as good as before. Only Lin Moyu was like an outsider. Just now, when the formation was activated, the soul power consumption was great, but the talent tree had replenished it. Xiangyu looked at Lin Moyu's unscathed appearance and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lin Moyu smiled. The formation is not bad. Junhui noted. My Jiang family's formation is naturally good. If not for this 3 talents sword formation needing 3 people to use, how would it be your turn to get a meal? Before she could finish, she was cut off by Jiangyu, his tone sharper than before. From begging for food to getting a meal, 1 word difference, but the meaning is completely different. She snorted, puffed, and turned her head. Jiangyu turned to Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin, the Starfire beast is solved. Now we can go get the Starfire gold. According to the promise, we will each take 10 caddies, and the rest is yours. Lin Moyu glanced at her faintly. Your sister has no objection. Jiangyu said repeatedly. I decide this matter. Lin Moyu smiled and nodded, walking towards the Starfire gold. Jiangyu looked at his background and calmed down. Just now, in an instant, he felt an extremely dangerous aura on him. This level of danger far surpassed the Starfire beast, making him feel cold all over. He felt that if Lin Moyu wanted to act, his siblings would probably die here. Jiangyu wanted to say something, but his brother's eyes were extremely sharp, signaling her to shut up. Don't say anything. The 3 came to the front of the Starfire gold. It looked like a piece of hot iron, exuding an extremely hot temperature. Lin Moyu looked at it but didn't directly take it. He asked, Senior brother Jiang, can you tell me now what other uses Starfire gold has? Jiangyu didn't hide it. It has 5 uses. 1 is for this mission. 2, it can be used for forging. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can sell it for accumulation points or trade for other materials. 3, it contains the fire element law, and you can comprehend the law through it. 4, if you don't comprehend it, you can also understand the law inside and add it to the corresponding fire type spell, greatly increasing its power. 5 is also a use that many people don't know. It can temper the soul world and increase its attributes. Lin Moyu knew the first 3 uses. The 4th, although he had only just heard of it, he could think about it carefully. Everyone can master many spells, and the types are many, possibly belonging to different systems. An ordinary person can only comprehend 1 or 2 laws, making it difficult to comprehend all attribute spells. Maybe the law comprehension is physical, but the spell is fire type. In that case, the amplification effect of the law on the spell would be extremely small. If you help the fire type law in the Starfire gold out alone and add it to the spell, the power of the spell can be greatly increased. This was the 4th use, which gave him a new idea. Not only Starfire gold could do this, but many other things could too. As for the 5th type, using the flames in the Starfire gold to temper the soul, it sounded very reasonable, but he didn't know the effect. Lin Moyu asked, how many ranks of soul can it temper? It can improve the quality of a 2nd rank soul. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It was only 2nd rank. He was already a 3rd rank soul. This fuse was useless to him. But on second thought, Starfire gold was only a super god level item. To have this effect was already very precious. As previously agreed, the siblings each took 10 caddies. Jiangyu was clearly unconvinced. In her eyes, Lin Moyu had not spent any effort at all. Why did he get the most? But her brother kept winking at her, telling her not to say anything. In the end, she had to endure it. Lin Moyu was not polite. After giving them their share, he began to take his own. He grabbed the Starfire gold with one hand, and began to pull it out of the ground. He used a little force, but it didn't move at all. A hint of joy rose in his heart. This showed that there was still a lot of Starfire gold underground. The ground here had been burned by the star's flames for thousands of years. The ground was full of the fire element and laws, so the soul couldn't sense the situation underground. How much Starfire gold was there? One could only judge for oneself. He began to increase his strength, but the Starfire gold still didn't move. Physical strength was naturally not his strong suit. At the first tier super god level, without using a force gathering spell, his pure physical strength was not too outstanding. Seeing that he couldn't pull it out, a look of contempt appeared in Jiangyu's eyes, and she looked down on him even more. Just then, a cold wind blew past. She couldn't help but shiver. Why is there a cold wind here? This place was full of the fire element, with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, yet a cold wind appeared, and not an ordinary one. This wind brought a gloomy and cold feeling. Jiangayuan also felt the cold wind, and showed a vigilant look. Then they saw a few skeletons appear next to Lin Moyu. The skeletons gave off a pale white light, and in their heads, a soul fire flickered, looking very terrifying and scary. The cold wind was brought by these skeletons. Jiangyu was scared and let out a terrified scream. Her brother also became vigilant. Lin Moyu patted the skeleton warrior's body and said, "This is my summon." Only then did Jiangyu breathe his sigh of relief. So it's junior brother Lin's summon. This summoning spell doesn't seem very common. Lin Moyu asked in surprise. Summoning spells are not common. Jiangyu thought for a moment. It's not that they're not common, just that they're quite rare in our Vermilion Bird Star domain. I heard there are some summoners in the Black Tortoise Star domain. Lin Moyu nodded. It seemed each star domain had some differences. The skeleton warriors appeared, and began to replace him in pulling up the Starfire gold. In terms of pure strength, theirs was much greater than his. Under the efforts of a few skeleton warriors, the Starfire gold was finally pulled out. The part buried underground was not small, very large, at least 1,000 caddies. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a large crack opened up. Hot red flames erupted from the crack, instantly swallowing the skeleton warriors. In the red flames, a blue light spot appeared. Jiangayuan's face suddenly changed, and he retreated quickly. It's Starfire. Starfire was the most terrifying thing in Star System 128. It was not a life form, but could track the aura of a soul. Once someone appeared around it, it would chase after them, burning both body and soul. Compared to the Starfire beast, this blue Starfire was even more terrifying. The blue Starfire appeared, and immediately locked onto the skeleton warriors. Although they had no life aura, they had souls. It instinctively flew over, and rushed at them. "This skeleton is done for," Hyundai muttered. She could tell that a first-tier super god skeleton warrior targeted by Starfire would definitely not survive. The skeleton warrior was already surrounded by red flames, and now there was a blue flame. With its pale white body, the blue flame in front and the red flame behind, the skeleton warrior, which already looked a bit strange, now looked even more terrifying. It didn't scream or even change its movements, continuing to pull out the Starfire gold. It let the flames burn, persistently pulling out the huge piece. The part exposed on the ground was only a small part. The part buried underground was at least 400,500 caddies. Lin Moyu had gained a lot this time. Jiangayuan looked at him and the skeleton warrior, a light flashing in his eyes. The skeleton warrior had been swallowed by the Starfire, but now looking at it, the Starfire had been extinguished, and the skeleton warrior was unharmed. This showed how strong its defense was. In his eyes, Lin Moyu became more and more extraordinary. He smiled. "Junior brother Lin has gained a lot this time." Lin Moyu smiled. "I was just a little lucky." Jiangayuan said, "Are you going to submit the mission next?" He said, "I want to look around here a bit more. Maybe there will be more gains." As he spoke, he collected the Starfire gold. The price was not low. Every 10 caddies could be sold for 1 point. This time he had obtained at least 400,500 caddies, which could be exchanged for dozens of points. A mission only rewarded 100 points. Finding so much Starfire gold was a big gain. Jiangayuan nodded. "If that's the case, then wait." Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook, and the roars of beasts sounded. 3 Starfire beasts jumped out of the ground crack, their whole bodies on fire, staring at them. "Oh no!" Jiangayuan secretly cried out. These 3 beasts also had 4th-tier super god strength, same as the one they had just killed. Just one had required them to use the 3 talents sword formation. Now there were 3, they couldn't possibly fight them. His first reaction was to retreat with his sister, and at the same time, he shouted, "Junior brother Lin, retreat quickly." Lin Moyu didn't move at all. He had no intention of retreating. At this moment, Jiangayuan didn't know whether he should leave or stay. Jiangui was so scared that her hands and feet went cold. If they were surrounded by these 3 beasts, they would surely die. She whispered in his ear, "Brother, these beasts seem to be targeting him. Let's take the opportunity to run." Her intention was to use Lin Moyu as bait while they escaped. Jiangayuan rejected it without thinking. "No, abandoning a friend to save ourselves is not the style of the Jian family." Then he gritted his teeth. "If it really doesn't work, I can only use that thing." Jianguy's face changed. "Brother, you can't." Lin Moyu secretly observed their expressions. Seeing his brother's expression made him very satisfying. He smiled. "Senior brother Jian, No need to worry. Another cold wind blew past. Next to him appeared another skeleton warrior, and a witch demon general. A few rays of light flashed, and the witch demon general gave the skeleton warrior a battle status. The skeleton warrior radiated a silver-white light and charged at the Starfire beast. It had a tall body, a sword in one hand, and a shield in the other, looking exactly like a knight. It moved like a lightning bolt, instantly rushing in front of the beast and chopping down. The sword was as fast as lightning, without any politeness. The beast's head was chopped off like tofu. The skeleton warrior lifted its sword and chopped down, almost one chop per beast. After a few chops, the heads of all three beasts were chopped off by the sword. The skeleton warrior had the strength of a 5th-tier super god. Dealing with 4th-tier super god beasts was an easy victory. Jiang Guiyuan stared in a daze. It was solved so easily. He twitched his lips, a bit in disbelief. Junior brother Lin, is this also your summon? Lin Moyu nodded. This. Jiang Guiyuan sighed. I didn't expect a 1st-tier super god junior brother Lin to dare to come here alone. It turns out you have such a powerful summon. If you have time in the future, you can come to our Jian family to play. I will give you a warm welcome. Lin Moyu smiled. If I have time, I will. Jian Guiyuan laughed with his sister. On the way back, Jian Gui's mood still hadn't completely calmed down. She had been scared by Lin Moyu's skeleton godly general just now. He was clearly just a 1st-tier super god, but he could summon a skeleton godly general with 5th-tier super god strength. A 4-level difference. Lin Moyu's warning still echoed in her ears. Although a 5th-tier super god was nothing to the Jian family, this person, Lin Moyu, made her feel scared. Jiang Guiyuan looked at his sister's shadow and sighed softly. Now you understand, right? Father often reminds us that there are always mountains higher than mountains, and people better than people. Don't always think that just because you are a descendant of the Jian family, you are amazing. In many places, the Jian family's name is useless. Mku was still stubborn. I don't believe he dares to kill me. With the human emperor network here, he can't escape. Jiang Guiyuan shook his head and smiled. You really don't understand anything. The Jian family is not omnipotent, and the human emperor network is not either. There are many ways to avoid the network and kill people. And do you think that a 1st-tier super god with 2nd-level authority and combat power no less than a 5th-tier super god does? Do you think there is no big force behind such a character? Jiang Guiyuan was startled. Brother, you mean he also has a big family behind him? He smiled again. Forces are not just families. We are just a god-king family. The whole family combined is not enough to fight a god venerable. But even a god venerable may not be able to train such a character. A god venerable doesn't need any family. He can easily destroy the Jian family alone. But can a god venerable really train a character like Lin Moyu? He showed suspicion. Jiang Guiyu's eyes sparkled. After a while, she said softly, I know. I will pay more attention to my words in the future. He gently stroked her head, his voice full of love. Your potential is stronger than mine, and you can go further in the future. Maybe you will even have a chance to enter the Divine City. So, never let your personality hinder your path forward. Lin Moyu watched the two disappear into the starry sky before turning his attention back to the ground. He must have realized it too. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth lifted. He had seen a few things just now. Jiang Guiyuan must have seen them too, but he didn't say it, and he wouldn't even tell his sister. This was a favor to him. Lin Moyu could understand, and he knew he could too. In the cracks of the ground, the flames continued to erupt. The star here was once burned by flames for tens of thousands of years. Who knows how many things have accumulated inside. Once it erupts, it won't stop in a short time. The flames shot up hundreds of meters into the sky, forming huge pillars of fire. Especially where the Starfire gold was buried before, there was a large pit, and the flames were even more intense. Lin Moyu looked through the flames and saw a different kind of light. It was the light emitted by Starfire gold. There was a lot of it hidden underground. This was a Starfire gold mineral vein. Starfire gold mineral veins really existed, but they were not always encountered. He didn't expect to stumble upon one. A mineral vein could be large or small. A small one might only have 10,000 caddies, while a large one might have 100,000. If there were really 100,000 caddies, it could be exchanged for 10,000 points. Even if it couldn't be used to raise authority, he wouldn't be short of points for a while. Points were a hard currency. In both the real world and the network, everything required spending points. Of course, the more, the better. Lin Moyu jumped into the crack. He could completely ignore the flames. The crack was not deep. He followed the flames down and quickly reached the bottom. This was a world of fire, with raging red flames everywhere, and many blue starfires. The starfire sensed his life aura, and immediately flew over, burning the body and damaging the soul. The blue flames appeared outside the soul world but were firmly blocked by it. A peak third rank soul had extremely strong defense, easily blocking the damage from the flames. Passing through the flames, he saw some starfire gold scattered on the ground, some embedded in the rock walls on both sides, and there was a lot of it. With a thought, skeletons appeared and entered the flames to get the gold. He walked along the underground crack, going deeper. According to the documents, a starfire gold mineral vein had a chance of producing starfire gold essence. Starfire gold essence was a true god-level material, with a value more than 10 times higher than starfire gold. He quickly reached the bottom but didn't see any starfire gold essence. At this time, the skeletons had collected all the gold, about 10,000 caddies. Enough to exchange for 1,000 points. This is already good. It seems there's nothing else. I can't be greedy. He was about to leave when he suddenly saw some large marks on the rock wall. He recognized them as the claws of a starfire beast. The 3 beasts that had just jumped out from underground were for the starfire gold tier. The claw marks here showed that a starfire beast had once attacked the rock wall, but it must have wanted to break it. Starfire beasts were the accompanying beasts of starfire gold, and they had another characteristic. They would search for more starfire gold. They had no intelligence, only instinct. This showed that behind this rock wall there might be more. He tried to check and found that the rock wall was extremely hard, as if it had been metallized. A skeleton godly warrior tried to use an axe, but the wall didn't even shake. He summoned a skeleton godly general and ordered it to break the wall. The general swung the giant sword in its hand, chopping at the wall one after another. The power of a 5th-tier super god was extremely strong. The entire underground world shook, and even the shattered star fragment trembled continuously. The skeleton godly general was tireless, continuously chopping. Under its powerful blows, the solid rock wall gradually showed cracks and began to collapse. With a tremor that spread throughout the star fragment, the rock wall completely collapsed, and a burst of fire erupted. The fire was extremely hot, causing the temperature to rise instantly. He entered the flames, and passed through the gap to another space. This space was not large, but it was full of starfire gold an astonishing amount. Where there was starfire gold, there would surely be starfire beasts. His appearance woke up the resting beast here. He didn't care about the ordinary starfire beasts, he saw a huge one. This beast exuded the power of a 6th-tier super god, much stronger than the ordinary ones. Next to it was a piece of starfire gold essence that radiated a blue light. Starfire gold essence. He was overjoyed. He had really found it. Before the beasts could attack, the skeleton godly generals rushed in like hungry tigers. A massacre began. The ordinary beasts, with only 3rd to 4th-tier super god strength, were no match for the generals and were killed in an instant. Next, the generals surrounded the strongest beast and began to besiege it. Although a 6th-tier super god was a bit troublesome, it was not unbeatable. This space was not large and was filled with over 1,000 skeleton godly generals. The 6th-tier beast had no escape. It attacked fiercely, spitting fire and swinging its giant claws. Each blow activated the fire element law. Even a person with 6th-tier super god strength could only fight it to a draw. But facing the reckless siege of the generals, it could only die in despair. The skeletons began to collect the starfire gold in this space. A total of 60,000 caddies, plus the 10,000 from before, for a total of 70,000 caddies. 70,000 caddies was equivalent to 7,000 points. He wouldn't be short of points for a while. Most importantly, there was a piece of true god-level material, starfire gold essence. There wasn't much of it, only the size of a fist. It was a bit heavier than ordinary starfire gold. Such a large piece weighed about 100 caddies. 100 caddies of starfire gold hit essence was enough to exchange for hundreds of points. The space was cleaned out by the skeletons, with nothing left. After checking, there were no new discoveries. Leaving the mine, he searched the shattered star fragment a few more times but found nothing. So he flew deeper into the star system. Inside, there were more and more star fragments, large and small, scattered randomly. This was a devastated star system that had been completely destroyed. Even the star had exploded. The deeper he went, the more traces of humans appeared. Many people came here to search for starfire gold and complete missions. He also saw many people fighting starfire beasts. Usually encountering a beast meant finding starfire gold. He only watched from a distance, and didn't interfere, as it would easily cause misunderstandings. Others might think he was there to snatch the gold. The closer to the center of the system, the hotter it became. The star used to be at the center. After exploding, it burned the entire system. Its former location was where the flames burned most fiercely, and the highest temperature and strongest laws remain. He saw a flame, incredibly large, like a planet. With a slight thought, his scouting skill was launched. Stellar Starfire, the remnant corpse of a star after its death, can be used to comprehend the law of fire. Stellar Starfire, the remnant corpse of a star after its death. He muttered, this is almost like a world core. A world core comes from a small world. The small world explodes for some reason before entering the great world, which leads to the formation of a world core. When entering the great world and being baptized by its laws, the small world will become a living planet. Some small worlds even form a living star system. At that time, if destroyed, it will not form a world core. Looking at the stellar starfire, he felt a bit emotional. The cruelty of the great world was vividly displayed before him. Very real. There were many cultivators around the stellar starfire, most of them super gods, and even a few true gods. They surrounded it, trying to comprehend the laws on it. He also looked at the stellar starfire, feeling its pulse. Vaguely, he seemed to feel something. Deep inside, there seemed to be a hint of life breath. The breath was extremely weak, almost imperceptible to ordinary people, but he often came into contact with immortal beings, and then comprehended the law of immortality. Plus his peak third rank soul quality so he could feel it. With a bit of curiosity, he flew towards the stellar starfire. Along the way, he carefully sensed the extremely weak life breath and confirmed that it really existed. He got closer and closer, only 100,000 kilometers away. At this time, the temperature had exceeded 50,000 degrees, but this was not enough to harm him. He continued to approach, getting closer and closer. The temperature also rose rapidly. He passed the super gods who were comprehending the law, and even a few true gods, only 1,000 kilometers away from the stellar starfire. At this time, the temperature had soared to 200,000 degrees, 4 times higher. This temperature was enough to cause him harm, but the damage was not great. A white light flickered on him. Damage transfer and undead immortality spells worked together. The damage from the stellar starfire came from the fire element law. He could reduce it by 40,000 times. Let alone 500,000 degrees, even if it increased a few more times, he could withstand it. Suddenly, a person blocked his way. Young man, you can't go any closer. The person in front of him was a true god, looking middle-aged, his eyes carrying a hint of the vicissitudes of time. He didn't hide his information either. Yueming, first-tier true god. Lin Moyu bowed to him. Senior, why can't I go any closer? At this time, he was less than 500 kilometers away, which could be said to be very close. Yueming sized him up. Although the stellar starfire is just a corpse, its power is still very strong, enough to burn a true god to death. You are only a first-tier super god. To be able to come here is already extraordinary. Listen to this old man, don't go any closer. It's dangerous. Every year, many people want to prove themselves, and as a result, they are swallowed by the stellar starfire and burned to death. It's not worth it. The closer to the stellar starfire, the higher the flame temperature. If he continued to approach, the temperature would soar. On the surface, the temperature could exceed 500,000 degrees, enough to burn a true god. If a super god came into contact, they would surely die. Outside the stellar starfire, there were many super gods, most of whom kept a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers. Only a true god realm would dare to approach to about 1,000 kilometers. Lin Moyu being here was already very dangerous. A single pulse from the stellar starfire could burn him. Yueming also had good intentions in dissuading him. Besides, with only first-tier super god strength, to be able to come here was not bad. Yueming persuaded, young man, listen to this old man, go back. Don't die in vain. Lin Moyu smiled. Senior, don't worry. I have a protective treasure and will be fine. Yueming said again, no matter how strong a treasure is, it has its limits. The danger of the stellar starfire is beyond your imagination. Senior. Before he could say more, he was interrupted. If he wants to die, let him. There are always a few reckless ones like this every year. Old Go, how many people can you persuade? A deep voice rang out, the sound of the soul instantly spreading over 100,000 miles, falling into many people's hands. This sentence was like a stone falling into a calm lake, creating ripples. That's right, there are always a few reckless ones every year. If he wants to die, let him. Old Go, the last time you persuaded someone, didn't he blame you for being nosy? The result was that he died just like that. Old Go is just too kind. Some people who are determined to die can't be persuaded. Sounds of souls rang out one after another, and the nearby void suddenly became lively. More than 100 people who were comprehending the law nearby. You say a word. I say a word. Some persuaded him not to seek death, while others mocked, telling Gi Yueming not to persuade him anymore. From these words, Lin Moyu also understood something. In the past few years, Gi Yueming had persuaded many people not to seek death, but many young people didn't believe him, and the result was that they died in a sea of fire. It seemed that the super gods in the neighboring star systems had set up a ranking. Whoever could get closer to the stellar Starfire and star system No. 120 EE would have a higher ranking. This ranking was only for those below third-tier super god. Third-tier super gods were all young people. The result was that for this empty fame, many young people died in it. Du Yuanming was a kind person. This was not to be doubted. But the life breath in the stellar Starfire really made him curious. Even the scouting skill determined it was a dead body. Why was there still a life breath? A star could have lied. This strange feeling urged him to go in and take a look. He said to Gi Yuanming, "Senior Go, I really will be fine." Gi Yuanming clearly didn't believe him. Even a true god would be flayed if they went in, let alone a first-tier super god. Going in would surely lead to death. Young man, you still have a bright future. Don't. For some empty fame. Boom. The stellar Starfire suddenly erupted violently, shaking violently. The Starfire is burning. Retreat quickly. Along with a wave of exclamations, countless people quickly retreated. After the star turned into a corpse, and then became a stellar Starfire, it became very unstable, and would occasionally erupt. Each eruption was of different magnitude. A large one could affect hundreds of thousands of kilometers, while a small one affected tens of thousands. In the boiling stellar Starfire, many flames would spew out with formidable power, forcing those who were practicing to comprehend the law nearby to retreat. At this moment, Gi Yuanming immediately grabbed Lin Moyu, wanting to retreat. Unexpectedly, he reached out and grabbed empty air. Lin Moyu had opened his wings of the undead, past him, and flew towards the stellar Starfire. His face changed greatly, but he didn't dare to go. He didn't want to clash with the stellar Starfire either. At the moment the stellar Starfire was burning, Lin Moyu felt that the vitality inside seemed to have become a little stronger. He immediately spread his wings of the undead, past Gi Yuanming, and rushed over. Gi Yuanming stomped his foot, ignored Lin Moyu, and flew backward. Someone said, "Old Go, you are good enough." This kind of person is determined to die. Persuading him is useless. That's right, old Go. You have persuaded so many people. How many of them listened to you? This kind of arrogant person deserves to die. Gi Yuanming sighed, a little helpless. Save one if they can. After all, they are all our human race. His gaze fell on Lin Moyu, seeing that he had been swallowed by the burning Starfire, feeling helpless. His eyes suddenly contracted. He was truly a true god with extremely strong eyesight. He clearly saw Lin Moyu in the sea of fire, radiating a white light, safe and sound. He's fine. Gi Yuanming was stunned. He knew the power of the stellar Starfire. He wouldn't feel comfortable even if he was swallowed. He still controlled the law of Starfire and had extremely high resistance to fire damage. But Lin Moyu was actually fine. He even accelerated. In an instant, he had flown several hundred kilometers into the stellar Starfire, truly disappearing from his sight. The star was very large, much larger than a living star system. Larger stars could even be worth tens or millions of living star systems. Even though the star was dead, becoming a stellar Starfire and just a corpse. In terms of sheer size, it was still no smaller than an ordinary living star system. It had no substance, only pure and violent Starfire and the scorching law of fire that could harm a true god. Lin Moyu stepped into it and was surrounded by the stellar Starfire. But he was very helpless. He was not strong enough to harm the true god stellar Starfire. He was in the core of the stellar Starfire, feeling the increasingly intense law of fire, almost to the point where the law was manifested. In the view of many, the stellar Starfire was the best place to comprehend the law of fire. It helped them quickly improve their control over it. But they didn't know that if one could enter the interior of the stellar Starfire, one could personally feel the more intense law of fire. The speed of comprehending it would far exceed the outside world. However, most people did not have this ability. Lin Moyu did not understand the law of fire. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Unless he had an endless lifespan like Intair's, he would be free to learn some other laws to pass the time when he was bored. Now he only cared about the life breath in the stellar Starfire. Nurturing life and death was too similar to his own law of immortality. As soon as the stellar Starfire exploded, The life breath inside was enhanced, making his perception clearer. The life breath became a guiding light for him, helping him not to get lost in the world of Starfire. Passing through countless Starfires, he reached the center of the stellar Starfire. Here, the power of the fire law was enhanced several times compared to the outside, and the damage had almost reached the third-tier super god level. The fire law not only burned the body but also attacked the soul. But with his defense, and the attack power of a third-tier super god, it was not enough to harm him. Here, the Starfire showed a blue color, very similar to the ones outside. At the center, he saw an object with a life breath. It was only the size of a fingernail, and looked like a seed. His heart trembled, and he used his scouting skill. Stellar fire seed, a strange material produced at the center of a star, with a probability of less than 1/100,000. It has the function of improving the fusion of planetary level spells, upgrading them to stellar level spells. Due to the destruction of the star, the stellar fire seed is in a damaged state, and its effect is very weak. Lin Moyu couldn't help but be surprised. The extremely weak life breath in the stellar starfire turned out to be a fire that could improve the fusion of spells. A damaged stellar fire seed could improve the fusion of spells. He carefully picked up the fingernail-sized seed and felt the life breath more clearly. The life breath was extremely weak and could be extinguished at any time. But it was very strong, as if it had persisted for countless years. It was very tenacious, as if showing him a picture. In the center of the great world, there were countless stars, and some of them produced some strange substances inside. The stellar fire seed was one of them, with a probability of less than 1 in 100,000, extremely small, but it appeared anyway. Originally, after countless years of gestation, it could normally reach a complete state, becoming a truly complete stellar fire seed, with magical power, and would become a treasure hunted by countless powerful people. But disaster struck, the star shattered, and its pregnancy process suddenly ended. It could never be complete again, only existing in the stellar starfire, lingering on its last breath. It was not reconciled, did not want to be destroyed, but even if it was unwilling, it was useless. After countless years of persistence, it was finally at the end of its road. Now it could no longer exert much effect. Originally, it could turn a planetary level spell into a stellar level spell, turning decay into magic, but now it couldn't even increase the fusion level by 10, let alone turning a planetary level spell into a stellar level spell, which was even more impossible. Lin Moyi sighed. What a pity. Something with such a low probability was found by me, but it turned out to be damaged. Should I say I am lucky or unlucky? It's better than nothing. He was about to use the stellar fire seed to improve his planetary level spell a little. But suddenly he was startled. His eyes lit up, and he thought of a possibility. The forming stars destroy the flame, the life breath. It's not really dead yet, it still has a little life. If he used the law of immortality to let it get pregnant for the second time, I wondered if it's feasible. He thought of a strange method. The law of immortality has both sides of life and death. The end of life contains death, and the end of death contains strong vitality. It seemed very suitable for the current situation. The star was destroyed, and the flame was formed and destroyed. But amidst the destruction, it was still strong and left the last trace of life. It was very consistent with the characteristics of the law of immortality. He decided to try it as soon as he thought of it. Even if it failed, you wouldn't feel it was a pity. The law of immortality was wrapped around his palm. It was gray, white. Gray represented death, and white represented life. He pushed the law he could control to the extreme, leaving only one side alive. Then he surrounded the stellar starfire. The star in his palm suddenly trembled violently, emitting an amazing blue light. At the same time, the star exploded again, with a larger scope than before. The second explosion. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The expressions on everyone's faces outside changed greatly, and they quickly retreated. The voice of the soul agitated back and forth in the star system. Whether it was the person who was comprehending the law before or the person who was searching for the starfire gold, at this moment, they all frantically retreated to the back. Some people who retreated not quickly, a true god like Gyueming would help them escape. The stellar starfire burned for the second time, and the range of spread was even larger than before, almost covering a radius of 300,000 kilometers. Some people retreated to a safe area, with a feeling of finding a way out of a dead end. Such a large scale explosion rarely happened. They asked Gyueming, who had been here the longest. Gyueming frowned and said, "Never seen it before." Generally, explosions can be divided into 3 levels. The smallest one covers 10,000 kilometers. The larger one covers 50,000 kilometers. The largest one does not exceed 150,000 kilometers. but now it is at least 300,000 kilometers. Several times larger than the largest I have ever seen. Not only is the range several times larger, but the power seems to be greater as well. Even if a true god enters, if they don't die, they will be peeled off 9 layers of skin. Hearing his words, everyone was a little puzzled. What on earth was going on? It was fine just now. Why did it explode for the second time? It's really strange. It's clearly a dead star. Why can it still erupt with such great power? Ji Yuaning stared at the starry sky covered by flames, frowning, and the figure of Lin Moyu appeared in his mind. The last moment he was swallowed, his life didn't seem to be in any danger. Even at the last moment, he took the initiative to fly to the center of the Starfire. Could it be him? He shook his head slightly, denying his thought. Even a true god like him didn't dare to venture into the center of the Starfire, let alone a super god like Lin Moyu. He was only a first-tier super god. At the center of the Starfire, the fire seed grew in his palm, emitting a more intense vitality. It might still be far from its peak period, but it had recovered a little compared to before. His eyes were full of joy. His idea was really feasible. Using the law of immortality, he could really rejuvenate the stellar fire seed and gestate it again. If he could gestate it to its complete form, he would have a chance to transform his planetary level spell into a stellar level spell. Except for the first time, it was very difficult to upgrade the fusion spell later. A treasure that could increase the fusion level was very valuable in the great world. He knew he was lucky this time. He had run into such a low probability. He thought about putting the stellar fire seed into his soul world. The soul body split out a ball of the law of immortality. He used the extreme and pure life force in the law to gestate the stellar fire seed. A white air mass appeared in the soul world, with only a little dust in it. Life and death have two sides, the law of immortality. It is impossible to completely remove the death side. He compressed the death pi in the law to the smallest possible extent. The air mass became soil, and the stellar fire seed became a seedling, absorbing the nutrients in the soil, rejuvenating and growing healthily. After he collected the stellar fire seed, he did not move. After gestating it, he had a deeper understanding of the law of immortality. His soul body opened its eyes. Outside the soul world, a bright river of stars appeared, like the Milky Way, very dazzling. The river was filled with gray and white kai, intertwined, difficult to distinguish from each other. This river divided into many tributaries, and the law flowed in it, continuously reaching his body through a small tributary. The river of law. He muttered. He had heard from mentors that each law would have its own river of law. The river of law would divide into many tributaries, endless, and each tributary represented a cultivator who had comprehended this law. Whether it was the human race or other races, it was the same. The river of law belonged to the great world, to the runes of the great world. And these tributaries belonged to the cultivators. What the cultivators needed to do was to control their own tributaries, starting from 1 to 100. Finally, they would enter the true river of law and begin to control the true river of law. He was now like a small fish in a tributary, swimming towards the true immortal river of law. Where he passed was the law that had been controlled. Before, he had swum 2 of the distance. Now he jumped excitedly and passed another 2. His control over the law of immortality had increased a lot, from 2 to 4, doubling. His soul level increased a lot, directly passing the first-tier super god and reaching the third-tier super god. The talent tree shook continuously, and a large amount of soul power was poured in here. In almost an instant, his soul power was completely replenished, directly increasing to the third-tier super god. The control over the law had also reached a whole new level. The original air mass that gestated the stellar fire seed became stronger again, and the nutrients were restored more. The fire seed also recovered faster. The level increased, and all spells became more powerful. The undead legion also reached the third-tier super god. The actual combat strength was temporarily unclear, but he was confident that if he encountered a 7th-tier super god again, he would not be helpless and could definitely besiege it to death. The gaze of the undead, combined with the time curse, could completely kill a 4th-tier super god in an instant. With the undead legion enhanced by 860, his defense was also further improved. It was a pity that the spell could still only carry one of the law, resulting in the power of the spell not being fully unleashed. This trip was a huge gain. Not only did he get the stellar fire seed, but his strength also soared. He was very satisfied. The burning gradually ended. The flames disappeared, and the starry sky returned to normal. Everyone was relieved. It was finally over, and they could continue to comprehend the law. Di Yuaning did not see the figure of Lin Moyu, and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. In his eyes, Lin Moyu was so young and full of hope for the future. As a result, His eyes suddenly widened. He saw a person flying out from the stellar Starfire. Lin Moi was unharmed. Not only was he not injured, but he was also much stronger than before. His cultivation had actually increased from the first-tier super god to the third-tier super god. This was an unimaginable thing. Di Yuanming could not understand. Not only him, but others also could not understand. How could he be fine? This is impossible. Even if I go in, I will die. Not only is he fine, but his cultivation has also increased by 2 levels. Could it be that he encountered some opportunity inside? Everyone was curious and wanted to go forward to ask. Suddenly, they saw a tower-like equipment appear in front of him. He went in, and then it turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared without a trace. He's gone. A super god with flying equipment. It seems his identity is not simple. I see the speed of this flying equipment should also be at the true god level. This little guy must have a true god level elder behind him. Maybe he comes from some big family. Everyone was very curious about Lin Moyu. Ji Yuanming did not say a word, but his heart was in turmoil. He recognized the ancient Thunder Tower, recognized the Chushan Fortress. This is the Chushan Fortress, the battle fortress of the army. Why is it here? Could it be that this little guy has a military background? No wonder he was not afraid just now. With the Chushan Fortress there, the stellar Starfire really couldn't hurt him. This trip's harvest was rich enough. Lin Moyu did not continue to stay in the star system. He had caused a big enough commotion just now. If he stayed, he was afraid he would be surrounded and asked questions. He used the Chushan Fortress to fly towards the teleportation area outside the star system. His eyes were half closed, still thinking about the river of law he had just seen. The river of law was magnificent and majestic. His law of immortality was just a small tributary in it. Only when he controlled the entire tributary could he truly enter the river of law. In other words, what he mastered now was just the surface, far from the real powerhouse. Super God, True God, God King, God Venerable. In the great world, there was a strict hierarchical system, with clear class divisions. Each time he leveled up, his strength would undergo a earth-shaking change. His goal was not just a God Venerable, he knew he needed to work harder. He returned to the teleportation array, and spent another point to go back to living planet Vermilion Bird now. 981. The mission center was also crowded with people, seeming to have a bit more human atmosphere than the human Emperor network. The real mission center also used a spatial formation. It didn't look big from the outside, but the space inside was surprisingly wide. It was still his first time entering the real world mission center. It was not much different from the one in the human Emperor network. The network was just a hypothesis formed from the real world. He looked around and still saw some differences. In the real world mission center, there were independent small rooms, houses like in the outside world. After accepting a mission, one could directly enter the network in the room to complete the mission. At the same time, the center also added some staff. Some missions required manual review. In the eastern area of the center, the mission was a resting place. Many people drank tea there, chatting about their experiences with the mission center. Although there were many people, the entire center was not noisy at all, but rather very quiet. Even when walking, you could clearly hear your own footsteps. He had a feeling like he was back in the library of his previous life. Everyone was busy with their own things without disturbing others. This feeling was very comfortable. He liked it very much. He went to the central counter of the mission center. There were more than 10 staff members here, specially responsible for handling some missions. Someone was submitting a mission. He waited for a while before it was his turn. He observed the entire submission process. It was very simple, and he basically understood it after one look. There were 8 staff members, responsible for 8 circular counters. He chose one of them, and queued up. The reason was very strange. The staff member's name was Lin Xiaoyu, only one word different from his own. Lin Xiaoyu was a girl who looked only in her 20s, very delicate, with a sweet smile. Her level was not high, not yet level 90 by the standards of the small world. But if placed in the small world, she would be a top genius. From the perspective of the great world, she could only be considered average. In the great world, those below the super god level could only be considered ordinary people. There were many cultivators in the great world, but even more ordinary people. Not everyone could become a super god. To be precise, most of the human race were ordinary people. Like in the Vermilion Bird star system no. 98 where he was currently, there were 3 non-life planets. Most of the super gods operated on planet No. 981, which had the most complete cultivation equipment. As for planets 982 and 983, they were mainly inhabited by ordinary people. Ordinary people lived ordinary lives, clearly separated from cultivators. However, there would also be connections. For example, the staff in the mission center, and staff in some other aspects, would recruit some ordinary people with good potential to take on the roles, so that they could come into contact with the world of cultivators earlier. This would help them adapt better in the future. Some big families would even send their descendants to do various jobs in advance to participate. Soon it was his turn. When he walked to the counter, a law descended from the sky and stopped on him. The law had no malicious intent, just to verify some information. This was the real world, not the human emperor network. The first step was to confirm identity. At the top of the mission center was a formation connected to the human emperor network. In this way, his information could be synchronized with the network. Lin Xiaoyi looked at him and saw that they had the same surname, and she seemed to smile even more sweetly. Hello, Senior Lin. May I ask what mission you want to submit? Vermilion Bird None, Life Star System No. 128, Starfire Gold Mission. As soon as he finished speaking, she had already synchronized the mission request for him. The mission has been requested for you. You need to submit at least 10 caddies of Starfire Gold to be considered as having completed the mission. He nodded and took out a fist-sized piece of Starfire Gold. The weight was just over 10 caddies. She used a scouting skill to verify, weighed, confirmed it was correct, and then performed some operations. Then she said with a smile, "Congratulations, Senior, you have completed the mission. You can check your points now. They should have arrived." He checked and saw that the points had indeed arrived. Before accepting the mission, he had 1148 points. The round-trip teleportation cost 2 points, and the mission gave him 100 points. The current points increased to 1246. One was the points he currently had, and the milestone of 1250 was the points obtained through missions. The points in the milestone were used to consider whether authority could be increased, and had nothing to do with the points obtained or consumed. Even if all the points on him were used up, it would not affect the authority upgrade. But the distance to reach third level authority was still very far. Even if each mission had 100 points, he would have to do dozens of missions to reach it. After he thanked the little girl, he turned and left. The smile on her face was even brighter. "Senior, walk slowly." After he left, she whispered, "What a polite senior." In fact, not many cultivators were as polite as him. The politeness of cultivators was limited to how they treated each other. To ordinary people, at least super god-level cultivators, they were always the kind of arrogant experts who looked down on others. But he didn't have that feeling at all. Speaking of which, his 4 lovely wives were only level 70. He did not continue to accept new missions but left the mission center and went to the transaction center. The two places were not far apart, less than 10 kilometers. A straight road, with the mission center and the transaction center at either end. At the speed of a cultivator, 10 kilometers was reached in a flash. After verifying his identity, he entered the transaction center. As soon as he stepped in, the space quickly expanded before his eyes. This place also used a spatial formation to expand the space. The space inside was at least 1,000 times larger than the outside. Then, a huge wave of sound came at him. Hum and see. Best 1,000-year-old black iron. Best super god level material. Only 1 point for every 10 caddies. Soul crystals can be used to refine soul protection equipment. Only 50 points per piece. A treasure map can explore unknown areas. There were more people here than in the mission center. It was extremely lively, completely different from the transaction center he had imagined. He looked at the transaction center and a word unconsciously popped into his head. Market. This place gave him the feeling of being in a market. People set up stalls here, shouting loudly to sell their items. The items were also dazzling, of all kinds. You could buy with points or barter. There were fixed prices, and you could also bargain. It felt like almost all the cultivators in Star System No. 981 were concentrated here. He walked in, passed by the stalls, looking at the items for sale. Most were materials. There were also some things he didn't understand, but it didn't matter. If he really wanted to know, he could directly use his scouting skill. This place looked chaotic, but there was order in the chaos. The outermost area was for super gods, the next layer was for true gods, and if you continued inward, you would truly enter the transaction center. He looked at the different commodities. Most were things he had never seen before. The resources of the great world were many times richer than the small world. This was the fundamental difference between the two. In a few stalls, he saw Starfire Gold. It was not a rare material. Many star systems produced it. He found that the Starfire Gold sold at a street stall was divided into 9 tally portions, each sold for 1 point. and there were indeed people buying it there. If you sold it directly to the transaction center, every 10 caddies would be sold for the same price of 1 point. If he wanted to earn more points, he could spend some time setting up a stall here to sell it. But he valued his time very much. He didn't have time to waste here. After strolling around for a while, he headed towards the true transaction center. It was located in the deepest part of the space, surrounded by a simple soundproof formation. As soon as he stepped inside, the world instantly became quiet, as if the heavens and earth had changed. The layout of the true transaction center was very similar to the mission center, with independent cylindrical trading platforms. The platforms were connected to the human emperor network. You could check prices and directly conduct transactions inside. After confirming a transaction, you could put your items into the platform. Similarly, if you wanted to buy something, the goods would be sent directly through the platform. The platform had both teleportation and storage functions, sufficient to handle ordinary transactions. If you bought relatively precious items where the transaction volume was relatively large, a specialist would come here to provide service. In the transaction center, he also met many staff members. They did not have a fixed workplace. They would go wherever there was a request. Many people were checking information in front of the trading platforms, searching for the items they needed. Outsiders couldn't tell what they were buying or selling at all. All transactions were confidential. He also randomly chose a trading platform and connected his consciousness to it. The image in front of him immediately changed. He once again felt like he was in the starry sky. He knew his consciousness had been connected to the human emperor network. Everything he saw was virtualized by the network. Although it was virtual, it was very real. In the starry sky, there were billions of commodities, including materials, treasures, pills, cultivation methods, and all kinds of strange and magical things. Only things you couldn't think of, not things you couldn't find. He instantly had a feeling of being dazzled. The items were placed very chaotically, without any order at all. He saw a long sword in front of him. The long sword was very exquisite, and the starlight on it made him fascinated. At a glance, he could conclude that this sword was of a very high grade. But when he wanted to check it, he was told that his authority was not enough to view it. Not enough authority, then why exhibit it? He looked at a few more items that looked extraordinary at a glance, but the result was that he had no authority to view them. His consciousness rolled up, only displaying items he had the authority to purchase. Instantly, 99 of the items disappeared. The originally crowded starry sky suddenly became empty. He was speechless for a moment. So many good things, but they were all bait. But bait was good, it could stimulate people's motivation to move forward. Want to get good things? Then go raise your authority, raise your strength. His consciousness moved again, and he proceeded to classify. The remaining items were immediately classified neatly into materials, tools, pills, information, and special categories. He only needed to focus his consciousness on a certain category to see the items he could purchase in that category. He found Starfire Gold in the materials category. All the information about it was displayed before his eyes, including some of its specific uses. Jian Guoyuan had said it had 5 uses. These were the first 4. The last one, which could temper the soul, was not in the information. Perhaps this was discovered by the Zhang family, so it was not in the documents. The price of Starfire Gold sold at the transaction center was slightly high, 1 point for every 8 caddies. But the purchase price was 1 point for every 10 caddies. The net profit for each portion was 2 caddies. He could understand the center's behavior. Those who needed it, as long as the quantity was not large, would go to the street stalls to buy it. 1 point could buy 9 caddies, cheaper than the center. With second-level authority, there were really not many materials he could buy. Moreover, some materials made him speechless. They even had to pay for shipping, and the shipping fee was very expensive. For example, when he saw a material called black tortoise stone, its price was 1 point per portion, each portion being 10 caddies. But the shipping fee for each portion was as high as 10 points. The shipping fee was 10 times higher than the material itself. After checking, he found out why. The black tortoise stone did not come from the neighboring star systems, not even from the Vermilion Bird star domain, but from the black tortoise star domain. It cost a lot of energy to transfer materials from there, so of course, a shipping fee was required. He could fully understand this point. Everything had its price. The transaction center was not a welfare organization. It was impossible to do business at a loss. After looking through the materials for a while, he found that there was nothing he needed. Actually, he didn't know what he needed. Although he had completed 2 missions, he still didn't know much about the Great World. The magic of the Great World was just the tip of the iceberg to him. After looking at the materials, he began to look at the treasures and pills. After a while, he lost interest. It wasn't a matter of insufficient authority, but that there were too few things he could buy. Whether it was treasures, tools, or pills, they were all items of the super god realm. He fixed his eyes on the information category. He muttered, a little curious about what kind of information would be there. In the Human Emperor network, most information was public. You could view corresponding information with corresponding authority. But the information in the transaction center was clearly charged. How to use the power of the starry sky to speed up cultivation. The 10 great uses of the power of faith. Analysis of the potential weaknesses of various races. The prices of this information were not cheap, ranging from 10 to 100 points. Moreover, each person could only view the information they had purchased and could not share it with others. One piece of information could be sold to many people, thus earning a lot of points. Compared to painstakingly doing missions, finding materials, and fighting in secret realms, making money would be much faster. He truly realized that knowledge was priceless. He also chose some information from it. General situation of the human race, 10 points. Secret method for refining the soul robe, 30 points. Various ways to use the power of faith, 20 points. With a wave of his hand, he spent 200 points, and bought 10 pieces of information. It contained information related to the human race and some information he wanted to know. Among them, the secret method for refining the soul robe and the ways to use the power of faith made him very curious. According to the introduction, the soul robe was a very practical soul protection tool that could block attacks on the soul and greatly enhance its defense. The soul was the foundation of all things. A little increase in the soul's defense was a little increase. And the power of faith, he also wanted to know. After entering the great world, the power of faith still existed. It ignored the limitations of space and the world barrier and still existed. This also made him once again appreciate the magic of the power of faith. To be one of the fundamental powers of the human race, the power of faith far exceeded his imagination. After purchasing this information, he found that he had an extra option in the Human Emperor network. My database. Inside was the information he had purchased. He didn't look at it immediately but looked at the remaining option in the transaction center, special category. After focusing his consciousness, he found that there was nothing inside. He knew it was because his authority was too low. With second-level authority, the activity range was only a sphere formed by a radius of nearly 20 light years. Compared to the great world, it was just a very small area. Naturally, there were not too many things he could come into contact with. In other words, I am still in the novice village, not even out of it yet. After looking at everything, he chose to sell. He wanted to sell all the Starfire gold he had obtained. More than 70,000 caddies of Starfire gold could be sold for more than 7,000 points. If sold at a street stall, it could be sold for nearly 8,000 points, but that would waste a lot of time. He felt that time was more precious than points. And there was another important reason: he was also lazy enough. He directly packaged the Starfire gold and sold it to the transaction center. But the trading platform did not accept the Starfire gold. His consciousness returned to his body, and the trading platform actively disconnected from him. Senior Lin. A clear voice sounded. He found a staff member named Qian, a very energetic young man who was also very handsome, probably 15 or 16 years old, standing next to him. His level had reached level 92, which was considered good aptitude even in the great world. He guessed he might be a disciple of some family who had come to adapt in advance. Seeing that he did not react, Qian took the initiative to continue. Senior Lin just wanted to sell materials. Because the transaction volume exceeds the limit of the trading platform, it will be changed to staff service. He could understand. After all, more than 70,000 caddies of Starfire gold was not a small volume. More than 7,000 points was indeed a large amount for a super god with only second-level authority. Qian said, "Senior Lin, please come with me. The dedicated transaction room has been prepared." He nodded. "Lead the way." On the way, he asked, what kind of transaction requires manual intervention? Qian explained, generally, manual intervention can be performed for transactions exceeding 1,000 points. After all, our place is the most ordinary low-level living planet, and the authority is not very high. Some seniors can also request manual intervention when they don't want to conduct transactions on the trading platform. But there are not many such seniors. Qian spoke very carefully, meticulously, and clearly. The two went to the transaction room. There were exactly 9 transaction rooms, each numbered from 1 to 9. He followed Qian to the front of transaction room number 3. The door was tightly closed. From the outside, you couldn't sense whether there was anyone inside. Qiu Yan said, the transaction master is already inside. Senior Lin can go in by himself. He nodded, and went to the transaction room. When he got close, the door automatically opened. After he entered, the door automatically closed. The room was not large. There was a tea table, and behind it sat a person, the transaction master. In a corner was a small teleportation array. He immediately thought of its function. After the transaction was completed, he could use it to leave. No one would know where he went, thus ensuring his safety. Hello, Senior Lin. I am Transaction Master Lin Xiaoyu. I will serve you for this transaction. He looked at the transaction master, Lin Xiaoyu. Whether it was her expression, temperament, or appearance, she was similar to Lin Xiaoyu from the mission center. Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, only one word difference. Seeing that he said nothing, Lin Xiaoyu was also very smart and didn't say much. She poured him a cup of hot tea. The aroma of the tea lingered in the room. Her clear voice sounded. Senior Lin, please have some tea. He sat down and asked, do you have a sister? Lin Xiaoyu smiled. Senior has met Xiaoyu. He nodded. I just came back from the mission center. Dodu in the younger sister. She didn't explain much, and he didn't ask too much. However, he had confirmed that people like them must be disciples of some family. Qiu Yan was also the same. The big families all had their unique ways of nurturing disciples, and the descendants who could be sent out to adapt and advance were probably the most outstanding in talent. He asked, how do we transact? Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a palm-sized round plate on the table. Senior just needs to take out the Starfire gold and place it on it. There is an activated formation carved on the round plate, emitting a faint light. She definitely knew the amount of Starfire gold, and still said so, which showed that this round plate was definitely not ordinary. He first took out 1,000 catty piece of Starfire gold and placed it on the plate. The formation on the plate immediately burst into a brilliant light, and the gold quickly shrank in the light. He realized that there must be a storage space inside this round plate. Lin Xiaoyu said, Senior, please rest assured. A spatial formation was added during the refining process of this round plate. The space inside is very large. He immediately took out all the Starfire gold and threw it in. The round plate shone brightly, as if there was endless space. No matter how much he threw in, it would take it all in. After he had thrown all the Starfire gold in, she said it will be calculated in points. Senior Lin, are you willing? He grunted in agreement. A bright smile appeared on her face. She lightly patted the round plate. The formation on it immediately stopped operating. Then the transaction is complete. Her voice was crisp and decisive. He received the points at the same time. 8,446 points was the total he had. One was the points he had obtained through missions, which could be used to upgrade his authority. When this point reached 10,000, his authority could also be raised to level 3. Only 1250 points was still very far from 10,000. Each second level mission was worth at least 50 points and at most 200 points. He would have to do many missions to get there. He looked at her. I have a question I want to ask. She was very patient and said with a smile, Senior, please ask. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. She maintained a very low posture. He knew that with his own strength, he was probably nothing in front of her family. But whether it was her or her sister, there was no trace of arrogance. Their family education is clearly very good. He asked, I want to know if there is any way to quickly raise the authority level. She instinctively answered, do missions. He took a sip of tea. And no. I'm asking besides doing missions. She shook her head. No, only doing missions. The Human Emperor Network's monitoring is very powerful. He was a little disappointed. It seemed there was no other way. Only to follow the rules. The network of the Human Emperor spread to the entire human world. It was very difficult to find loopholes. She said softly, actually, doing missions is quite good. You can accumulate experience and raise your level. Besides, the missions in the Human Emperor Network are not dangerous. He smiled and said, thank you, I know. She suddenly thought of something. By the way, there is another way. It might be feasible. Oh, if. Tell me. His eyes lit up slightly. She hesitated a little. Going to the front line to kill alien races can also earn points. The points obtained from killing alien races are the same as those from missions, and can be used to raise authority. But going to the front line is too dangerous. Besides, with your current authority, you can't go. The activity range of second level authority is too small, only 20 light years, and the nearest border to the human area is also 5 light years away from here. Of course, he could also choose to go there by himself. But with such a long distance, even if he used the Chushan fortress to cross, It would take a very long time. The method she mentioned seemed to be the same as not saying anything. She continued, actually, even if you go now, you won't be allowed to go to the battlefield. I heard from the elders in my family that you must at least reach the true god level to be allowed to join the army. Super gods are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. He thought of his own guess. Now, through her words, it was indeed so. The various rules of the human race, even if they restricted the race, were actually protecting the younger generation. Super gods were restricted in authority, could not go to the front line, could not join the army, and could only choose to do various missions to raise their authority. At the same time, when completing missions, their strength would also increase accordingly. They had to wait until they reached the true god level to be qualified to go to the battlefield. Moreover, not all true gods would go to the battlefield. The vast majority would choose to continue doing missions, continue to comprehend laws, and enhance their strength. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was not so arrogant and reckless. I was too impatient. He secretly laughed at his own ignorance. He couldn't bring the mentality of the small world to the great world. In the great world, there was no entares. There were many people who could kill him. If he was not careful, he might die. The aura on his body gradually changed, becoming more calm. Finally, a trace of impatience was destroyed. He picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Good tea. Thank you for your praise, Senior Lin. She didn't know the change in his heart, but still smiled very brightly. The two sisters seemed to have a smiling face, which made people feel a little more comfortable when they saw it. He left the transaction center through the teleportation array in the room. A loud noise came from a distance. He found himself in the city. After entering the great world, he had always been thinking about how to quickly increase his strength, and had never thought of seeing how the human race in the great world lived. Especially how ordinary people live. Now that he had finally calmed down, since he was here, he would take a look. He walked into the city and blended into the ordinary crowd. The clothes he was wearing were still from the small world, with a completely different style from the great world. However, the people of the great world seemed to be used to this, so his appearance did not cause anyone to be surprised. Those ordinary people seemed to be used to the existence of super gods. Moreover, many people took them as their goal, striving to get rid of their ordinary status. In the great world, information was also blocked, but what needed to be made public would not be hidden. In the city, all kinds of facilities were very complete. Schools and libraries were not lacking. Ordinary people could study in school, find jobs, and earn accumulation points. What made him feel strange was that although ordinary people could not connect to the human emperor network, they still used accumulation points. They could use a special tool to connect to the network to store and use points. Although it was not like super gods who could access it with their consciousness, it was enough to meet the needs of daily life. The human emperor network was everywhere, just that it divided authority for everyone. Different authorities could do different things. He felt the vibrant atmosphere of life, walked into a tea house, asked for a private room, and ordered the most expensive and best tea, which only cost 1 accumulation point. He drank tea alone, slowly began to look at the information he had bought. Not only the information he had spent accumulation points to buy, but also other public information. He also planned to look at it carefully. He sat in the tea house drinking tea, cup after cup, his consciousness connected to the human emperor network to look up information. The sun rose, and the moon set. He sat in the tea room for 2 full days, and 2 nights. During that time, he ordered another pot of tea, which cost another accumulation point. For ordinary people, 1 accumulation point was not a small amount of money. 2 days later, he finally had a preliminary understanding of the great world, no longer as ignorant as before. His mood completely calmed down, and he was no longer in a hurry, preparing to implement his plan step by step. Since he had come to the great world and joined the human race, he would do things according to the rules of the human race, and his whole person became relaxed. The great world was not as simple as I thought. Not only was the hierarchy clear, but it was also very strict. Green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, the 4 great star domains. The star domains were also divided into levels. The naming and numbering of the star systems were not random. The closer to the center of the star domain, the richer the material resources, the clearer the laws, and the higher the level of the star system. The vermilion bird star system now. 98 where I am is just a low-level star system. In the 4 great star domains, from star system No. 1 to star system No. 10 belong to the high-level star system range, from star system No. 11 to star system No. 50 belong to the mid-level star system, and from star system No. 51 to star system No. 1000 belong to the low level star system. Those star systems beyond No. 1000 are not even considered low-level star systems. In those star systems, cultivation resources are extremely scarce, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate to the super god level. Without extraordinary talent, don't even think about it. Not only the unranked star systems, but also the small worlds. Therefore, those who can cultivate to the super god level in the small world are valued, like a golden phoenix appearing in a chicken coop. No one knows whether this golden phoenix will fly high into the sky or still be lost. Whether it can adapt to the great world is also a problem. No one can predict in advance, only take one step at a time. However, he could see from the documents that the high-level members of the human race were very eager for top-level powerhouses. After reading the documents, he finally had a clear understanding of the human race. This was a race that had experienced collapse, was almost destroyed, and then stood up from the ashes. It was extremely difficult. He had a direction, and knew what he should do in the future. His goal, and the needs of the human race were in the same direction, so there would be no conflict between the two. He put down the teacup and looked towards the street outside the tea house. There were many young people passing by on the street. They wore the costumes of the human race, long robes, looking very harmonious. They exuded the breath of youth. He thought that when he was 20, he seemed to have been fighting monsters in dungeons, fighting demons on the battlefield, and going through countless secret realms. The human race in the great world was too well protected. Leaving the tea house, he also left the city and returned to the area dedicated to cultivators. Ordinary people would not enter this area. Besides the staff, only cultivators like him, at least super gods, were there. He thought about the power of faith in his heart. The information he got only mentioned some of the most basic effects of the power of faith, improving the comprehension level of laws, improving soul quality, improving soul level, and even adding the power of faith to spells to enhance their power. But it didn't say specifically how to do it. As one of the most basic powers of the human race, the power of faith was somewhat heightened and had a very high status. Super gods could hardly come into contact with it. Even true gods, very few could. The document mentioned that to understand the power of faith, one might have to wait until becoming a god. The rest was about forging. There were many methods of forging. Specifically, they could be divided into two types, law forging and soul forging. Law forging had methods such as fire forging, water forging, and wind forging. The entire forging process was diverse and extremely complex. Soul forging was much simpler. It was using soul power to forge. The most troublesome thing about soul forging was that it needed a strong soul as a pillar, and his biggest advantage was that his soul power was strong enough. Therefore, this method was most suitable for him. Refining the sleep coffin was using the soul forging method. The whole process lasted for a full month without any situation of insufficient soul power. He had learned the refining method of the soul robe. Many methods could be used to refine it, but the best effect was still using the soul forging method. After all, this was an item for the soul, so using the soul forging method would naturally have the best effect. There were also many types of materials for refining the soul robe. The higher the grade of the material, the better the effect. Coincidentally, he had the necessary materials, Starfire gold essence. It was a true god-level material. If used to refine the soul robe, it could raise the soul's defense to a very considerable level. Coupled with his soul quality, at that time, even a god king's soul attack might not be able to kill him. No matter what he did, safety was always the top priority. He went to the forging center. There were many large-scale forging rooms here. No matter what kind of forging environment you needed, you could find it. Forging here could significantly improve the success rate. Similarly, the rent for the forging rooms here was not cheap. The rent was 10 accumulation points per day, enough to deter many people. He rented a room suitable for soul forging. There was a formation in the room that could speed up the recovery of soul power and also eliminate the interference of other laws. For a forging room of 10 accumulation points a day, this was already very good. Actually, he could completely refine the soul robe elsewhere, but he wanted to experience it, at least to experience all the facilities for cultivators in the great world. The mission center, the transaction center, the forging center. Next, he also wanted to go to the alchemy center to see. Vermilion Bird Star System No. 981 might be the place he stayed the longest in the near future, so he had to understand it well. The door of the forging room closed. Until he took the initiative to go out or his accumulation points were insufficient, the door would be opened. No one would disturb him. He took out the Starfire gold essence. This true god-level material radiated a very enchanting light. Starfire gold contained the fire element law, and so did Starfire gold essence. The fire element law burned the Starfire gold essence, making its material very magical. Now his soul power poured in and began to refine it. From the beginning of forging, he entered his state of immersion. Just like when refining the abyss coffin, he became focused, not disturbed by external objects. Vermilion Bird Star Domain, Star System No. 1. In a magnificent palace, an old man with a healthy spirit, wearing a neat and clean long robe, his eyes flashing, exuded a terrifying power. It was not intentional, but just an unintentional revelation that made the space distorted. This was the space of the great world, extremely strong, but it still could not withstand his unintentional exuded majesty. Let's see, how are the young people recently? According to his words, his will was like a flood, and a huge light screen appeared in front of him. On the screen displayed countless names. These were all the names of those who had become super gods within the past year. It also included all those who came from small worlds and little-known star systems. Lin Moi was also among them. The Vermilion Bird Star Domain was too large, with thousands of living star systems, countless small worlds, and an endless population. Every year, countless new super gods appeared, at least millions. The Human Emperor Network had listed everyone, without a single one missing. The old man's eyes were like torches. Good. There are quite a few this year. Sort by age, only take the top 1,000. According to his will, the Human Emperor Network immediately completed the ranking. Millions of names disappear, leaving only 1,000. Lin Moi was unexpectedly in the first place. The old man saw his age was 28 and muttered, 28 years old, so young. Then he trembled and his eyes widened. What? 28 years old, how can it be like this? Sorted by age, Lin Moi was first at 28. The second was 72. In previous years, entering the super god level at 72 was considered a mainstream genius. But now, because of his halo, he was completely overshadowed. 28 years old was not a matter of being a few years younger, but the meaning of this age was too extraordinary. Even the old man who had lived for countless years and experienced countless storms, at this moment, showed a look of surprise. His voice became hoarse, extremely low. Check Lin Moi's potential assessment. The Human Emperor Network immediately displayed his potential assessment, and the time it was given. Legendary. The old man couldn't help but exclaim again. This result was both within his expectations and surprised him. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly laughed heartily. Too good, our human race has another peerless genius. He said excitedly, give me all of Lin Moi's documents. He was too excited and had momentarily lost his usual demeanor, revealing his true nature. The Human Emperor Network obeyed and took out all the documents related to him. There was also a division of authority in the network. The old man had very high authority. Although he couldn't see his assessment process in the War God Hall, it was not a problem to see his documents. His detailed documents appeared before the old man, very complete. Even the missions he had completed in the past few days. The information he had bought, all the records were there. The old man carefully examined them, occasionally praising them. In just a few days, he has completed 2 missions, both up to the 3rd tier super god, and even completed the Meteorite Secret Realm mission. So good. And sold so much Starfire gold, it seems he found a mineral vein. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Not only did he have an amazing growth rate, but his luck was also very good. Completed the potential assessment in the War God Hall of Star System No. 9. Recently the person on duty there is old man Luo Qiankun. Not good. Luo Qiankun must also know of his existence. I'm afraid the War God Hall wants to compete with us for him. We absolutely cannot let them snatch him first. The old man immediately became anxious. He was about to call someone to bring him here, but after thinking for a moment, he stopped. His consciousness connected to the Human Emperor Network again, directly contacting Luo Qiankun, who was on duty in the War God Hall. Luo Qiankun, don't play dead. Come out. Old Luo into King Shuwan's mouth. And old Luo in the old man's mouth. His real name was Luo Qiankun. Luo Qiankun's figure appeared in the Human Emperor Network. Through the network, the two, who were tens of thousands of light years apart, sought each other. Luo Qiankun slightly opened his eyes. Third Master Chu, are you looking to die? Being called Third Master Chu by him, the old man didn't mind at all. Luo Qiankun, I ask you, that kid Lin Moyo, do you want to recruit him into the War God Hall? Luo Qiankun snorted. So what if I do? Can you manage it? Third Master Chu said angrily, you're dreaming. I'm just telling you, this old man has already taken a fancy to this young man. Luo Qiankun laughed. You say you've taken a fancy to him. And he's yours. I've already handed his documents to the Hall Master. If you have the guts, Go talk to the hallmaster. Third Master Chu was immediately speechless, his face turning red and then white. He said coldly, "Fine, you are unjust. I am unrighteous. In that case, I will go talk to the city lord about this. The city lord wants to accept a disciple recently. I think Lin Moyu is very suitable." Luo Klainkun gave him a look, completely ignoring him. "If you want to talk, go ahead. What does it have to do with me? Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. I still have to comprehend the law of the mind. Next time, I will come and smash your domain lord's mansion." Luo Kleinkun's temper flared up, and his aura was also very frightening. Third Master Chu was startled. He knew he could really do it. He snorted. "You War God Hall guys snatch people every year. The past few years, I'll let it go. This time, it won't be so easy." He reported the information about Lin Moyu to the city lord. Soon, the city lord replied. The general meaning was to continue to observe his subsequent performance. Third Master Chu understood the city lord's caution. There were many geniuses who performed strongly in the early stages but became mediocre in the later stages. The city lord accepting a disciple was a major event and could not be rushed. However, the city lord had also greeted the hallmaster of the War God Hall. For the time being, the War God Hall would not go to find Lin Moyu, just like others, giving him space to develop freely. After receiving the news, Third Master Chu pondered for a moment, and muttered, "Then let him develop freely. But I can't completely let go. I still have to follow him. I can give him some suitable missions to let him raise his authority faster. I absolutely cannot let the people of the War God Hall contact him." He gave an order, and immediately someone went to Vermilion Bird Star System No. 981, where Lin Moyu was. Lin Moyu stayed in the forging room, not stepping out for 10 consecutive days. 10 days later, the door opened, and he walked out. His face and spirit were good, without any signs of weakness after soul forging. Ordinary people, after soul forging, due to excessive soul power consumption, would feel weak and powerless, needing a period of time to recover. But he did not feel tired at all, and his face and spirit were still at their peak. At this moment, his mood was very good. His first real forging was very perfect. The soul robe had been successfully refined and was worn on his soul. The robe, refined from Starfire gold essence, was bright red. His soul felt the warmth brought by it and felt very comfortable. Starfire gold essence, like Starfire gold, had the effect of improving soul quality. It was a pity that his soul quality was too high, and this effect was not shown. After having the soul robe, his soul's defense had increased significantly. Now, even a God King's soul attack might not be able to kill him. "Let's go to the Alchemy Center to see," he thought, and went to the Alchemy Center through the teleportation air ray. The Alchemy Center was shrouded in the fragrance of various medicinal herbs all year round, and the smell of medicine penetrated the heart and lungs. However, he knew nothing about alchemy, so he just took a tour and then left. There were not many pills that could be bought with second-level authority, and the effects were not very good. At most, some healing medicines, but he had almost no need for them. He left the Alchemy Center and returned to the Mission Center. He had his own plan. In the next few days, he would continuously complete missions, raise his authority, and at the same time, raise his authority to level 3 with the fastest speed. With third-level authority, the teleportation range would be greatly expanded, exceeding 100 light years, dozens of times the current range. At that time, the missions he could accept would also be more, and the accumulation points received after completing each mission would also be more. Returning to the mission center, he began to look at the missions. There were only so many second-level authority missions, especially high accumulation missions, and the number was getting smaller and smaller. After looking through them, he targeted some material-seeking missions. The requirements and rewards were similar to the Starfire Gold mission. Among them, there was a rather special mission to search for a strange creature called the rock-shattering worm. They usually lived in shattered stars. They hardly ever left the shattered stars where they were born. Once they left, it meant death. So the mission requirement was to find the rock-shattering worm, then record the coordinates and upload them to the Human Emperor network. Naturally, someone would come to get the worm. The accumulation point reward for this mission was 100. He was about to accept it right away. Suddenly, a new mission appeared in the mission list. Jumping straight to the top. Urgent mission. Investigate the abnormality of living planet Vermilion Bird No. 1053. The detailed information could only be viewed after accepting the mission. Moreover, only 1,000 people were allowed to accept it. He accepted it immediately without thinking. He now knew that missions also had many types, the most common being regular missions. The 2 missions he had done before were both regular missions. Besides, there were special missions and urgent missions. Generally, urgent missions had the best rewards among all types. Urgent missions were usually unexpected events directly issued by the Human Emperor Network. After accepting the mission, he saw the detailed information. On living planet Vermilionberg, no. 1053, a large number of humans had died for unknown reasons. At the same time, a large number of humans had contracted a strange disease, requiring cultivators to go there to investigate. The reward calculation for this mission was also different from others. 1,000 people would participate together, but would investigate separately. Depending on the mission completion rate and contribution, the rewards would also be different. The specific reward would only be settled after the mission was completed. The mission only gave a reward range of 0 to 1,000 accumulation points. After accepting the mission, he directly went to the nearest teleportation array. Many people went with him, at least 50 odd. All cultivators who had just won the mission. The urgent mission issued by the Human Emperor Network this time was aimed at several neighboring star systems. All cultivators with second-level authority could accept it. It was just that the number of people was limited. Only 1,000 slots. Those who could get it were all quick and it. The teleportation array was very fast and sent them to star system No. 105 one after another. From the accumulation points, the distance was 10 to 20 light years. Each teleportation required 2 accumulation points. Double the distance, of course. The fee would be double. Teleporting to a living star system had an advantage. You could go directly to the destination. Unlike teleporting to a non-ice star system, where you could only teleport to the outer area and had to use your own tools to fly in. He directly teleported to living planet Vermilionberg No. 1053. As soon as he left the teleportation array, he frowned. The death clay was too thick. This is the power of a curse. He was secretly shocked. This living planet was covered by the power of a curse. Don't block the teleportation array, move aside. A shout was heard in his ear, and he immediately made way. The teleportation array continuously lit up, and people kept teleporting in. More and more super gods arrived. The sound of people's discussions was heard in his ear. Why can't I feel any life breath from this living planet? I feel a very strong curse power. This kind of power shouldn't appear on a living planet. Someone has cast a vicious curse on the living planet. It's an alien race. Everyone thought of the main reason an alien race had cast a curse here. In the vast Vermilionberg star domain, star system No. 105 was a low-level star system. Especially since most of the people living on living planet No. 1053 were ordinary people, without many super gods. If a powerful alien race came here, as long as they were careful enough, it would indeed not be easy to be discovered. The Human Emperor Network was powerful, but not omnipotent. There were always blind spots in monitoring, and similar things often happened. It must be an alien race that came here to cast a curse, but I don't know how many came. No matter how many, we must make them come but not return. How can we let an alien race run rampant on our human territory? The human super gods present all gritted their teeth at the alien race. They also knew that the alien races that sneaked in like this were definitely not very strong. If they were too strong, they would definitely be discovered by the Human Emperor Network. Moreover, since the network had issued this mission, it meant that it had grasped their movements and knew their strength. After everyone arrived, the mission information chain. Living planet Vermilionberg No. 1053 has been invaded by an alien race and has been cursed. Mission 1. Find the alien race and eliminate them. Mission 2. Remove the curse power and restore the living planet. Mission 3. Heal the fellow human race. After the mission is completed, rewards will be given based on each person's contribution. After the mission was issued, thousands of super gods split up into groups and acted. The speed of a super god was very fast, and in an instant, they had scattered everywhere. In front of the teleportation array, there was immediately no one left. Lin Moyu looked up at the sky, suddenly frowned, and his whole body shot up. In an instant, he passed through the clouds and came above them. The bright sunlight shone down. Star System No. 105 was a normal living star system. Like Star System No. named E8, it had a bright and hot star. But now the light of the star was blocked by a thick layer of clouds. He felt the warmth of the sun, and at the same time, the coldness of the dark clouds. His face became extremely gloomy. This was not a cloud layer at all, but a curse cloud. The entire planet was covered by a thick curse cloud, losing the light of the star. The planet was shrouded in darkness. The temperature dropped sharply, and at the same time, it was accompanied by the power of the curse, causing great casualties. He possessed curse spells, including a very powerful poison curse, and had a very deep understanding of the power of curses. He recognized the curse cloud at a glance. As long as it was not removed, it would be very difficult for the entire planet to recover. Since the alien race dared to sneak in, it would not be easy to find them. The Human Emperor Network did not specify where the alien race was. Maybe they had already left this planet. The curse cloud could not be resolved in a short time. Before that, he decided to heal the fellow human race on the planet first. If he could save one, it was one. He would try to minimize the casualties. He drilled back into the clouds, distinguished the direction, and flew towards the place with the strongest life breath. He arrived above a city, and his face immediately became extremely ugly. Many people had died, their corpses piled up like mountains. On the other side, the survivors affected by the curse were gathered together for treatment. Everyone's spirit was low, lethargic, and the situation was very bad. There were cultivators skilled in healing, regardless of their strength, continuously treating everyone. At the same time, a formation was in operation, conducting treatment, but the effect was very small. The super gods who had just arrived were also helpless. In truth, most of the super god level experts who came here were searching for the alien race. They wanted to solve the problem at its root. Not everyone was skilled at healing the injured. After Lin Moyu arrived, he waved his hand, creating powerful gusts of wind. The law of immortality roared, carrying two colors, gray and white. The wind itself took on these colors. The white wind, filled with vibrant life force, blew over the humans. Everyone felt their spirits lift, their bodies instantly feeling much healthier, and their complexion becoming rosy. The gray wind carried the breath of death, blowing into the thick clouds of the curse. The law of immortality, with its power of death and decay, could even corrode the curse itself. The curse cloud immediately weakened significantly, and a ray of light even pierced through, bringing a sliver of brightness to the darkness. Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving our lives. The rescued people all thanked Lin Moyu. The other super god level experts who had come looked at Lin Moyu with astonishment, not expecting him to be able to deal with the curse. In that moment, they were filled with curiosity about him. A third-tier super god wasn't considered exceptionally powerful, but his laws were strange, unlike anything they had ever seen. Lin Moyu sighed. What he was doing was merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. It couldn't eliminate the curse, only provide temporary relief. Amidst everyone's gratitude, Lin Moyu felt no joy, his expression grave as he flew towards another area. He moved quickly, taking only half a day to fly across the entire planet, healing all the survivors. Although he couldn't eradicate the curse, he at least helped them maintain their current state. The curse cloud also thinned considerably due to his actions. Next, I have to find the source and eliminate these bugs, he said, his voice filled with killing intent. At that moment, Lin Moyu felt as if he had returned to the small world. Year after year, endless fighting, ceaseless slaughter, the alien races were what he hated most. In the small world, it was the alien races that invaded. Now in the great world, it was the same. Half a day passed. The thousands of super god level experts who had arrived had scoured the entire living planet, searching everywhere, but they still couldn't find any sign of the alien race. A few super gods were even affected by the curse and became weakened. The curse had a cumulative effect. The longer it lingered, the more unbearable it became, even for super god level experts. The experts grew anxious and frustrated. They cursed continuously, feeling utterly aggrieved. This is disgusting. I'd rather have a straightforward fight. Exactly. I'd rather fight a true god than deal with this. Get real. A true god could crush you with a single finger. What race is this, anyway? It's just too vile. Though, what's he doing? Before everyone's eyes, Lin Moyu flew alone into the curse cloud, swallowed by its dense layers. Does he think the aliens are hiding in the curse cloud? They've all searched there. They're not in there. Besides, the curse is even stronger inside the cloud. He's going to suffer for it. Over the past half day, Lin Moyu had made a name for himself. When everyone else was helpless, only he could alleviate the curse, though he couldn't solve the root problem. Now that he had entered the curse cloud, no one believed he could find the alien race. They had searched thoroughly, the aliens simply weren't there. Lin Moyu flew into the curse cloud. It was pitch black and eerily silent all around him. The power of the curse, carrying threads of its law, surged towards him like countless venomous snakes. However, a faint gray light erupted from Lin Moyu's body, as the death aspect of his law of immortality manifested. The venomous cursed snakes, as if seeing something even more toxic than themselves, scattered in fear and flood. Lin Moyu sensed the origin of the curse. Through his understanding of its power, he gradually found a clue. Nothing in this world was without trace. Every phenomenon left clues. Through the fluctuations of the curse's law, Lin Moyu locked onto its source. 300 kilometers. Lin Moyu's eyes flashed as he shot through the cursed cloud. He covered the distance in an instant. Emerging from the cloud, he saw the source of the curse, a small blade of grass, to be precise, a worm in the soil beneath it. It looked ordinary, just a small worm the size of a pinky finger, completely black. In the dim light, mixed with the black soil and shielded by the grass, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Even a spiritual scan would unconsciously overlook it. The moment he locked onto it, Lin Moyu recalled a race he had read about in some documents, the Black Blind Tribe. This race itself didn't possess strong offensive power but excelled in curse magic. Furthermore, they had a unique trait: any life force from beings killed by their curse would be absorbed by them. The more creatures killed by the curse, and the stronger those creatures were, the more powerful the Black Blind Tribe would become. The Black Blind Tribe was despised by other races, but they were too insignificant. The strongest among them was only a god venerable. To powerful races, they were easily annihilated, so over time, no one paid them any mind. He never expected them to dare provoke the human race this time. Lin Moyu didn't alert the worm. Instead, he returned to the cursed cloud, and began searching for other members of the Black Blind Tribe. A single one wasn't enough to envelop an entire living planet with a curse. Following the aura of the curse, he quickly found the second one. Then the third, the fourth. One by one, he found them all. There were a total of 108 members of the Black Blind Tribe. They had combined their power to spew out the cursed cloud that covered the entire planet. These members of the Black Blind Tribe were not strong. The most powerful was only a 5th-tier super god. Besides curses, they had no other significant combat abilities. Coincidentally, Lin Moyu was not afraid of curses. He could be considered their nemesis. After finding all of them, Lin Moyu prepared to act. Skeletons of godly generals appeared within the cursed cloud. While searching for the Black Blind Tribe, he had already positioned his godly generals. He assigned 10 godly generals to each member of the tribe, a sign that he was taking them seriously. He believed that under the siege of his godly generals, they would have no chance of escape. Just as he was about to give the order, he paused. Something's not right. There seems to be one more. Lin Moyu had reviewed many documents, including introductions to various alien races. When the Black Blind Tribe acted, there was always a leader. He had found 108 of them, but the leader was missing. To kill an enemy, one must cut the root. If he killed these worms, the cursed cloud would dissipate, making it very difficult to find the leader. Only now, through the connection of the curse's law, could he find it. Lin Moyu began searching carefully again, weaving through the cursed cloud. The other super god level experts watched, bewildered. They didn't know what Lin Moyu was doing, only that he was flying back and forth within the cloud. Some tried to follow, but found they couldn't keep up. The moment Lin Moyu entered the cloud, he would vanish. After flying back and forth dozens of times, Lin Moyu finally grasped the last wisp of an aura. Following a faint thread of law, he saw the leader of the Black Blind Tribe. It had grown wings and was beginning to metamorphose. Its strength had reached the 7th-tier supergod level. Once it unleashed a powerful curse, it could easily kill the supergod level experts who had come here. Lin Moyu himself was not afraid of curses. The law of immortality was their nemesis. The power of a curse was like a mouse seeing a cat. When faced with his law, it would flee faster than anything. Lin Moyu decided to eliminate the Black Blind Tribe as quickly as possible, including the winged leader. An army of skeleton godly generals appeared in the cursed cloud. With a point of his finger, a massive eye of the undead, over 100,000 meters wide, opened in the sky. Simultaneously, the prepared godly generals charged forward like lightning, instantly appearing before the Black Blind Tribe members. The swords in their hands locked onto their targets, giving them no chance to escape. The current skeleton godly generals could instantly kill a 5th-tier super god, and severely injure or kill a 7th-tier super god. Dealing with the defensively weak Black Blind Tribe was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, and it was effortless. As for the leader, Lin Moyu would handle it himself. The Eye of the Undead, the Curse of Time, the Law of Immortality, the skeleton godly generals, he used everything at his disposal. The Black Blind Tribe died amidst screams, and the super god level experts on the planet watched in daze. Why had so many skeletons suddenly appeared from the cursed cloud? And why were these skeletons killing worms on the ground? They looked closer and saw that these worms were all super god level. I remember now. It's the Black Blind Tribe, the ones skilled in curses. No wonder. The Black Blind Tribe is good at hiding besides using curses. How did he find them? This kid, Lin Moyu, is incredible. Are these skeletons summoned by him? Or are they puppets? Previously, they had found Lin Moyu's back and forth flying somewhat amusing, thinking he wouldn't find anything. But now, his actions were a slap to their faces. With the death of the Black Blind tribe, the cursed cloud in the sky became like duckweed without roots. Lin Moyu created strong winds, and the law of immortality, carrying the power of death and decay, blew the cursed cloud away. Meanwhile, a white wind brought vitality to everyone. The condition of many humans rapidly improved. The curse was dispelled by the white wind, restoring their life force. The skeletons returned one by one, carrying the corpses of the Black Blind tribe. Their corpses were a decent material for alchemy. They were sold in the transaction area before, and the price wasn't cheap. Even if he didn't sell them, he could directly trade them at the transaction center for accumulation points. Following the principle that every little bit counts, Lin Moyu wouldn't let them go to waste. As the cursed cloud vanished, sunlight once again blanketed the land. The strong wind continued to blow across the planet. The life force within the law of immortality dispelled the curse, bringing vitality back to the planet. As the wind swept through, abundant life force filled the world. The miracle of life was recreated in that instant. Plants grew vigorously, experiencing years of growth in just a few hours. When the wind stopped, all the curses were gone. Except for the dead who could not be revived, the crisis on planet 1053 was completely resolved. At this moment, everyone received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Mission complete. Mission rewards will now be settled. Next, each person received their individual rewards. Those who received the notification had strange expressions, a mix of anger, amusement, and helplessness. How many points did you get? I got 5. After accounting for travel fees, I only earned 1 point. Haha, we did better than you. I got 10 accumulation points. This mission was a rip-off. The reward is so low. That's because you didn't perform well. I got 20 points. I wonder how many accumulation points he got. Everyone was curious about how many points Lin Moyu received. After all, the entire mission was practically completed by him alone, from the initial healing to finding and killing the Black Blind tribe, and finally dispelling the curse. This third-tier super god, Lin Moyu, had displayed astonishing power. No one could be envious because he had achieved it through his own strength, without any tricks. Envy only makes one fall behind. A tenet of the human race was to not envy others. If you could admire them, then strive to catch up. Envy was the most useless emotion, and should be discarded. Lin Moyu also received his mission rewards. The moment he saw the notification, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Mission 1. Find and eliminate the alien race. Completion rate, 100. Reward, 500 accumulation points. Mission 2. Remove the curse's power and restore the living planet. Completion rate, 100. Reward, 300 accumulation points. Mission 3. Heal fellow humans. Completion rate, 100. Reward, 200 accumulation points. All 3 missions were completed perfectly. Total completion rate, 100. Reward doubled. Lin Moyu received an additional 2,000 accumulation points. Total accumulation points, 20,869. This mission directly earned him 2,000 points. Lin Moyu felt it was well worth it. If only there were always such urgent missions. A few more, and he could upgrade to 3rd level authority. As he was thinking, another notification suddenly appeared. Special mission. Proceed to non-life star system no. 0. Lin Moyu checked. Non-life star system no. 0 was a full 150 light years away from him. Teleporting there would cost 150 accumulation points. The problem was, he couldn't even go there. At this moment, the special mission displayed a prompt. Accepting this special mission will grant direct teleportation to the destination, bypassing level and authority-based travel distance restrictions. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. There was such a benefit. Special missions were called special for a reason, but they were rare and only appeared under specific circumstances. He didn't know what condition he had met to trigger it, but accepting it was surely the right move. After he accepted the mission, a spatial passage suddenly appeared in front of him and sucked him in. After Lin Moyu was pulled into the spatial passage, Third Master Chu and the Vermilion Bird Star System No. 1 simultaneously received a message. The Domain Lord has issued this special mission as you requested. Third Master Chu asked, did he accept it? The voice on the other end replied, he accepted it. He is on his way to non-life star planet Vermilion Bird No. 0. Third Master Chu laughed heartily. Very good. Continue to monitor him and report all his actions to me. Your subordinate obeys. Disconnect him. Third Master Chu laughed again. He could emerge unscathed from a star with defenses comparable to a true god. After obtaining the Starfire gold mineral vein, he must have also acquired Starfire gold essence. Then he bought the soul forging method for the soul robe, and used it to forge one, which proves his soul power is abundant. Kid, just how much skill do you have? Show me everything you've got. Everything Lin Moyu had experienced was accurately guessed by Third Master Chu. Lin Moyu's actions were all done in public. With Third Master Chu's status, a simple investigation and some deduction could reveal 80 to 90% of the truth. Lin Moyu's performance was too outstanding, completely exceeding his expectations. Surviving the meteorite secret realm as a first-tier super god proved Lin Moyu had superior observation skills and combat power far beyond his level. Emerging unharmed from the Starfire star and obtaining a large amount of Starfire gold once again proved his combat strength and extremely strong defense. Finally, being able to forge a soul robe with the soul forging method showed that his soul was also not weak. Meticulous observation, attack power, defense, soul power, he was strong in every aspect. At 28 years old, his potential was assessed as legendary. Third Master Chu no longer knew what words to use to describe Lin Moyu. His existence was truly a miracle. Third Master Chu wanted to record everything Lin Moyu did and report it to the City Lord. Perhaps Lin Moyu would be valued by the City Lord, and become a disciple of non-life star system Vermilion Bird No. 0. Lin Moyu finished the 1500-second teleportation and appeared outside the star system. His arrival point was very close to a teleportation array, allowing him to leave through it after completing the mission. After he finished teleporting, the mission information was updated. Investigation mission. Non-life star system Vermilion Bird No. 0. Mission description. The star in non-life star system Vermilion Bird No. 0 has recently shown signs of fluctuation. Conduct a detailed investigation. Mission 1. Approach the star to within 1,000 kilometers. Check the condition of the star's surface. Mission 2. Attempt to find a cause of the star's fluctuation. Mission 3. Attempt to resolve the fluctuation. Rewards will be given based on the completion rate of each mission. Lin Moyu accepted the mission, immediately took out the Jushin fortress, turned into a streak of lightning, and flew into the star system. This mission was essentially to investigate the abnormal fluctuations of the star, preferably to find out the reason and even solve the problem. After he left, a figure appeared in the void. He recorded everything Lin Moyu did, waiting to report back to Third Master Chu. The Jushin fortress. Why does he have a military Jushin fortress? Using it for travel is such a waste, the figure muttered, then flickered and gave chase. He had no flying equipment, but his speed was no slower than the fortress. The Jushin fortress turned into a flash of lightning, flying into the star system at an astonishing speed. It stopped just after entering, not going deeper. Lin Moyu exited the fortress and sensed the situation in the system. Each star system had its own characteristics, especially non-life ones. If every living star system had commonalities, differing only in resource quantity and location, then every non-life star system had its own story. Like the non-life star system Vermilion Bird No. 0 he was in now, it might have been a prosperous living system long ago, only becoming what it was today for some reason. The temperature is too high. This place is far from the star, it shouldn't be this hot. It seems the star really does have a problem. From a distance, the star was just a fireball smaller than a fist. Nothing could be seen. Only by getting closer could he find clues. Lin Moyu entered the Jushin fortress and flew towards the star. This non-life system was much better than Vermilion Bird No. 128, at least the planets hadn't shattered. Large planets floated in the system, constantly orbiting the star. Apart from the lack of life, everything else was normal. Just as Lin Moyu was about to approach the star, his vision suddenly darkened as a monster charged at him. The monster was incredibly fast, ramming hard into the Jushin fortress. The immense force would surely have stopped the fortress. Lin Moyu's reaction was also swift. With a slight flicker of his consciousness, a beam of Jushin thunder shot out. Although the fortress hadn't fully recovered, injuring a true god was still possible. Anyone below 6th tier super god would be half dead if not killed by a direct hit. The charging monster was right in front of him. The Jushin thunder struck its body. Instantly, fierce flames erupted on it, with hints of blue fire indicating a very high temperature. The monster let out a crazed roar. Its expression contorted in extreme pain, but it didn't give up, still madly striking the fortress. The monster possessed the law of fire, so each strike created countless sparks. The Jushin fortress was extremely sturdy, and remained undamaged despite the monster's assault. After a few attacks from the fortress, the monster finally fell, helpless. Lin Muyu identified these monsters. Their combat strength was roughly 4th tier super god, with slightly stronger defense, estimated at 6th tier super god level. The fortress needed 3 shots to kill one. The monster was about 200 meters long, not considered large in the void. The documents he had read didn't mention this star system, so he didn't know if these monsters were native or from outside. He also didn't know if they were the cause of the star's fluctuation. As he got closer to the star, Lin Muyu saw many black spots on its surface. Could the fluctuations be caused by these black spots? Getting closer still, he finally saw clearly that the black spots were actually the same monsters that had just attacked him. They seemed to have noticed him and were charging madly in his direction. Now only a few tens of thousands of kilometers from the star, Lin Muyu decisively recalled the fortress and used his scouting skill to check the monster's information. Fire devouring beast, super god realm. Trait, fire loving, with extremely high immunity to the law of the fire element, unafraid of high temperatures. Can devour the flames of a star to strengthen itself. After reading the information, Lin Muyu pointed a finger, and the scorching temperature immediately dropped. Above him, the immortal world descended, and countless shadows appeared. Next, an eye larger than 100,000 meters slowly opened, with silver flames burning in its pupils intertwined with 2 streams of gray and white energy. The eye of the undead, infused with his laws, had its attack power greatly increased. It glanced at the charging fire-devouring beasts, causing them to scream in agony. Lin Muyu pointed again. Spell fusion, curse of time. Amplified by the law of time, 3 powerful curses exploded in an instant. The monster's defense was indeed strong, but their soul power was average. Under the dual attack of the Eye of the Undead and the Curse of Time, they were killed instantly. As if he had done something trivial, Lin Muyu flew alone towards the star. After Lin Muyu left, the figure who had been following him appeared. He stared at the spot where the fire-devouring beasts had died and muttered, "What law is this? I've never seen it before." He thought for a moment, then collected 2 of the beasts' corpses. The closer he got to the star, the more Lin Muyu felt the flames on its surface dancing violently, releasing immense heat with each leap. The star seemed very unstable, as if it could explode at any moment. Only 1,000 kilometers from the star, Lin Muyu saw more fire-devouring beasts, at least 100,000 of them. They were deep inside the star, frantically digging for something. Lin Muyu noticed they had no interest in his arrival. Unlike the beasts on the surface, these seemed attracted by something, digging with intense focus. The entire star rumbled with their digging. The abnormal heat eruption caused the temperature of the entire star system to rise rapidly. What on earth is attracting them? Lin Muyu knew he had completed the first mission, observation from 1,000 kilometers. The second mission, find the cause of the fluctuation. He felt he had a clear idea, it must be these fire-devouring beasts, but the reason for their actions was unknown. Lin Muyu approached further, until he was right next to the star, a hand's breadth away, where the roaring flames could touch him like ocean waves. The moment he touched the flames, he heard a resounding heartbeat. A heartbeat. Lin Muyu was startled. Why was there a heartbeat? He even wondered if he had misheard. But when he touched the flames again, the heartbeat was clear. He tried putting his hand into the flames. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful, rhythmic heartbeat echoed. Hearing it, an idea formed in his mind. Go in and get it. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly let out a dragon's roar, and the thought was instantly dispelled. Lin Muyu felt a wave of fear. He had just had the intention to rush in recklessly, a feeling like being bewitched. He finally understood why these fire-devouring beasts were crazily digging at the star. They must have been attracted by the heartbeat. He finally understood what was happening here. Something was gestating inside the star, and it had completed its formation. It was this thing that emitted a fatal attraction to the fire-devouring beasts. Lin Muyu was certain that the monsters digging before him were not the first group. There must have been others that entered the star before, but their fate was unknown. A star was not a planet, it was essentially a ball of fire with a loose structure. After digging for a while, the fire-devouring beasts quickly carved out a passage and entered the star's interior, jostling each other without courtesy. Curious, Lin Muyu followed behind them. Soon they reached the center of the star. Lin Muyu saw a heart like a ruby. It was enormous. Standing before it, he was like an ant. Each beat produced a sound that shook his eardrums. The fire-devouring beasts, drawn by the heartbeat, rushed towards it frantically. As they got close, with one beat of the heart, they all froze, then exploded into a rain of blood and bone. The heart beat again, and the rain of blood and bone turned into a long stream of blood, absorbed by it without a single drop remaining. The space was free of fire and blood, clean and tidy. Lin Moyu looked at the heart, which continued to beat. He didn't know how many fire-devouring beasts it had attracted, nor what it was, or if it was dangerous to him. At least for now, its heartbeat couldn't bewitch him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Moyu used his scouting skill. Heart of Flame, a miraculous treasure gestated from a star, capable of strengthening one's physical body. The skill didn't specify its exact use, but for it to be judged as a miraculous treasure, its rank must be high. It could also increase the fusion rate of spells, similar to the seeds in the Starfire star. The probability of a star gestating a treasure is less than 1 in 100,000. For me to encounter it, my luck must be too good, Lin Moyu mused, quite pleased with himself. Now, the problem was how to subdue the Heart of Flame. Based on his experience with the ancient Thunder Tower, leaving his soul imprint on it should work. He tried stepping towards the Heart of Flame. It seemed to sense him, and its beating began to accelerate. Thump, thump, thump. The sound echoed through the space. With each beat, the star's flames pulsed in rhythm. Not just the flames. Lin Moyu felt his own heart beating in sync with it. Its pace grew faster and faster, and he felt his own heartbeat quicken, a sense of discomfort rising within him. Next, a white light flashed on his body. Undead immortality and damage transfer activated simultaneously. All discomfort vanished instantly. The skeletons bore all the damage for him. He smoothly reached the side of the Heart of Flame. His spiritual consciousness descended upon it, and a torrent of soul power poured out, quickly completing the soul imprint. Swoosh! The Heart of Flame flew into his body, appearing at the location of his own heart. It turned into a stream of light, and merged with his heart. Thump, thump, thump. After merging with the Heart of Flame, his heartbeat became incredibly powerful. Each beat produced a booming sound. As it beat, fresh blood surged through his body, gradually strengthening his physique. So that's how it's used. Once subdued, it merges with one's heart, transforming the body through the flow of new blood, making the physique stronger, and the breath more vigorous. How miraculous. Even now, Lin Moyu found it a bit unbelievable. What had happened was something he had never imagined. The whole process was incredibly smooth. Except for the initial discomfort from the heartbeat, imprinting his soul was not difficult at all. He felt it was probably because his soul quality was too high. A peak 3rd rank soul quality, infinitely close to the 4th rank, was comparable to a 9th tier god king. Coupled with his extremely pure soul power, subduing the Heart of Flame was a matter of course. Lin Moyu left the star, and reappeared outside. Everywhere he looked, there were fire-devouring beasts. Tens of thousands of them were staring at him. He understood they had come for the Heart of Flame. Now that it had merged with him, they naturally targeted him. Knowing the reason was one thing, facing this encirclement was another. He would not show mercy. He completely disregarded these 3rd and 4th tier super god fire-devouring beasts. With a slight thought, his legion of the undead appeared. The void became a sea of skeletons. Death Knights charged, skeleton godly warriors swung their swords frantically. Skeleton godly mages and archers slaughtered the beasts. Bone dragons descended from all directions, spewing terrifying dragon's breath. No matter how strong the beast's fire resistance was, their defense crumbled like tofu before the dragon's breath. The dragon's flame came from the immortal world, not ordinary elemental fire. In less than 5 minutes, without Lin Moyu even lifting a finger, the fire-devouring beasts were wiped out. The void was filled with their corpses. At this moment, a notification came from the Human Emperor Network. Mission complete. Mission 1 completion rate 100. Reward, 100 accumulation points. Mission 2, completion rate 100. Reward, 200 accumulation points. Mission 3, completion rate 100. Reward, 300 accumulation points. All missions completed at 100. Reward doubled. Lin Moyu received another 1200 accumulation points. This mission was a huge gain, not only earning him 1200 points but also the Heart of Flame. The initial burst from the Heart of Flame would bring great benefits to his body. With a satisfying result, Lin Moyu summoned the Jushin Fortress and flew towards the teleportation array. After he left, the figure ordered to follow him reappeared in a distorted space. His eyes held a hint of envy. Such good luck, to even encounter a Heart of Flame. Are those skeletons behind him his summons? The number seems a bit high, and their strength is impressive, killing enemies of the same level like drinking water. His soul power is very strong, subduing the Heart of Flame without any difficulty. At least a peak 2nd rank soul. He sent everything he saw, and her to third master Chu. The probability of a star gestating a treasure was very low, less than 1 in 100,000 according to statistics. Even if a treasure formed, it was very hard to detect. Powerful experts couldn't search every star one by one. The so-called treasures find those with fate and virtue. Even if one actively searched, it was not guaranteed. For Lin Moyu to obtain a fully formed treasure meant he had great luck. After receiving the report from his subordinate, Third Master Chu added another merit to Lin Moyu, excellent fortune. At Third Master Chu's level, he naturally knew that fortune was a part of strength. Many times, being strong was not as good as being lucky. He had his subordinate continue to follow Lin Moyu, wanting to see what else would happen. But based on the current situation, Lin Moyu was already perfect. Whether it was his temperament, strength, or fortune, everything was top-notch. Lin Moyu returned to the teleportation array outside the star system. The return trip was no longer a free spatial passage, he had to use the array. 150 accumulation points was not a small number. Luckily, he had completed the mission and received a 1200-point reward. Otherwise, he might have suffered a loss. Of course, he could choose not to return. But according to the authority granted by the Human Emperor Network, this area was not within his scope of activity. Here, he would not only receive no missions but also be restricted in many ways. The Human Emperor Network had established a very strict and complete management system in both the virtual and real worlds. The authority levels were the same for everyone. On the surface, higher authority meant more freedom. In reality, Lin Moyu understood it was a disguised form of protection. Higher authority usually represented greater strength. In the great world, without corresponding strength, wandering around would only lead to death, like those who recklessly charged into the Starfire star for a meaningless ranking. There were all kinds of people, including many strange ones. Therefore, Lin Moyu understood the methods of the human race's high-level members. It was a form of protection for many, and in essence, a protection for the foundation of the human race. Returning to the Vermilion Bird star system No. 981, Lin Moyu went to the transaction center. It had only been a few days, but the center hadn't changed. It was still bustling. The stalls were neatly arranged, with constant cries of vendors. He saw some familiar faces from his last visit. They hadn't moved their positions or even changed their goods, wasting a lot of time just to make a small profit margin. Although Lin Moyu's mood had calmed, and he was no longer as rushed as before, he didn't want to waste time. He went directly into the transaction center and found an empty trading counter. After checking, the corpses of the Black Blind tribe were not cheap. Below 6th-tier super god, all their corpses were priced at 10 accumulation points each. Their appearances were quite similar, almost identical. Upon reaching the 6th-tier super god, the Black Blind tribe would metamorphose, growing wings like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. Their strength would increase sharply, and their value would rise accordingly. A 6th-tier super god Black Blind tribe could be sold for 100 accumulation points, with an additional 100 points for each higher tier. The 7th-tier one Lin Moyu killed could be sold for 200 points. Adding the 108 corpses below 6th tier, he could get 1080 points, for a total of 1280 accumulation points. After Lin Moyu chose to sell them directly, the trading counter disconnected from him. Senior Lin, we meet again. The transaction center staff member, a young man named Q Yan, appeared before him with a standard smile. Lin Moyu also smiled. Do we have to go to the transaction room again? Q Yan nodded. Senior Lin is right. Any transaction over 1,000 accumulation points must be completed in a transaction room. Lin Moyu was not surprised. Alright. Insufficient authority is indeed a bit troublesome. Authority affected every aspect, not just activity areas and mission availability, but other areas as well. Q Yan smiled. Senior's authority upgrade speed is already very fast. Lin Moyu knew this was a polite remark. In reality, most super god level experts upgraded their authority to level 2 upon reaching the 3rd tier. Then, upon reaching the 6th tier, their authority would be raised to level 3 or higher. The entire process could take many years, depending on the frequency and speed of completing missions and their own comprehension of laws. Of course, there were some 5th tier super gods with 3rd level authority, but they were rare. Generally, strength level and authority level increased in tandem. A super god's tier would correspond to authority levels 1 to 3. Even a genius like Yu Qingchuan, whose potential was assessed at the highest level, and had a god-venerable master with abundant resources, upgraded her level and authority simultaneously. As far as Lin Moyu knew, Yu Qingchuan's strength was 9th tier super god, and her authority was level 3. When she reached the true god level, her authority would be raised to level 4. With 4th level authority, her activity range could expand to the entire Vermilion Bird Star domain. Level 4 authority also had a huge benefit, being able to accept and submit missions at any time, without having to run to the mission center each time. Arriving at the transaction room, it was still room 3. Hu Yan smiled. "Senior Lin, please enter." The transaction master was already waiting inside. Lin Moyu nodded and entered. The door closed again. He met Lin Xiaoyu again. She still had a bright, sweet smile. "Senior Lin, we meet again." Indeed. Lin Moyu didn't stand on ceremony, and sat down at the tea table. Lin Xiaoyu naturally brewed tea for him. "Senior Lin, are you selling the corpses of the Black Blind tribe this time?" Lin Moyu sipped his tea and slowly said, "I did an urgent mission a few days ago." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescents. "I heard Xiaoyu mention it. Many people were competing for the mission at that time, and the slots were gone in an instant. Senior is so lucky. Did you get the corpses from that mission?" "Yes." The Black Blind tribe infiltrated, causing many ordinary people to suffer casualties. Luckily, they were discovered in time, preventing the situation from escalating. A hint of hatred appeared in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. The Black Blind tribe is so despicable, targeting ordinary people. But it's strange, how did they get in? As a fellow human, she also hated the alien races. Vermilion Bird Star System No. 105, although on the fringe, was not a border. The Black Blind tribe couldn't just enter as they pleased. Their ability to sneak in silently was indeed strange. But this was not something Lin Moyu needed to worry about. The high-level members of the human race would naturally investigate. If there was trouble, senior human experts would step up. So it wasn't his turn. He was just a super god, not even considered cannon fodder. Cultivating peacefully and doing missions was the way to go. Lin Moyu took out the corpses of the Black Blind tribe. They were pitch black, and only thighs. After death, they curled up, making them hard to see. But they still radiated the power of the curse. If an ordinary person picked one up, they would be plagued by bad luck and fall seriously ill. They were unlucky items. It had to be said that the Black Blind tribe carried misfortune from birth. Lin Moyu held a corpse in his hand, ignoring the curse. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu became tense, her eyes slightly narrowed. "Senior, aren't you afraid of their curse?" Lin Moyu smiled, and shook his head. "I've read some documents about them. They possess the power of the curse from birth, and their entire lives, they can only use this power. They are an unlucky race, despised by all others. If not for their small size, they would have been exterminated by powerful races long ago." Lin Xiaoyu had clearly also read about them, and agreed with his words. The strongest of the Black Blind tribe is only a god king. A god venerable has never appeared. This is also the key to their survival. Lin Moyu tossed the corpse in his hand onto the trading plate. But everything has two sides. This unlucky race, despised by others, can be used by us humans for alchemy. He thought of his law of immortality. In life, there is death. In death, there is life, like the two sides of a coin. The wonders of the world were just so. He threw all the corpses onto the trading plate, exchanging them for 1280 accumulation points. Lin Moyu finished his tea, then stood up to leave. Lin Xiaoyu watched the light of the teleportation array fade and murmured, "Senior Lin seems to have changed." Although they had only met twice, there was a significant change in him. The last time, he seemed a bit new and could be recognized as a newcomer at a glance. But this time, he was like someone who had lived in the Great World for many years. This change happened to every cultivator who entered the Great World, but the change in Lin Moyu was too fast. In such a short time, he had already adapted to life here. Leaving the transaction room, Lin Moyu returned to the mission center. Having set his goal, he would continuously accept various missions in the coming time, both to familiarize himself with the great world and to improve his own strength. Although there were many people in the mission center, everyone was quiet. Some were searching for suitable missions, while others were exchanging experiences, but they all kept their voices low so as not to disturb others. When Lin Moyu entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many. His performance in the last urgent mission was too outstanding, so many remembered him. Especially in the final battle to eliminate the Black Blind tribe, he acted decisively, wiping out the entire tribe on the planet, reflecting his super strong combat power. On the surface, he was a third-tier super god, but his true strength far surpassed that. Afterwards, some speculated about his strength, believing he had at least the combat power of a fifth-tier super god, a genius who could fight above his level. Just as Lin Moyu entered, someone approached him. Many wanted to befriend a genius who could fight above his level. Lin Moyu stopped and looked at the person. His name was Rinkan, a fifth-tier super god. Under the coverage of the Human Emperor network, those who didn't hide their information could be easily seen by others. Lin Moyu remembered this person. He had seen him during the urgent mission on planet 1053. Rinkan came up to him and introduced himself politely. My name is Rinkan, a descendant of the Ren family in Vermilion Bird Star System No. 88. Lin Moyu had never heard of the Ren family, thinking it was probably a cultivation family. Since the other party was polite, he naturally reciprocated. Senior Ren, is there something I can help you with? Rinkan laughed heartily. Don't call me senior. We are all super gods. No need for such formalities. In the last mission, we witnessed Brother Lin's strength. Dispelling curses, saving people, killing the Black Blind tribe. Brother Lin's performance was truly outstanding. That mission was practically completed by you alone. We were just there to watch. Faced with Rinkan's praise, Lin Moyu calmly said, even without me, the mission would have been completed eventually, it just would have taken more time. He was being modest, not denying the role of Rinkan and the others. Rinkan smiled. We all know Brother Lin's strength far exceeds what he shows. With your strength, you can definitely take on some arena competition missions. Lin Moyu had indeed seen arena competition missions but hadn't studied them carefully. Besides, the rewards were random, not a fixed number, so he hadn't accepted any at the time. Seeing his reaction, Rinkan knew the situation. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Alright. Lin Moyu didn't refuse his goodwill. He didn't sense any malice from him. Perhaps Rinkan just wanted to be friends, or it was just his personality. The two found a table and sat down. Rinkan produced a bottle of wine and 2 cups. Lin Moyu noticed that when he took out the wine, a ring on his finger lit up, and he felt a very slight spatial fluctuation. He was a bit curious. This ring must be a storage ring. He wondered how different it was from his own storage space. Rinkan poured a cup of clear, fragrant wine for him. Strangely, the aroma only lingered within their small area and didn't spread. Rinkan said politely, Brother Lin, try my wine. This is brewed by the Ren family, and has a bit of a reputation in the neighboring star systems. Lin Moyu wasn't worried about poison and took a sip. The aroma spread in his mouth. It was rich and truly good wine, at least better than what he had drunk in the small world. Importantly, the aroma went straight to his head, making him feel more clear-headed. He sincerely praised, good wine. Seeing him so forthright, Rinkan smiled even more brightly. If you like it, I'll give you some later. Honestly, Brother Lin, can you fight above your level? I can. Lin Moyu didn't hide it. What he did on planet 1053 was seen by many, so hiding it was pointless. Rinkan continued, are you confident against a 5th-tier super god? Through Rinkan's explanation, Lin Moyu gradually understood what the arena competition missions were. They were a type of regular mission. After accepting one, you could enter the Human Emperor Network's arena to participate in challenge matches. Since the entire process took place within the network, there was no real danger to life, so one could fight with full force. The arena competitions were divided into regular challenges and level-up challenges. Regular challenges involved fighting opponents of the same strength. A win completed the mission and earned a reward. Level-up challenges were more complex, requiring you to challenge stronger opponents. This was a continuous mission type. Rewards could accumulate. The more challenges you won, the higher the reward, until you failed, at which point the accumulated reward would stop and the mission would end. According to Rinkan, regular challenges could be done once per win. Continuous challenges could be done once a year. After explaining, the wine bottle was empty, with more than half of it drunk by him. Wiping his mouth, he spoke with the air of someone who had been drinking, his voice a bit louder. With Brother Lin's strength, you can definitely complete several rounds of continuous challenges. The rewards are very substantial. Even if you don't succeed, this mission can be done once a year, so not doing it is a waste. I've heard that as your level and authority increase, you'll frequently interact with the Human Emperor arena. So getting familiar with it early isn't a bad idea. Regardless of Rinkan's motive, Lin Moyu considered it a favor. At least his tone was sincere, and he didn't sense any malice. Thank you, Brother Ren. Lin Moyu said politely. There was still much he didn't understand about the great world. Having someone explain it to him was a great help. Rinkan waved his hand. No need to be polite. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. They exchanged contact information, and Rinkan even invited him to be a guest at the Rin family home. The Rin family was not far, right on planet 981, so he could visit any time. But cultivators were very busy. Unless they let themselves go, they rarely had free time. Lin Mui went to the mission counter and found the arena competition mission in the list. It was divided into two types: regular challenge, which could be done once per win, and continuous challenge, which could be done once every 3 wins. The mission cooldown was based on each person's completion time. According to the rules, with first and second level authority, you could only take on one mission at a time. Once he accepted an arena mission, he couldn't accept another until it was completed. After some thought, Lin Moyu accepted a regular challenge mission. After accepting, the detailed information was displayed. Enter the Human Emperor Arena, challenge an opponent of equivalent level. Winner rewards 100 accumulation points. Loser rewards 10 points. Searching for an opponent. Please wait. This mission gave points for both winning and losing. It could be seen as a free 10 points per win. Moreover, fighting in the network was completely safe. Unless one had a problem with their head, they wouldn't pass this up. In less than a minute, the mission information updated. Suitable opponent found. The challenge will begin in 5 minutes. Please find a suitable location to enter the Human Emperor network and teleport to the arena. Lin Moyu saw the prompt and left the counter, spending 1 point to rent a mission room. Although he could enter the network from outside, if someone disturbed him, it would affect the mission. A mission room was most convenient, and it only cost 1 point, like loose change. He entered the network and teleported to the arena. Outside, it was noisy and bustling. Not only could you compete here, but you could also watch. Any cultivators were willing to spend points to watch and learn from others. Some were just there for the excitement, and others had different motives. In short, people came here for various reasons. This was the Human Emperor network. Although everything was simulated as realistically as possible, some aspects were simpler than the real world. For example, upon entering the arena gate, everyone was automatically teleported to their corresponding seats. The moment Lin Moyu stepped through the gate, he appeared on the arena stage. Surrounding it was a huge grandstand that could hold tens of thousands of people, but it was completely empty. Finally here. No need to look, no one is interested in watching a super god level match. Wait until you reach the true god level, then you'll have an audience. A deep voice rang out. Lin Moyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw his opponent. At the other end of the large, circular stage, over 1,000 meters in diameter, a burly man was staring at him. They each stood at one edge. The match hadn't started, so they couldn't enter the stage proper, only stare at each other. Above the stage was a giant countdown timer. With 3 minutes left, they had to wait. Lin Moyu looked at his opponent, Xu Sheng, 3rd-tier super god. The network provided basic information, and his opponent could see his as well. Suddenly, Xu Sheng asked, "Kid, you accepted a mission, right?" Lin Moyu asked strangely, "Aren't you?" Xu Sheng laughed. "Of course not. I'm just here to torture newcomers and earn some pocket money." Lin Moyu frowned slightly, not understanding. He wasn't on a mission, but appeared here to beat him for pocket money. What did that mean? Xu Sheng laughed again. "Don't get it. It doesn't matter. Just know that you're going to lose, and lose badly. I'll give you a choice now. How do you want to lose? Or rather, how do you want to be killed by me? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you choose." Xu Sheng seemed arrogant. Lin Moyu looked at him without saying a word, thinking about his own problems. It seemed the arena was not as simple as he thought. There might be more he didn't understand. Xu Sheng's eyes were unusual, filled with bloodlust and a hint of cruelty. Perhaps because killing in the network was not a crime, and required no responsibility, his true nature was unleashed. Or maybe he was just pretending to intimidate people. Lin Moyu couldn't tell and was too lazy to care. He said nothing until the countdown ended and the match officially began. Xu Sheng gave a cruel smile, but before he could even act, a red light flashed before his eyes. He didn't even know how he lost. He only saw a red light, followed by intense pain. The next second, he was teleported out of the arena. He didn't understand what had happened, but he knew the Human Emperor network wouldn't be wrong. He had lost, and lost miserably. His head itched, he felt a pain coming from his soul. The network simulation was extremely realistic, even simulating soul pain vividly. Another soul attack. Who is this kid? There aren't many humans who know soul attacks. Interesting. You brat, you broke my winning streak. Just wait until I see you again. I'll deal with you. Lin Moyu's attack method had piqued Xu Sheng's interest. He glanced at the arena and turned to leave. His aura surged, quickly breaking through the super god level and reaching true god. It continued to rise until it stopped at the god king level. Xu Sheng was a god king. Just as he said, he wasn't there for a mission, but to torture newcomers. He had failed and been beaten by Lin Moyu instead. The result made him grind his teeth in anger. Lin Moyu didn't know the inner workings of the arena. He only needed to know his opponent was a third-tier super god. The moment the match started, he raised his hand and used the curse of time. 3 soul attacks, combined with a short burst, could instantly kill an opponent of the same level. Mission complete. Please return to your mission center to submit the mission. Lin Moyu's consciousness exited the network and returned to the mission center. He submitted the mission and smoothly received 100 accumulation points. Regular challenge mission completed. Accumulation points 100. Seeing the notification, he accepted another arena mission, the continuous challenge mission. The continuous challenge started with an opponent of the same level. Each opponent would be stronger than the last. Defeating each one earned a corresponding reward which accumulated until the challenge ended. Searching for an opponent, please wait. This time, the mission reward wasn't even specified. He guessed that for a continuous challenge, the reward changed constantly and would be determined by his performance. He returned to the mission room, closed the door, and waited for the mission to begin. A minute later, a new mission notification appeared. Suitable opponent found. The challenge will begin in 5 minutes. Please find a suitable location to enter the Human Emperor network and teleport to the arena. The prompt was identical to the last one. Except for the mission information being slightly different, he almost thought it was the same mission. He entered the network and appeared directly outside the arena. He had just completed the first challenge mission but hadn't left yet. He entered the arena again. It was still an empty stage, with no audience in the surrounding grandstand. Super God level matches didn't attract attention. For the same cost, why not watch a higher level match and gain more? Just as Lin Moyu retracted his gaze, a person suddenly appeared in the grandstand. It's him. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Rin Khan to be in the audience. Rin Khan waved at him, clearly having come to watch him compete. Sound couldn't travel between the stage and the grandstand, preventing outside noise from affecting the challenger's performance. Rin Khan could only wave. Lin Moyu understood his intention, clenched his fist, and signaled that he understood. At the other end of the stage, a figure appeared amidst a dance of light. It was a middle-aged man, slightly thin, not looking particularly strong. Zhuangbai, third-tier super god. Like Chu Shum, he was also a third-tier super god. But Lin Moyu felt this person was stronger than Chu Shum, probably at the peak of the third tier, just a step away from the fourth. Although the rules said the first match would be against an opponent of the same level, there were still differences in strength within the same tier. The person arranged by the arena was the strongest in that tier. Chuangbi looked at Lin Moyu. Your luck is terrible, meeting me in the first match. Tell me, how do you want to die? I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you choose. Lin Moyu couldn't help but laugh. Chu Shang had said something similar just now. Did you two plan this? Zhuangbi frowned. What are you laughing at? Lin Moyu tried to hold back his laughter. Nothing. A person named Chu Shang said the same thing earlier. Oh, that idiot Chu Shang. So what did you choose? Zhuangbi knew Chu Shang, so he wasn't surprised. Lin Moyu shook his head. I didn't choose. You didn't choose. That guy is ruthless. He must have tortured you before killing you. Lin Moyu shook his head again. He didn't have the chance. It killed him. Beth. Chuanbai was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. What did you say? You killed him. That Chu Shang was killed by you. Lin Moyu frowned, feeling that Chuanbai was a bit abnormal. Chuanbai laughed for a long time before finally exclaiming, good kill, that guy always boasts about getting a winning streak. He only won a dozen matches before being defeated. Lin Moyu, right? Well done. I think we can be friends. I'm in Vermilion Bird's star system, no. Elephant. If you ever get a chance to go there, remember to find me. But today, we still have to fight. I'll try not to torture you, and give you a comfortable death. Lin Moyu ignored him, feeling the person was not normal and too lazy to respond. The countdown ended. A longsword appeared in Chuangbi's hand. His body moved like a ghost, turning into a streak of light and charging at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu lightly pointed a finger. Spell fusion, curse of time. A red light enveloped the entire stage. A three-dimensional cover with no escape. Zhuangbei rushed out of the red light, fell to the ground, and then disappeared. He was dead, just like that. 1 second he was laughing and saying he would try not to torture Lin Moyu. The next he was dead, cleanly. Rinkun, the only audience member, was completely stunned. He knew some of the inner workings of the arena, and knew that Zhuangbei was definitely not an ordinary third-tier super god. They weren't there for missions like Lin Moyu, but to defend the arena with suppressed levels. Zhuangbei's true level was definitely not just third-tier super god. He could be a true god, or even a god king. After suppressing his level, his strength would still be superior to others of the same tier. This was the purpose of the arena competition missions. The number of people who could fight above their level was not many. Without that ability, it was basically impossible to pass, especially in the continuous challenge mission. Yet, Lin Moyu easily completed the first challenge, winning without any suspense. For Lin Moyu, whether you were at the peak of the 3rd tier or the 4th tier, you would be instantly killed, with no suspense. In a same level fight, he had never feared anyone. It was basically an instant kill. Even if it was 1 or 2 levels higher, it was the same. First challenge won. The second challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward: 100 accumulation points. One win was 100 points, same as the regular challenge. So how many points for the second win? The second opponent would be stronger. Logically, the points should also be higher. Lin Moyu was a bit expectant. Maybe he could make a big score here today. Soon, the new opponent appeared. Lin Moyu was slightly stunned. Why is it you again? The person who came was still Zhuang Bai. The person hadn't changed, but his strength was different. This time, his strength had reached 4th tier super god. Zhuang Bai smiled faintly. Why can't it be me? I was careless and fell for your trick last time. Let's see how I deal with you this time. Lin Moyu sighed. Alright, it's predictable that you'll fall for it again this time. But he was also a bit curious. The opponent found by the arena didn't seem to be someone who needed to do missions. But thinking about it, it made sense. If people doing missions challenged each other, someone would definitely only get 10 points. That would go against the original purpose. The human race's goal was to nurture, not internal competition. Of course, competition was necessary, but not now. These people were only super gods, not even considered cannon fodder. Nurturing them, well, was the most important thing. The countdown ended. A brilliant light erupted from Shuanbei as he charged again, faster than before. The 5-colored light on his body had turned into his suit of armor. Lin Moyu continuously pointed 2 fingers. Spell fusion, curse of time. Star, level spell, eye of the undead. A red light covered everything, and a giant eye of the undead appeared in the sky above the stage. Zhuang Bai screamed and was thrown out of his charge. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Then, a cold wind blew past, the eye of the undead stared at him, and his figure vanished from the stage. The Human Emperor Network judged him dead again. Second challenge won. The third challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward: 300 accumulation points. Seeing the notification, Lin Moyu smiled. Another 200 points. The first match was 100, the second 200. Would the third be 400? If so, the mission progress would be much faster. His eyes filled with joy. His ability to fight above his level was not just 2 levels. If so, he could really make a big score today. Rin Kime, the only spectator, was stunned again, muttering, too easy. He knew Lin Moyu could fight above his level. It was easy when he killed the Black Blind tribe. But he didn't expect his strength to be so great. This was a level of challenge, a 3rd tier super god against a 4th tier. The result was that he stood still, pointed a finger, and it was over. He had seen the whole process, but only felt that Lin Moyu had become incredibly mysterious. He focused his mind and continued to watch. After a while, the opponent for the next match appeared. Zhuang Bai returned, his whole body exuding the aura of a 5th tier super god. This time, his strength had reached the 5th tier. Lin Moyu looked at him. I thought so. He suppressed his strength. But even so, his control over his laws is far superior to others of the same level. In a same level fight, unless the challenger also has the ability to fight above their level, it would be very difficult to win. No wonder he was so confident, talking about torturing newcomers. In his eyes, those who just reached Super God are indeed no different from newcomers. Too bad he met me. Lin Moyu had analyzed everything clearly. Zhuang Bai returned, a bit angry. You brat, I won't lose this time. Prepare to die. Lin Moyu sighed. We'll see. The match began again. Zhuang Bai roared, his whole body erupting in brilliant light, like the 5-colored armor before, but stronger. He said loudly, my 5-colored armor from the 5th tier super god onwards has soul defense capabilities. Your attack will no longer be effective. Lin Moyu said nothing, still just pointing a finger. Stark level spell, Bone Prison. 4-star spell linkage, Bone Spear, Bone Fangs, Bone Prison, Bone Armor. Lin Moyu controlled the spells. The bone armor was for himself. Against Zhuang Bai, he only used the first 3. A layer of white bones suddenly appeared on Xuanbai. With Lin Moyu's third-tier super god strength using bone prison, controlling Xuanbai was not a problem. He was instantly paralyzed, unable to move. Next, Bone Fangs and Bone Spear exploded simultaneously, almost instantly inflicting heavy damage. A white light erupted. The 5-colored armor exploded, and his body was almost shattered. Rin Kun witnessed countless holes appearing on Xuanbei's body, big and small. In an instant, he turned into a beehive. Xuanbei's eyes widened. The physical damage made him feel intense pain. The Human Emperor network not only simulated realistic images, but all senses. The feeling in the network was exactly like in real life. One attack, and Xuanbai didn't die. His body erupted in brilliant light again, his aura soaring. The white bones on his body showed large cracks. It looked like he was about to break free from the bone prison shackles. At this moment, Lin Moyu pointed several more fingers. The bone prison was immediately reinforced. Xuanbei's body was torn to pieces in the white light. Rin Kun muttered, "So strong." He didn't even move a step and it was over. 3 consecutive matches were like this. Lin Moyu didn't move at all. Xuanbai was killed so frustratingly. But the third match was a bit better, at least he resisted a little, unlike the first 2 where he was instantly killed. Third challenge won. The fourth challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward, 700 accumulation points. Lin Moyu saw the mission notification and clenched his fist, his eyes showing joy. 400 points. That's great. So will the next match be 800 points? If this continues, if I win 3 more matches, I can upgrade to 3rd level authority. If it was as he thought, the next match would be 800 points. Adding the previous matches, he could get a total of 6,300 points, enough to upgrade his authority to level 3. With 3rd level authority, his activity area would be wider, and he could accept more missions. But calculated this way, a 8th-tier super god would not be easy to deal with. He would know after fighting. His eyes filled with fighting spirit. The purpose of the Human Emperor arena was definitely not just for missions. Lin Moyu thought about the past 3 matches. Although the opponents were easily killed by him in an instant, their arrogance was very obvious. He didn't know if this was intentional or real, but at least it made him feel it clearly. After what had happened before, he felt that the entire mission system was not as simple as it seemed. Every item seemed to have a deep meaning. The arena's function might be to make challengers clearly aware of their own limits, the gap between themselves and their opponents. Even if it was a supply, they were not the strongest. At the same time, the opponent's arrogant attitude and cruel methods could arouse a competitive spirit. If one was defeated in the arena, and became disheartened, that kind of person did not have the heart of a strong person and was not what the human race needed. A true strong person would become more resilient, with each failure, with an unwavering belief. Lin Moyu felt he had understood the meaning of the Human Emperor arena. At the other end, a figure appeared. His new opponent had arrived. As expected, it was an old acquaintance, Xuanbai. This time, Xuanbai was no longer as frantic as before. The fierce look on his face had disappeared, and he seemed to have calmed down. This situation made Lin Moyu feel that the opponent had become more difficult to deal with. Xuanbai looked at Lin Moyu, his eyes gradually sharpening. "Lin kid, you're pretty good. There aren't many who can win 3 consecutive matches." Lin Moyu slightly bowed to him. "Senior is too kind. This junior is far from it." Xuanbai waved his hand. "I'm not praising you, I am just stating the truth. Good is good. You don't need to be too modest. Besides, in the great world, if you are talented enough, just show it. The seniors in the race value geniuses the most." Lin Moyu's heart trembled slightly. What Xuanbai said seemed different from what Entares had said. His few words revealed a lot of information. These past few days, he had felt it himself. It seemed the human race spared no effort in nurturing geniuses. The more talented, the more attention they received from the hires. In other words, if something really happened, geniuses would be protected. The more talented, the more one should show it. This was not wrong. Lin Moyu sincerely bowed to Xuanbai. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Xuanbai waved his hand. "Next, I'll be serious." Lin Moyu nodded. "Senior, please go ahead. This junior won't be polite either." He thought to himself, it didn't seem like Xuanbai had held back before. It should be said that he had no chance to hold back, being instantly killed before he could even act. This time, his strength had recovered to 6th-tier super god. He wondered how serious he would be. The countdown ended. A sharp sword appeared in Xuanbai's hand, the same one as before, with a 5-colored light. Lust swirled on the sword, looking very powerful. This time he didn't charge directly at Lin Moyu, but let out a soft shout. His whole body erupted in a fire-colored light, merging with the light of the sword in his hand. The fire-colored armor he mentioned before not only protected him, but also defended against soul attacks. It was just that the defensive power shown at 5th tier Super God was far inferior to the destructive power of Lin Moyu's spell. The armor was instantly shattered. Now, with 6th tier Super God strength, his fire-colored armor was indeed much stronger. Each level increase in strength was a huge improvement. The laws on the armor were very dense, turning the armor into a solid entity. With its support, Zhuangbei's originally bow strong figure became imposing. Zhuangbei pointed a finger, and the long sword in his hand shot out like a lightning bolt, straight at Lin Moyu. His speed was extremely fast, like a flash. The sound had not yet arrived, but the sharp sword was already in front of him. Lin Moyu's pupils slightly contracted. He didn't expect the opponent's move to be so fast. But fast was fast. A 6th tier Super God's attack was nothing in his eyes, even negligible. The sharp sword approached. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed a finger at the tip of the sword. Slide. A soft sound was heard. The long sword could not advance any further. Zhuangbei's expression changed. He didn't expect his sure-hit sword to be blocked by Lin Moyu's finger. Explode, he shouted. The longsword exploded, laws rumbling, turning into a fire-colored raging dragon that swallowed Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu ignored the fire-colored dragon, letting it swallow him. The bone armor shone, and the 4-star spell linkage was activated in an instant. Bone prison, bone fangs, bone spear simultaneously locked onto Zhuangbei. When bone prison dealt with a single target, its effect was significantly increased. Coupled with the 4-star spell amplification, even a 6th tier Super God Zhuangbei would be affected. A layer of white appeared on the 5-colored armor, white bones covering it. The 5-colored armor creaked, resisting the bone prison. Lin Moyu secretly calculated that the bone prison could trap Zhuangbei for at least 1 second. 1 second was enough to do a lot. Bone fangs and bone spear exploded one after another. A dazzling white light shone, and Zhuangbei once again turned into a big light bulb. The fangs and spears carried unparalleled penetrating power, striking his 5-colored armor. The armor shook violently, making clanging sounds. In an instant, it had withstood tens of thousands of attacks, as if it could shatter at any moment. Zhuangbei's expression changed. Lin Moyu was unharmed under his law-like raging dragon. His attack was ineffective, but Lin Moyu's attack terrified him. Where did this monster come from? He cursed inwardly. His aura surged again, instantly reaching the peak of 6th tier Super God. The shaky fire-colored armor was about to explode along with the bone prison. The armor turned into 8 golden shields, protecting him firmly. Spell, 8 directional shield. Zhuangbei said, "You are really good, to force me to use the 8 directional shield. Before my shield, all your attacks will." So, before he could finish, a white light flashed in front of him again. Bone prison, bone fangs, bone spear exploded simultaneously. Too much. Not even letting me finish my sentence. Zhuangbei cursed. Lin Moyu waved his hand. I didn't do anything. He really didn't. This was all a natural reaction created by the spell linkage. Zhuangbei's attack hadn't stopped, so the bone armor was continuously activated, and under the spell linkage, it continuously attacked him. As long as his attack didn't stop, the linkage wouldn't either. It would be an infinite loop. Zhuangbei was stunned and muttered, "Affectionate spell." Lin Moyu nodded. Days. Zhuangbei was a bit frustrated. It turned out Lin Moyu hadn't attacked at all. He was being made so miserable just by a multi-talented spell. This was unacceptable to him. He had clearly used 6th tier Super God strength, yet he still couldn't beat a 3rd tier. He roared in anger. The 8-directional shield began to rotate at high speed, its defense increasing again. It shattered the white bones, and all attacks. Zhuangbei used another spell. Countless sharp swords appeared from the void, falling on Lin Moyu like rain. The swords were formed from laws, with astonishing power. Lin Moyu stood in the rain of swords without moving. The bone armor still shone, along with the multi-talented spell, continuously attacking. His attack was once again nullified. Zhuangbei was extremely frustrated. Can you change your moves? Lin Moyu originally wanted to see what tricks Zhuangbei had. After all, the first 3 matches were too fast, so this one could be slowed down. But now it seemed he was still limited by his level. Zhuangbei clearly couldn't exert his full strength. As you wish. Lin Moyu pointed lightly at the top of Zhuangbei's head. A cold wind blew past, and Zhuangbei couldn't help but shiver. Black clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, followed by a resounding dragon's roar. So cold. Where did that dragon's roar come from? Shuangbei looked up at the sky in suspicion and was immediately startled. Damn it, where did that dragon come from? The bone dragon was on fire, covered by the law of immortality, descending from the sky. It spewed a mouthful of gray, white dragon's breath, instantly enveloping Zhuangbai. The directional shield creaked in the breath, as if it could collapse at any moment. When Lin Moyu attacked, he wouldn't be polite. 4-star spell, Bone Prison. This time, it was not an automatic counterattack from the linkage but an active spell use. And it carried his laws, much more powerful than before. In the white light, Zhuangbei's proud directional shield shattered into pieces. In an instant, his body was also torn to pieces by the dragon's breath, fangs, and spears. 4th challenge 1. The 5th challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward, 1500 accumulation points. The moment Lin Moyu won the 4th match, many powerful human experts simultaneously received a notification. In the Human Emperor Network, if someone won 4 consecutive matches in the continuous challenge mission, it was enough to prove they had the ability to fight above their level, defeating opponents 3 levels stronger. This kind of person was worthy of being called a top genius. The high-level members of the human race were extremely thirsty for knowledge. In just a few seconds, the grandstand, which originally only had Rin-kun, suddenly had many more people. Each person exuded a strong pressure, covered by laws, with a terrifying aura. At a glance, they were powerful figures. The huge pressure enveloped the entire venue, and the atmosphere on the stage became extremely oppressive. Rin-kun was startled. In front of these people, he felt like a small shrimp. Even breathing became difficult. He shrunk back, not daring to speak or leave. The newcomers looked at each other, nodded in greeting, but didn't say much. They were all from the Vermilion Birdstar domain, with high status and knew each other, so there was no need for pleasantries. Soon, another person appeared. As soon as he appeared, everyone bowed to him. Greetings, Domain Lord. The Domain Lord of the Vermilion Birdstar domain, Shu Tan. Because he was the third in his family, Luo Kainkun called him Third Master Chu. Shu Tan nodded slightly, signaling everyone not to be so formal. His gaze fell to the side, where Rin-kun was trembling on the ground. Coincidentally, Chu Tian had appeared right next to him. Rin-kun recognized him. The Domain Lord of the Vermilion Birdstar domain, the one whose word was law. How could he not recognize him? But his status was too far from Shu Tian's. Just a glance made him so scared that he fell to the ground, truly shrinking like a shrimp. The others were already terrifying, but this one was even more so, and he appeared right next to him. Rin-kun deeply regretted coming to watch. He was too unlucky. Shu Tian, who had been in a high position for a long time, had a heavy and dignified aura that ordinary people couldn't bear. He glanced at Rin-kun and said in a deep voice, "Do you know him?" Rin-kun knew he was talking about Lin Moyu and didn't dare to speak nonsense. "We just met." Shu Tian nodded. "Go watch from the side." How could Rin-kun dare to object? He immediately moved to the side, continuing to shrink. Shu Tian's gaze fell on Lin Moyu. As one of the people who understood him best, his eyes were full of appreciation. At this moment, many of the newcomers were checking Lin Moyu's documents. Their authority was very high, so they could normally see a lot of his information. But now, they could only see his name and current authority. Other information was inaccessible. Everyone showed a strange expression. This had never happened before. Shu Tian secretly smiled. Someone has already claimed him. You still want to see his documents? Dream on. He knew that among this group were some from the War God Hall. The War God Hall wanted to compete with him for people. How could he give them a chance? He had hidden Lin Moyu's documents. Unless one's authority was equal to or higher than his, they couldn't see it. But looking across the human race, those with equal authority could be counted on one hand, and those higher were even rarer. The others seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Shu Tian. Shu Tian was calm, his eyes slightly narrowed, saying nothing. Lin Moyu saw the people who suddenly appeared in the grandstand but didn't pay much attention. Since there was a grandstand, it was natural for people to come and watch, so it wasn't strange. He guessed it was because the opponents he challenged were getting stronger, thus attracting others' attention. On the stage, not only could you not hear any sound, but you also couldn't feel any pressure from the grandstand. The grandstand and the stage were like two different worlds. The countdown was more than halfway through, and Shuangbai appeared on the stage again. Before he could say his boastful words, he saw the people in the grandstand, and was immediately startled. Star-Lord Wang, Star-Lord Zhang, Southern Hall Master. He silently recited their names. These were all powerful figures, at least star lords of a star system, and high-level ones at that. His reaction was much better than Ran Kung's. At least he wasn't scared to the ground. Until he saw Domain Lord Chu Tian. He almost jumped up. Why is even the Domain Lord here? What's going on? Winning 4 consecutive matches wasn't unprecedented. Chu Tian's gaze fell on Zhuangbai, giving him a look that meant, go all out, don't hold back. Hold back. What the hell am I holding back? Zhuangbai cursed inwardly. He hadn't held back at all. In the first 3 matches, he didn't even have a chance to act. The 4th was a bit better, but still not much. In the past 4 matches, Lin Moyu hadn't even moved a step. You monster, I'll fight you to the death. The 5th match, 7 Fear Super God, was a full 4 levels above Lin Moyu. Although the stronger one was, the greater the gap between levels. At the God Venerable level, a 1-level gap could be a world of difference. But even at the Super God level, a 4-level gap was significant. An ordinary 7th-tier Super God could easily crush a 3rd tier. The countdown ended, the restrictions on the stage disappeared, and the match began. A 5-colored light erupted from Zhuangbai again, then suddenly merged, turning into the 8-directional shield made of gold. A giant golden shield revolved around him, exuding a much stronger aura than before. The moment Zhuangbai opened his defense, Lin Moyu also acted. A skeleton godly general appeared. It was now over 10 meters tall, with immense pressure. In one step, it crossed the 1,000-meter distance and appeared before Zhuangbai. The white-bone longsword in its hand swung down, the law of immortality exploded, and a sword aura hundreds of meters long seemed to want to shatter the sky. Zhuangbei's expression changed, and he suddenly jumped up to dodge. At this moment, black clouds rolled in the sky, and a death dragon knight flew over. It wasn't a bone dragon like before, but a stronger death dragon knight. The dragon spewed its breath, covering more than half the stage. Zhuangbei's 8-directional shield creaked in the breath. This dragon's breath was stronger than the bone dragon's before. Even though he had upgraded to the 7th tier, he still felt immense pressure. Why is it so strong? Zhuangbei's expression changed. He let out a soft shout, and the 8-directional shield was suddenly reinforced, stabilizing the situation. At this moment, the Death Dragon Knight charged, its huge body like a lightning bolt, ramming into him. A booming sound like a great bell rang out, and Zhuangbai was sent flying again. The skeleton godly general swung its sword again, faster than before. A brilliant sword light locked onto Zhuangbai. His expression changed again. This summon even knows spells. Destruction Strike, which could unleash 10 times the attack power of the skeleton godly general itself. The sword aura approached. Zhuangbai couldn't dodge and roar, wanting to resist. Suddenly, his head throbbed. The soul fire of the skeleton godly general danced, a terrifying light flashing in its eyes. Soul bombardment, continuously bombarding the target's soul. Zhuangbai only felt countless explosions in his soul, making him dizzy and unable to concentrate. This thing even knows soul attacks. What the hell? So this kid is a summoner, no wonder he doesn't need to move. His head became dizzy, unable to think clearly, his thoughts becoming difficult. Under the coordinated attack of the skeleton godly general and the death dragon knight, the 8-directional shield finally shattered. The next second, the sword aura swallowed Zhuangbai, the dragon's breath descended, and his body turned into a raging fire. 5th challenge 1. The 6th challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward, 3,100 accumulation points. Lin Moyu took a deep breath. This time, he chose to attack proactively, taking the initiative, using the skeleton godly general and the death dragon knight to completely suppress Zhuangbai. It was a surprise attack. Zhuangbai's 7th-tier super god strength hadn't even been half utilized before he was eliminated. If he had reacted a little faster, he might have been able to last a little longer. After all, he was a 7th-tier super god, not a low-level cat or dog. Lin Moyu took a deep breath and quietly waited for the next battle. The people outside who had watched had their eyes shining. Finally, a big shot couldn't help but speak. I thought it would be a spectacular battle, but it turned out to be one that did. I think it's even more spectacular this way. That kid Lin Moyu has a very accurate grasp of the situation. These 2 summons are very strong. It seems his spell is at least at the star level, maybe even a multi-talented spell. Not only that, his soul is also very strong. Although I can't see the specific realm, it's at least at the peak of the 2nd rank. In their eyes, although Lin Moyu didn't move and only used 2 spells, it was enough to analyze a lot of information. These old monsters had lived for who knows how many years, each had experienced countless things. Lin Moyu couldn't hear their discussion, but he felt that their gazes were problematic. Everyone was staring at him, making him feel unnatural, especially the last one who appeared, who was even more so, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Shu Tan narrowed his eyes, overjoyed in his heart. The better Lin Moyu performed, the happier he was. Lin Moyu was a person from the Vermilion Birdstar domain. If he could be accepted as a disciple by the city lord, the entire star domain would be honored. As far as he knew, the old guys from other star domains were also looking for geniuses. He had looked before but couldn't find a suitable one. The city lord's standards were very high. Ordinary geniuses certainly wouldn't do. If one wanted geniuses, there were countless in the divine city. Now that he had found Lin Moyu, he would certainly not let go. Lin Moyu couldn't stand Shu Tan's gaze. He got goosebumps all over and couldn't help but avoid it, quietly waiting for Zhuang Bei to return. Sure enough, in less than 2 minutes, Zhuang Bei's figure appeared on the opposite side. His expression was as if he had just eaten a rotten egg, looking extremely ugly. He had lost again. A 7th-tier super god couldn't beat a 3rd tier. And in front of so many important figures, which made him extremely frustrated. He spent a minute summarizing the gains and losses. This time, with the determination to win, he suppressed his strength to 8th-tier super god. He didn't believe he would lose again. Lin Moyu saw that Zhuang Bei was silent, and knew he was serious. The continuous failures must have made him very uncomfortable. This match, he would definitely go all out to kill him. But he also had to win this match. A win would give him 3,200 accumulation points, bringing the total for this mission to 6,300. Adding his previous points, it would be enough to upgrade his authority to level 3. Lin Moyu remembered that during his potential assessment, he was helpless against a 7th-tier super god puppet. At that time, he was a 1st-tier super god. Now, he was 3rd tier. His combat power had increased significantly. Facing an 8th-tier super god, he was completely capable of fighting. If so, let's fight with all our might. With less than 30 seconds until the match started, Zhuang Bei suddenly said, "This time, I will go all out. At 8th-tier super god, I can also use some spells." Lin Moyu nodded. "I will also go all out." Zhuang Bei frowned. "You haven't been using your full strength before." Lin Moyu shook his head. Hearing his honest answer, Zhuang Bei almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He's reached this point and still hasn't used his full strength. How much more do you want to play? Zhuang Bei didn't want to talk to him anymore. The countdown ended. Zhuang Bei's entire body erupted in a brilliant light. The 8-directional shield covered his whole body, and the long sword in his hand turned into a rain of swords, falling on Lin Moyu densely. At the same time, another long spear appeared in his hand. The aura on the spear was stronger than the sword. Spear like lightning, Tong Bei roared. The long spear turned into a golden lightning bolt, shooting towards Lin Moyu. The spear turned into electricity, and even the rain of swords turned into thunder, becoming countless lightning bolts, striking at him. Law of lightning. Lin Moyu recognized it at a glance. It was an elemental law, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But this law seemed a bit different, a bit stronger than the normal law of lightning. The big shots in the grandstand showed satisfied looks. It's the Trang family's thunder, destroying spear from Vermilion Bird Star System. No. This kid uses it well. It's a pity this law can only display its full power at the true god level. Pushing it with 8-tier super god's strength is still a bit lacking. But even if it's lacking, it's enough. I'm afraid no one at the super god level can stop it. Zhuang Bei was very confident in his spell. After one spear thrust, his whole body followed the sky full of thunder and charged at Lin Moyu. But right after, he stopped, his eyes full of disbelief. Where he looked, it was all skeletons. Skeleton Goblin generals and Death Dragon Knights occupied the entire stage. The sky and ground were full of skeletons, at least over 10,000, surrounding him. Only now did Zhuang Bei know that Lin Moyu was very honest, and not bragging. He really hadn't used his full strength. He had only used one skeleton godly general, and one Death Dragon Knight before. Not like now. His lightning fell on the skeletons, causing them considerable damage, injuring them. Just as a glimmer of hope rose in his heart, it was immediately extinguished without mercy. The skeletons glowed, and the damage they had just suffered was healed. Only then did he notice that next to Lin Moyu were some strange-looking summons. They held huge staffs and continuously used spells to heal the skeletons' injuries. Zhuang Bei's mouth twitched. Damn it, playing with a combo. Now, let alone killing Lin Moyu, even surviving is impossible. The skeletons moved slightly, blocking his line of sight. This time, he couldn't even see. The next second, the skeletons began to attack. Their attacks were like a storm, drowning him. The people in the grandstand were extremely shocked. Even with their vast knowledge, they had never seen such a scene. From this moment on, the name Lin Moi was deeply imprinted in their memories. There are too many of these summons. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. The information is hidden. I can't see it. It seems our human race is about to produce another powerful figure. Everyone sighed, knowing the outcome was decided. Chuanbai was still fighting desperately. The combat power of an 8th tier super god was indeed a qualitative improvement over a 7th tier. At 7th tier, one skeleton godly general and one death dragon knight were enough to kill him. But now, over 10,000 of them were attacking him like a storm, yet he could still hold on for a while, even counter-attacking. But that was all. After holding on for nearly 20 minutes, he finally exhausted his strength and was defeated. 6th Challenge 1. The 7th challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Please wait. Current accumulated reward, 6,300 accumulation points. Lin Moi was extremely excited to see the reward, and clenched his fist. 6,300 points, his total accumulation points had exceeded 10,000. When the mission ended, his authority would be upgraded to level 3. A 3rd tier super god with 3rd level authority would probably surprise everyone. Back when he was a 1st tier super god and got 2nd level authority, it made many people unable to understand. It would probably be the same now. The next match would be against a 9th tier super god Zhuangbai. Compared to 8th tier, 9th tier was another leap. Importantly, this leap would exceed the attack limit of his undead legion. He wouldn't be able to do anything to Zhuangbai, but similarly it would be very difficult for Zhuangbai to deal with him. A super god level attack could be completely ignored. Then let's just wear him down. Anyway, I won't accept defeat. The challenge had no time limit until one side lost, which was different from the potential assessment. Besides, Zhuangbai would eventually get tired. On this point, he had the advantage. He planned to fight a battle of attrition with him until he was exhausted. Chu Tian looked at Lin Moi's performance, his eyes full of satisfaction. Lin Moi was even more outstanding than he thought. At the same time, he could see that he was almost at his limit. The next match would probably be very difficult. Looking at the kid's eyes, he must have a plan. He wondered how he would deal with it. Zhuangbai returned with the aura of a 9th tier super god. This time, his face was even uglier than before. His eyes looked like he wanted to eat someone alive, his chest heaving violently, showing his terrible mood. Lin Moi felt a bit awkward. Anyone would feel bad after continuous failures. Senior Zhuan, are you alright? Zhuangbai snorted. Do you think I'm alright? Lin Moi smiled. Senior Zhuan, you're not just a true god, are you? How do you know? Zhuangbai showed a strange expression. They were countless light years apart. In the human emperor network, Lin Moi couldn't see his information. Lin Moi smiled. I guessed. He really did guess, but it was mostly based on analysis. Zhuangbai had said he lived on planet No. 11, which was a high-level star system where the people were not we. A super god there was nothing, even a true god was just average. To live there and be chosen by the network as a challenger, his own strength must not be weak. Plus, considering his age, Lin Moi felt he was very likely a god king. If not, at least a 9th tier true god. But hearing his answer, his guess was probably correct. Lin Moi slightly bowed to him. If I go to star system now, 10 in the future, I will come to thank you, Senior Zhuang. Thank me. What's there to thank me for? Zhuangbai was even more confused. If it was an apology, he could understand. Thanking him. For what? Lin Moi replied. Fighting continuously with Senior Zhuang has been very rewarding for this junior. It has helped me understand the limits of my own strength, so I won't be arrogant and complacent. Therefore, I want to thank you. He spoke very sincerely and clearly, and was also very modest. Zhuangbai was unconsciously convinced, and his mood immediately improved a lot. The frustration from the continuous failures also dissipated. It's nothing. Guiding juniors is what I should do. I'm not like that guy surnamed Chu. Not so petty, he said, patting his chest generously. Lin Moi was relieved. This should be the last match. To be honest with Senior Zhuang, this junior's defense is very strong. Below true god, it's basically impossible to injure me. So, after being coxed by Lin Moi, Zhuangbai's mood improved. I can also see that junior brother Lin is almost at his limit. This match should be our last. I won't hold back, and will definitely go all out. Junior brother Lin doesn't need to call me senior. I'll take you as a friend. Lin Moi smiled. Thank you, senior brother Zhuang. This junior will also go all out. If there is any offense, I hope you won't blame me. At this point, he had achieved his goal. He didn't want to make an enemy of Zhuang Bai. A few words of comfort, a little humility, wouldn't hurt, and he could gain a friend. Zhuang Bai was not a bad person, just a bit emotional after continuous failure. An extra friend was better than an extra enemy. There was no need to do things that were not beneficial to him. At least Zhuang Bai had been comforted by him. Lin Moyu felt that although people in the great world live long, they were not complicated. The people he had contacted were all good. The unity of the human race was not just talk but was actually practice. This feeling made him very comfortable. The countdown ended, and the match began again. Over 10,000 skeleton goblin generals and death dragon knights formed the undead legion and once again surrounded Zhuang Bai. He did as he said, going all out, not holding back at all. He displayed the strongest power of the super god level on the stage. Thunder rumbled. Facing the numerous undead legion, he no longer attacked indiscriminately but began to concentrate his power, breaking through step by step. At 9th tier super god, with 10 mastery of the law, the power of the law instantly increased by a level, much stronger than 8th tier. When he concentrated his power, he instantly killed a skeleton goblin general. A look of joy appeared on his face. If he could kill one, he could kill a second. The law in his hand condensed into a long spear, each attack carrying terrifying power, and he began to sweep wildly. Lin Moyu watched quietly, without any extra movements. It was within his expectations that Zhuang Bai could kill a skeleton goblin general. But how many could he kill? He had to know that each one could be revived 5 times. If he summoned an immortal witch demon, it could be revived 6 times. On the stage, there were only 10,000 skeleton goblin generals and death dragon knights, not even a fraction of his total. Even if he stood still and let him kill, it would take him days and nights. Besides, he could replenish them, and the speed was not slow. From the beginning of the match, Lin Moyu was in an unbeatable position, which was why he had said those words earlier to Zhuang Bai, so he wouldn't mind. This match would be very difficult. After Zhuang Bai killed dozens of skeletons in a row, the faces of the big shots in the grandstand all showed smiles. It seems Zhuang Bai is going to win this match. Lin Moyu's skeletons are indeed very strong, but his strength is limited after all. The gap between 3rd tier and 9th tier super god is too big. Indeed, no matter how powerful a spell is, it has its limits. It always depends on the user's strength level. For a 3rd tier super god to be able to fight a 9th tier to this extent is already a top genius. Enough for him to be proud. Not just a top genius. In my memory, there has never been such a character. Although these big shots now thought Lin Moyu was about to lose, they still held an affirmative attitude towards him. Each one acknowledged him as a top genius. Chu Tian heard their discussion, and showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of stubborn old guys who have lived for so many years in vain. Lin Moyu will lose this battle. As the domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, he had not only lived long but had also met countless people and things. He saw the confidence in Lin Moyu's eyes and was sure he would not lose this match. Although the current situation was not good, Lin Moyu was clearly very confident in himself. The truth was indeed so. Lin Moyu could not lose. The killed skeleton godly generals and death dragon knights were all recovered by him, and then replaced by new skeletons. After 3 minutes, when the undead immortality spell cooled down, there would be 5 more revival opportunities. He didn't even need to summon a new undead legion. Zhuang Bai couldn't kill all the existing ones. Zhuang Bai seemed to have realized this. He had been killing for half a day, but the number of skeletons hadn't decreased. It didn't increase or decrease, and the previous corpses had also disappeared. This made him feel that something was wrong. Junior brother Lin, are your skeletons endless? Lin Moyu didn't hide anything. What am the just to me? Zhuang Bai asked, give me a number, so I can give up hope. Lin Moyu said, over 400,000. The long spear in Zhuang Bai's hand trembled, almost falling to the ground. Over 400,000. He would have to kill until who knows when. But 400,000 was not impossible to kill if he persisted. He was unwilling to give up and asked again, what about the ones I killed just now? Lin Moyu still didn't hide it. They've all been revived. And they can be revived again. Yes, they can be revived. I'm not fighting anymore. Zhuang Bai roared in anger, and suddenly sat down. Not fighting anymore. The 8 shields formed by the 8-directional shield protected him firmly, from soul to body. No matter how the skeleton godly generals attacked, it was useless. Moreover, in this state, his consumption was very low, and he could maintain it for a long time. Not fighting anymore, not fighting anymore. I'm tired to death, he said loudly. Lin Moyu had long expected this situation. Senior brother Zhuang, how about we call it a draw? Zhuangbi said, of course it's a draw. I can't kill you, and it seems you can't kill me either. Lin Moyu nodded. But how do we do that? Zhuangbi waved his hand. Leave it to me. I'm good at this. After saying that, he closed his eyes, seemingly communicating with the human emperor network. Half a minute later, a notification came from the network. Your challenger has sent a draw request. Do you agree? Lin Moyu agreed without thinking. In the current situation, even if they dragged on for a few days or even a few wins, there would be no winner. After agreeing, a new notification appeared. According to the agreement of both parties, the 7th battle ends in a draw. Your continuous challenge mission ends here. You have received a total of 6,300 accumulation points. Your record in the Human Emperor arena will be preserved. We hope you can always be undefeated. You will leave in 1 minute. Welcome to the Human Emperor arena again next time. Lin Moyu was relieved. He recalled all the undead and bowed to thank Zhuangbai. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Zhuang. Zhuangbai waved his hand. What guidance? Junior brother Lin is a true genius. When you have time in the future, you must come to Vermilion Bird Star System No. 11. I am from the Zhuang family. You can find me by asking around. I will definitely come. He left the Human Emperor arena. Looking at the bustling crowd around him, Lin Moyu checked his information. Age 28, level, 3rd tier super god, soul, peak 3rd rank. Potential assessment, legendary, highest authority, level 3. Comprehensive strength, 9th tier super god. Accumulation points, 10,850. Laws comprehended, law of death, law of life. Human Emperor arena. 7 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses, 100 win rate. His own information had changed. Some information in the network had been updated. His progress was all recorded by the network, especially in the urgent mission on planet 1053 before. He had used the life aspect of the law of immortality on a large scale, so it was mistaken by the network as the law of life. Lin Moyu realized that the Human Emperor network also had its limitations. His law of immortality was misidentified, and his talent was not fully recognized. At least in the network, his comprehensive rebirth talent couldn't be used because the network didn't recognize it. He left the network and returned to the mission room. He thought about his gains this time, and checked some of the changes brought by 3rd level authority. In the void, on a huge planet, God Venerable Yafeng's small boat was docked. He sat on the boat drinking tea, his gaze on the planet. On the planet, Gu Qingquan was on a mission. God Venerable Yafeng doted on his disciple. Although he couldn't do the mission for her, he could protect her and ensure her safety. Suddenly, he retracted his gaze and looked forward. The space in front of him distorted, and a spatial passage appeared. Chu Tian stepped out of it, and, in the next step, arrived in front of him. God Venerable Yefeng slightly cupped his hands. Domain Lord, why are you free to come here today? Chu Tian laughed heartily. To ask you for a cup of tea. Domain Lord, you must be joking. With your taste, how can you value my little tea? Before God Venerable Yefeng could finish, he stared at Chu Tian's hand. In his hand was a transparent jade bottle, with 10 emerald green tea leaves lying quietly inside. Xian Enlightenment Tea. God Venerable Yefeng's voice trembled slightly. Chu Tian laughed. Yes, I made it myself. Want some? Not wanting it would be foolish. God Venerable Yefeng waved his hand, and the tea set was immediately replaced. Then he carefully took out a jade gourd. The gourd was also transparent, containing a light green liquid that radiated a jade-like light. Yuquan green spring water of the soul race. I guess you old fellow must have hidden good stuff, Chu Tian laughed, his face as if he had seen through him. God Venerable Yefeng laughed. I got a little by chance. I've kept it for 1,000 years, always regretting not having tea worthy of it. Qingshan Enlightenment Tea and Yuquan Green Spring Water, a perfect match. Chu Tian directly threw the tea leaves to him. God Venerable Yefeng controlled the flames with his law, first heating the tea set, then pouring the spring water in. The temperature of the water was extremely low, exuding a cold air. If not for the law of fire, it couldn't be boiled at all. After boiling the water, he carefully took out 1 tea leaf and put it in. The moment the two touched, an astonishing tea aroma immediately spread in the void. It was as if a giant tea tree appeared in the void, towering into the sky, obscuring the sun, moon, and stars. Dazzlingly bright. God Venerable Yefeng's eyes were full of longing. The Qingshan Enlightenment Tree, an ancient divine tree. It's a pity I have no fate with it. Chu Tian laughed. Why? You still want to compete with the city lord for the divine tree. God Venerable Ye Feng immediately shook his head. I don't want to die yet. After saying that, he was about to return the tea to Chu Tian, his eyes full of regret. Chu Tian waved his hand. No need to return it. It's a gift for you. God Venerable Ye Feng's hand trembled. This is not good. It's so precious. Although he said so, the next second he put the tea away, with no intention of taking it out again. Chu Tian knew his old friend too well, and didn't mind. I want to ask you something. God Venerable Ye Feng carefully poured tea for the two, afraid of spilling a single drop. Drink first, we can talk slowly. Chu Tian nodded. All right. He took a casual sip. The combination of the spring water and the tea was indeed very different. Not just different. The Yuquan green spring water could at least increase the effect of the tea by 30. God Venerable Ye Feng drank the hot tea in one gulp. His whole body trembled, his eyes closed, and he seemed to enter a special state. The laws on his body suddenly swirled. The God Venerable level law rumbled in the void, and the surrounding space shook continuously. Even the nearby planet was shaking violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Chu Tian waved out a law, quickly stabilizing the space. Of course, he knew that God Venerable Ye Feng had entered a state of enlightenment because of the tea. This moment was very important to him, so of course, Chu Tian would not disturb him. The first time one drank enlightenment tea, it would almost always be like this. He was no exception before. It was just that he had drunk it many times now, and was used to it, and the effect had also diminished. Chu Tian slowly sipped his tea, not in a hurry. A beautiful figure flew up from the planet, and entered the boat. Du Qingshuan was about to speak when Chu Tian's voice sounded in her ear. Quiet, don't disturb your master. She saw Chu Tian, and then looked at her master's appearance, guessing what had happened. She bowed to Chu Tian. Qingshuan greets the domain lord. Chu Tian acknowledged with a hum. I had something to ask your master. It's the same to ask you now. You were the one who guided Lin Moyu, right? Qingshuan nodded. Yes, that day it was indeed Qingshuan and my master who guided junior brother Lin here. Chu Tian asked, tell me everything you know about Lin Moyu, the more detailed the better. Faced with his question, Qingshuan didn't dare to hide anything and immediately recounted the whole process in detail, from her first meeting with him to guiding him and having his potential assessed, and her master's evaluation of him. She spoke very carefully, and Chu Tian listened very carefully. So the small world he came from is a bit strange. Du Qingshuan nodded. A bit strange. Maybe my master knows something but didn't tell me. That day he asked me to go to the small world to get a world core but told me it didn't matter if I got it or not. I entered the small world but didn't really enter it. Entered the small world but didn't really enter it. This made Chu Tian a bit curious. But she only knew this much. For the specifics, he probably had to ask God Venerable Ye Feng. But looking at all of Lin Moyu's performance after coming to the Great World, this was indeed a genius with an extremely calm temperament. Du Qingshuan carefully asked, did something happen to junior brother Lin? Chu Tian shook his head. Nothing happened. He is very good. Your master is about to wake up. I'll talk to him for a while. You make tea for us. She was startled and quickly nodded in agreement. The aura on God Venerable Ye Feng suddenly trembled, and he woke up from the state of enlightenment. Old fellow, how do you feel? Chu Tian's face was full of smiles. Of course he knew the effect of the Qingshan enlightenment tea. God Venerable Ye Feng's eyes gradually became clear. Better than 100 years of my hard cultivation. The enlightenment was only for 10 minutes but was better than 100 years of his hard cultivation. The effect of this tea was indeed amazing. Chu Tian smiled. Only the first cup has such an effect. After that, it will get worse and worse. God Venerable Ye Feng snorted. A full-bellied person doesn't understand the hungry one's heart. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chu Tian smiled. I've learned most of it from Qingshuan. I just have a few questions. God Venerable Ye Feng agreed readily. For the sake of the Qingshan enlightenment tea, I'll tell you everything I know. Chu Tian smiled. Some things were related to the small world Lin Moyu came from. God Venerable Ye Feng's face suddenly changed. Seeing this, Chu Tian realized something was wrong. God Venerable Ye Feng's face changed several times, and he said calmly, Qingshuan, pour tea. She immediately and obediently poured tea for the two. Then, he lightly tapped the table, and a gentle law spread out, covering him and Chu Tian. What they said would not be heard by anyone, not even Du Qingshuan who was so close. Chu Tian realized the seriousness of the matter, and his expression also became serious. For God Venerable Ye Feng to be so cautious, this matter was definitely not trivial. He gently picked up the teacup, his voice a bit low, completely different from his hand. Do you know? About 4,000 years ago, someone came out of a small world. Shu Tian's eyes were a bit blank. The vermilion bird star domain was so vast, with countless small worlds. People came out of small worlds every day. How could he remember? But for God Venerable Ye Feng to mention it, it must not be an ordinary matter. He suddenly thought of something. Are you talking about that matter? God Venerable Ye Feng nodded. At that time, almost everyone in that small world came out and entered the great world. Logically, when the living beings disappear, the small world either breaks out of its cocoon, accepts the polishing of the great world, turns into a planet, and becomes a star system, or falls into silence and dies in the womb. Living beings are the foundation of a small world. Once they disappear, whether they leave or all die, the small world will face two outcomes. Either it breaks out of its cocoon and merges into the great world. But it's hard to say what a small world without living beings will become after merging into the great world. Or it loses its vitality and dies in the womb, without even a chance to break out of its cocoon. Shu Tian had heard about that matter. The living beings in that small world had all come out, almost none left. But for someone of his level, this was a small matter, and he didn't pay attention to it afterwards. God Venerable Ye Feng said, this small world has had a third change. It didn't break out of its cocoon, nor did it die in the womb, but it conceived life a second time. Shu Tian frowned. How could that be? This development was completely different from what he knew, contrary to the laws of the great world's operation. God Venerable Ye Feng said, back then those people who came out also brought the true spirit imprint and the origin of the small world with them. This severely damaged the foundation of the small world. The origin was damaged, and it lost all its living beings and vitality. It should have died in the womb, but it conceived life a second time. Isn't it strange? Unless... Shu Tian thought of a possibility and couldn't help but shiver. God Venerable Ye Feng looked at his surprised expression. You guessed right. An invincible expert took action. Hiss, Shu Tian took a cold breath. Invincible experts don't act easily. Is this small world worth it? God Venerable Ye Feng said. I also investigated this matter a bit. There is a thing in this small world. What thing? Shu Tian asked hurriedly. Something that can make an invincible expert act must not be an ordinary item. It must be very important. God Venerable Ye Feng did not answer directly but continued. Later, I discovered something else. There was more than one invincible expert involved, at least 3, maybe more. After knowing this, I didn't dare to investigate further. I was afraid that further investigation would anger the invincible experts and bring disaster upon myself. Shu Tian's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. Invincible experts, what kind of existence is that? Even he could only look up to them. Why would a small world attract so many of them? It was hard to understand. No wonder God Venerable Ye Feng didn't dare to continue investigating. If it were him, he wouldn't dare either. God Venerable Ye Feng looked at his expression and smiled. I stopped investigating, and didn't dare to spy on that small world anymore. I could only glance at it occasionally. About 2,000 years ago, I discovered some interesting things. The desolate beast race, the insect race all sent people into that small world. Then the demon race, a branch of the dragon race's elemental giant dragons, and the blood race also entered. There was also a space tree that seemed to have sent a soul clone in. Shu Tian felt strange and asked, how could they get in? God Venerable Ye Feng laughed. It seems you are really old. You've forgotten what I just said. 4,000 years ago, after that group of people left the small world, they brought the true spirit imprint with them, causing heavy damage to the small world's origin. Moreover, their forced departure opened some incomplete spatial passages between the small world and the great world. This also gave those guys a chance to take advantage. Through his explanation, Shu Tian understood. He knew why this old fellow went to pick up Lin Moyu. It wasn't because Gu Qingchuan invited him, but because he wanted to go himself. Otherwise, how could a God Venerable personally go to guide a kid who had just come out of a small world? Shu Tian said in a deep voice. It seems that Lin Moyu was actually already in the eyes of the invincible experts. God Venerable Ye Feng shook his head. What level of existence are they? How could they care about a kid? Although Lin Moyu's talent is very good, it probably hasn't caught their eye yet. And you, why did you suddenly run over to ask me about him? Shu Tian said, his talent may exceed your imagination. I plan to recommend him to the city lord. This time, God Venerable Ye Feng was surprised. You want him to be the city lord's disciple? Shu Tian nodded. I do have that thought. God Venerable Ye Feng pondered for a moment. You can try. The matter of the Divine City's city lord wanting to accept a disciple was no longer a secret among the high-level members of the human race. Many people were looking for geniuses to recommend to him. Lin Moyu came from a small world, had a clean background, and outstanding talent. He was indeed a good choice. But whether he would succeed in the end depended on his own fortune. Shu Tian got all the information about Lin Moyu from God Venerable Ye Feng. Then he went to the small world where Lin Moyu came from and watched from a distance. Outside the small world, he saw experts from various races, demons, blood race, shadow race. The area of this small world was already on the border of human territory, a disputed area, not entirely belonging to the human race. Behind these races, there seemed to be the shadows of invincible experts. This small world was like a toy in their hands. Is it really for a treasure? Shu Tian was a bit suspicious, but he knew that was not a level he could inquire about. He didn't dare to stay long, just watched from a distance and then left on God Venerable Ye Feng's flying boat. After he left, God Venerable Ye Feng said to Qingquan, drink tea. She was not at all uncomfortable about what had just happened and obediently sat down in front of him. She knew very well that some things were not for her to touch, so she didn't ask a single question. Master, what kind of tea is this? Why is there only one leaf? And you even use the Yuquan green spring water. She had been curious since just now. This tea leaf must be extremely precious, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the spring water he had kept for many years. God Venerable Ye Feng said, this is Qingxian Enlightenment tea. Qingquan exclaimed in surprise, is it the legendary Qingxian Enlightenment tea, crystallized from the Qingxian Enlightenment tree? 1,000 leaves in 1,000 years. He nodded. Is. This time, old fellow Shu Tian has really invested. Drink it. You should also break through to the true God level. The Enlightenment tea could help people comprehend the great Tao, and was extremely beneficial for her cultivation. She was already stuck at the peak of Super God, just a step away from true God. Drinking this cup of tea would definitely allow her to break through. After drinking it, she almost immediately entered a state of enlightenment. After a few breaths, the laws on her body swirled, and she was on her way to breaking through to the true God level. God Venerable Ye Feng was very satisfied, his gaze turning to the distant sky. Lin Moyu is really an interesting kid. Lin Moyu's authority had been raised to level 3. Level 3 was very different from level 2. First, the activity area was expanded. The range for level 2 was a sphere with a diameter of 20 light years, centered on the living planet he had registered. For level 3, it expanded to a sphere with a diameter of 500 light years. The diameter expanded 10 times, and the activity range increased 100-fold. Within a 500 light-year diameter, there were at least dozens of life star systems, and thousands of non-life star systems. At the same time, third-level authority could also accept third-level missions. These missions had more rewards, but the requirements were also higher, and the difficulty increased. Generally, third-level authority could only be achieved at the 6th-tier Super God level. Most cultivators from 6th-tier Super God to 3rd-tier True God had third-level authority. Lin Moyu left the mission room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Ren Kan waiting at the entrance. He was clearly waiting for him. As soon as he saw him, he exaggeratedly called out, "You're finally out." Lin Moyu was amused by his exaggerated expression and couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong?" Ren Kan looked left and right, then pulled him outside. Leaving the mission center, Ren Kan found a secluded place. "My good boy, do you know what you've done?" Lin Moyu felt strange. "I didn't do anything. I just did an arena mission." Ren Kan lowered his voice. "Do you know you won 7 consecutive matches? The 7th match seemed to be a draw." Ren Kan whispered, "Whether it's 7 or 6, you fought until the 7th match. And you haven't lost, right?" Lin Moyu nodded. "That's right." Ren Kan said, "I didn't expect you to win so many in a row before, so I didn't tell you. The continuous challenge mission has another function, which is to select geniuses who are good at fighting. If you can win 4 consecutive matches, it means you can defeat an opponent 3 levels stronger than you. You are considered this type of genius." Then many people came. "Did you see them?" After his explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood why he had such a reaction. The people who came later didn't look young, some even had white hair. It turned out they were all important figures, basically star lords of a star system. Even if they weren't god venerables, they were at least peak god kings. Especially the last one who appeared was the domain lord of the Vermilion Birdstar domain. Such a figure actually came to watch him fight in the arena. No wonder Zhuangbi spoke less later. Thinking about it, it was normal. Being stared at by so many big shots, he wouldn't dare to be flippant. Ren Kan muttered, "Junior brother Lin, I guess you've caught the eye of those big shots." When you make it big one day, don't forget your brother. Lin Moyu looked at him with a strange gaze. Doesn't the great world rely on strength to speak? Rin Kang slapped his thigh. That's what they say, but sometimes you have to rely on connections. For example, if I want a certain material that can only be obtained with fourth level authority, someone without connections can only wait slowly. Someone with connections can ask someone else, pay a price, and get it. So that's how it is. Lin Moyu laughed. He had thought that in the vast void, with vast distances, such things would be rare, and everything would depend on strength. The rules of the great world seemed to be like that, but he didn't expect connections to still exist. In that case, it was not much different from the small world. After all, they were all humans. It was quite normal. Seeing Ring Moon Ken's expectant look, of course, Lin Moyu would not refuse. Of course, brother. Before Rin Khan could get excited, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Unmoving. His teeth chattered, his pupils dilated, his eyes wide like copper bells. Following his gaze, Lin Moyu saw Chu Tian, the domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, had personally come here. A low-level life star system, to someone of the domain lord's level, was a place where birds wouldn't even poop, with nothing at all. Rinkian, you are usually very lively. Why are you stuttering now? No. Domain lord. Your Excellency. Chu Tian glanced at him. You can go first. Ring Kung didn't dare to say another word, and immediately slipped away, disappearing in an instant. Chu Tian looked at Lin Moyu, his whole body exuding a faint pressure, a flash of lightning seeming to flicker in his eyes. Aren't you afraid of me? Lin Moyu shook his head. If you've done nothing wrong, there's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Tian nodded. Let's talk. Lin Moyu acknowledged with a hum. At the domain lord's command, Chu Tian waved his hand, and the two disappeared from the living planet. Lin Moyu experienced what real instant teleportation was. In just 1 second, he had left planet 981 and appeared directly in the void. Under his feet was a large bird. It was covered in raging flames, looking a bit like the blue Luan he had seen in the small world, but he knew it definitely wasn't. Just the size alone was worlds apart. This vermilion bird had a wingspan of over 10,000 meters and was at least 5,000 meters long. Such a giant bird could not appear in a small world. Chu Tian had been paying attention to him. Seeing the slight surprise in his eyes, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" Lin Moyu was not sure. A vermilion bird. He was in the Vermilion Bird Star domain, in front of the domain lord. In the myths of his previous life, the vermilion bird was a firebird. Chu Tian glanced at him. How do you know? Lin Moyu thought for a moment. I guessed. Chu Tian laughed, knowing he was not lying. It was indeed a guess. But to guess correctly was not strange. It could only be said that Lin Moyu was not just good at fighting but also had a flexible mind. He led Lin Moyu to land on the vermilion bird's back. The flames automatically parted, leaving a space. Its back was not as hot as imagined, just slightly warm. Lin Moyu couldn't tell if the bird under his feet was a living creature or puppet, only that it was very strong enough to kill him at any time. Chu Tian waved his hand, and the flames parted to reveal a tea table. The table was bright red, like jade, with flames swirling inside. The law of fire was very clear, almost manifesting. Lin Moyu glanced at it, and determined that this tea table was invaluable. Chu Tian sat down first, extended his hand, and a tea set appeared. Lin Moyu naturally went over to make tea for him. He often did this in the small world, and was very familiar with it. Although not as good as those who specialized in the tea ceremony, he was not an amateur either. Chu Tian asked, "Do you often drink tea?" Lin Moyu answered honestly, "In the small world, my teacher liked tea, so I often made it." Chu Tian smiled. "Can you tell me about your time in the small world?" Lin Moyu nodded. "What do you want to know?" "Anything. Just start from when you began cultivating." At this moment, Chu Tian was like a kind elder who wanted to hear a junior's story. Lin Moyu poured tea for him while telling some of his stories from the small world. He didn't tell everything, for example, about entares, or his 4 wives sleeping in coffins. He mainly talked about his cultivation. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Tian's face. "You said that in your small world, after coming of age, everyone can change jobs, thus obtain a profession and corresponding skills. These skills, after reaching level 90, can be transformed into spells." Lin Moyu nodded. "Almost. But not every skill can be transformed into a spell." Chu Tian lightly tapped the tea table, making a tapping sound, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if thinking about something. A soft voice came from his mouth. "The rules have changed." Lin Moyu's ear twitched. He heard Shu Tian's words, but didn't understand the meaning. Shu Tian didn't continue this topic. Do you know why I came to find you? Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't know. Shu Tian smiled. I want to find a master for you. Lin Moyu was stunned. Find a master. He had just come to the great world and didn't know anyone. Shu Tian, the domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star domain, a peak god venerable existence, why would he think of finding a master for him? And from his tone, the master he found was at least a character of the same level as him. In the great world, although everything depended on one's own efforts, having a master was much better than not having one. At least one could get answers to questions, and at least when in need of some resources, one wouldn't be at a dead end. Lin Moyu remained calm, not showing any excitement. I don't know why the domain lord wants to find a master for this junior. Because you are outstanding enough. The human race is thirsty for talent. All kinds of rules are for nurturing and selecting talents. As long as you are outstanding enough, you will not be buried. But as far as Lin Moyu knew, a character of the domain lord's level personally coming to the door seemed unprecedented. He asked, this junior wants to ask, who does the domain lord want to recommend me to? Shu Tian smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you for now. I can only say that many people want to become his disciple. The competition is fierce. Although you are very outstanding, you are not irreplaceable. Although the competition is fierce, once you succeed, the benefits are unimaginable. Shu Tian drew a big picture for him, a smile on his face. Not afraid that he wouldn't take the bait. Lin Moyu really did take the bait. May I ask the domain lord, what does this junior need to do? Very simple. First, do missions to raise your authority. To what level? At least level 5. At least level 5. In fact, just looking at the authority level could tell a lot of problems. The activity range of 3rd level authority was 5 light years. 4th level could freely move in the entire Vermilion Bird Star domain. Once one reached 5th level authority, except for the central divine city, the other 4-star domains could be traveled at will. And Shu Tian required him to reach at least 5th level authority. An idea suddenly popped into his head. The master Shu Tian wanted to recommend must be from the divine city. Lin Moyu bowed his head and replied, this junior understands. I will strive to raise my authority. Shu Tian instructed again, also, from level 3 onwards there will be a chain mission. If you have the chance, do it. After reaching level 3, he hadn't looked at the missions carefully and didn't know what a chain mission was, but he immediately replied, this junior understands. Shu Tian acknowledged with a hum. You can go back. If you have any problems, you can contact me through the Human Emperor Network. Esther. This junior will take my leave. Just as he was about to leave, Shu Tian called him back. By the way, how many years have you cultivated in the small world? Lin Moyu said. I changed jobs at 18 and started cultivating. It has been 10 years now. Shu Tian's eyelids twitched. He waved his hand. I know. You can go. Lin Moyu left. Flying from the void towards planet 981, passing through the thick atmosphere, and disappearing from sight. Shu Tian slapped the tea table hard, his voice filled with excitement. He started cultivating at 18, and it has only been 10 years. I underestimated him. He had seen his documents before, only 28 years old, but he didn't know when he started cultivating. From 10 years old or from 5 years old, the difference was huge. He didn't expect him to start at 18. In just 10 years, from an ordinary person who had never cultivated, he had reached 3rd-tier super god. And his combat power was so outstanding, completely exceeding his imagination. His eyes filled with excitement. He had to recommend him. Passing through the thick atmosphere and returning to the planet, Lin Moyu stopped in the air at a height of 1,000 meters, enjoying the cold wind on his face. What had just happened felt like a dream. If not for looking up, and still faintly seeing that giant vermilion bird, he really wouldn't dare to believe it. The domain lord of the Vermilion Bird Star domain had actively sought him out, which really surprised him. But perhaps because he was used to interacting with entares, he only felt that Shu Tian was a senior expert, unlike Ring Khan who was so nervous he couldn't speak. He was just as he was. Lin Moyu recalled when he was 18. Not long after the exam, Bai Yuan came to his door. It seemed he wasn't too nervous either. Maybe it was his personality. He returned to the mission center. Before he could enter, Ring Khan ran out and pulled him aside. What did the domain lord say to you? He asked in a low voice. Lin Moyu found it a bit funny. This guy was really both timid and curious. He rolled his eyes. There's a saying, curiosity killed the cat. Have you heard of it? Ring Khan shook his head, indicating he hadn't. Lin Moyu laughed. Do you really want to know? Ring Khan shook his head vigorously again. He must not tell him, just to I never asked. Watching him run away like the wind, Lin Moyu couldn't help but find it funny. He was really like a cat, both curious and timid. He returned to the mission center and looked at the missions. There were many more third-level missions than second and first, and the scope was wider. Hundreds of thousands of missions were displayed before him. Whether it was difficulty or reward, they were all better than the first and second levels. First-level missions were mainly for newcomers, with low difficulty and rewards ranging from 10 to 100 points. Generally, doing a dozen not too difficult missions could raise one's authority to level 2. The time spent was usually about 30 days. Second-level missions were for 3rd to 5th tier super gods. This stage was for familiarizing oneself with the great world. The difficulty was not high, mainly for familiarization, so there was no danger. Rewards ranged from 50 to 200 points. Sometimes, there were urgent or special missions. If completed, the rewards would be even higher. Most people took half a year to get through this stage. At first, Lin Moyu felt that half a year to cultivate from 3rd to 5th tier super god was a bit fast. But now he understood. The great world had some things that the small world didn't. Various pills, treasures, enlightenment rooms he had never been to. The enlightenment room was in the Human Emperor network. He hadn't had time to go. Besides, one could go to some special places to comprehend laws. Like the Starfire star he had encountered before, it could help people quickly comprehend the law of fire. All kinds of favorable conditions were things the small world didn't have. At first, Lin Moyu was mentally prepared to spend a few months in this second-level stage, doing missions while raising his level. He didn't think about pills because Interes had warned him to try not to rely on them. No invincible expert was made from pills. He remembered this well. Now his authority had been raised to level 3. Level 3 corresponded to 6th tier super god to 3rd tier true god. The mission difficulty was about the same. Some people didn't cultivate, but only did missions. When their level was only 3rd tier super god, they had already raised their authority to level 3. But at 3rd level authority, it became awkward. The authority went up, and the mission difficulty went up with it. Even the simplest 3rd level mission would be very difficult to complete without at least 5th tier super god strength. Their development would suddenly become extremely difficult. They would have to find ways to improve their strength, walking the path others had already walked. The human race's authority missions were set up in a series. After years of verification, it had become a very suitable advancement method for the human race. In the early stages, doing missions had become a default rule. But Lin Moyu had once again broken this rule, raising his authority to level 3 with only 3rd tier super god strength, and he had only been in the Great World for 10 days. This speed of advancement was unprecedented in the Great World, breaking who knows how many records. To raise to 4th level authority required 100,000 points. 3rd level missions rewarded up to 5,000 points. If done quickly, 20 missions could raise it to level 4. But a 5,000 point mission was not easy to do. Lin Moyu browsed the missions. There were 5,000 point missions, and quite a few of them. Most were real-world missions and had cultivation level requirements. He browsed a dozen of them. The lowest requirement was 1st tier true god, and it was specially noted that the danger was very high, and it was best for a 3rd tier true god to enter. No matter how conceited he was, he knew his strength was not yet at the true god level. He couldn't complete the mission even if he accepted it. Besides, there was the Human Emperor network. The network assessed his strength as 9th tier super god. He couldn't accept missions that exceeded this requirement. He could only choose to look at other missions. Explore the Black Void secret realm, search for Black Void stones. Lowest requirement, 9th tier super god. Or, 2,000 points. Danger, medium. Clean up non-life star system Vermilion Bird 77. Lowest requirement, 8th tier super god. Reward, 1,500 points. Danger, low. Enter the asteroid belt of non-life star system Vermilion Bird 81. Kill the asteroid beasts living there, and obtain the asteroid cores. Lowest requirement, 7th tier super god. Reward, 1,500 points. Note, danger, medium. For 3rd level missions, if there was danger, the corresponding danger level would be clearly more. It was divided into 3 levels, low, medium, high. If it was high, it was best for one's strength to be 2 levels above the minimum requirement. For medium, it was best to be 1 level above. Only low danger was suitable for people of the same level. Lin Moyu also saw a type of mission he had never seen before, group missions. These required several or dozens of people to complete together. After completion, rewards would be given based on contribution. But this type of mission usually took time, and forming a group also took time, plus coordination and so on. After some thought, although the rewards were rich, he still chose to give up. After searching, Lin Moyu chose a mission: clean up non-life star system Vermilion Bird 77. Lowest requirement, 8th tier super god. Reward, 1500 points. Danger, low. An 8th tier super god could accept it, and the danger was low, which meant an 8th tier could complete it. It was just right for him. 3rd level mission, clean up non-life star system Vermilion Bird 77. A group of special creatures has been born in the system. They need to be completely cleaned up. Use the creature's crystal cores as proof. Restriction, no severe damage to the star system. Completion condition, within 10 days, clean up at least 100 special creatures. Note, the strength of the special creatures is 6th to 7th tier super god. The leader's strength is 8th tier super god. The creature's attack power is weak, but their vitality is strong. After accepting the mission, the detailed information was displayed. Before accepting, one could only see a brief description. The detailed information was only known after accepting. At that time, if one found the mission impossible to complete, it was too late to regret. Missions could not be cancelled, only wait for the time to pass, and then the mission would fail. He heard that failing a mission would be punished. He wasn't sure what the specific punishment was. This also meant that one couldn't accept missions randomly but had to choose ones suitable for oneself. He thought this was to let people know how to choose and not act rashly. After accepting the mission, it appeared in his list of ongoing missions. At the same time, a chain mission appeared in the list. The chain mission started from level 3 and automatically appeared in the mission list without needing to be actively accepted. Everyone was the same. They would all receive this chain mission. It was activated immediately after being received. Chain mission 1. Complete 10 3rd level missions. A comprehensive evaluation will be given based on the completion rate of each mission. Completing 10 3rd level missions didn't seem difficult. After all, one had to do them. To raise authority, not just 10 missions were needed, dozens, even hundreds might not be enough. The key was the comprehensive evaluation based on completion rate later. In Chu Taeyan's mouth, the chain mission was very important. Although he didn't say it clearly, Lin Moyu could hear the clues from his tone. Yu Qingquan had also said similar things. At that time, it seemed that guiding him was one of the chain missions and was related to whether one could enter the Divine City. Entering the Divine City was the dream of every cultivator in the human race, and he was no exception. He found the teleportation array and went to non-life star system Vermilion Bird 77. It was 53 light years away, costing 5 accumulation points. Now that he had assets of 18,699 points, he was very generous. 5 points were nothing to him. He found it a bit funny to remember the pained expression on Yu Qingquan's face when she spent 100 points. The main thing was that he had no consumption. He didn't buy materials or pills, so his accumulation points increased. If he bought some materials, the points would be consumed very quickly. The little materials he had were not enough at all. The teleportation speed was fixed, 1 light year per second, without any deviation. 53 seconds later, he arrived at his destination. A huge teleportation array stood in the void, moving with the star system but always maintaining a fixed distance from it. The sound of noise reached his ears. Many cultivators were chatting in the void, exchanging experiences. This mission had a very wide scope, involving dozens of surrounding life star systems. Many cultivators had come here after accepting the mission. The area around the teleportation array also became very lively. Lin Moyu saw many 8th tier super god cultivators, and some were 9th tier. He didn't see any true gods. Most people were still willing to follow the mission's suggestions. Lin Moyu, who was only a 3rd tier super god, seemed very out of place here. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. Why is it a 3rd tier super god? A 3rd tier super god has reached 3rd level authority. It seems he's another fool who only knows how to do missions. Does he think 3rd level missions are like 2nd level missions? This kind of person hasn't appeared for many years. This guy is so stupid. Even if he has reached 3rd level authority, he should cultivate obediently, improve his strength, and then do missions. Now he's accepted a mission he can't do, and the result will be failure. A kind-hearted person came up to him. Brother Lin, did you accept the cleanup mission? The person in front of him was named Xiao Yongnan, a 9th tier super god, looking very kind. Lin Moyu slightly bowed. Yes, I accepted the cleanup mission. Xiao Yongnan sighed. Brother Lin, do you know? Use arrow up and arrow down to select a term, enter to jump to it, and escaped to return to the chat.